Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check. 1, 2. I have to unmute.
Yes. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Thursday, April 25th. It is 9:02 a.m., and I'd like to bring this meeting to order. I'd like to bring this meeting to order. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting, and we are here at day 2 of a workshop on proposed voluntary agreements related to the Sacramento Delta updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Estuary, or Bay Delta Plan. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. With us as well is our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, from our Office of Chief Counsel, Tina Leahy. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel and Meredith Thompson. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting, so we have both in-person and virtual components. For those of you joining us in person here, good morning. We're in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here. If there happens to be an emergency, please observe the exits. We'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, which public comment will begin around 2 o'clock, please do either look at the top of the notice. There's a link and opportunity and instructions on how to get onto the Zoom platform, or apologies for those in the room, please go directly to the clerk of the board if you're looking to make comment. And then for those of you joining us virtually, rather viewing us from one of our 2 customary webcasts, either YouTube Live or the Cal EPA website. But if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of the noticed agenda. If you have any challenges, though, getting onto the platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak here at the workshop. And also, just last bit of housekeeping, please do, whether you're part of a panel or providing comment, introduce yourself and any affiliation you have, and please do silence phones just so that we have an uninterrupted discussion. Today is the second day of a multi-day public workshop on the proposed voluntary agreements related to the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The third and final day of this workshop will begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow, April 26th. This workshop is being held in accordance with the notice of board workshop dated March 8th, 2024. The purpose of the workshop is for the VA parties to provide, voluntary agreement parties to provide a detailed overview of the voluntary agreement proposal, receive input, and answer questions from board members and receive input from the public. Please be aware that the workshop days have the potential to run past 5 p.m. We went to about 6:30 yesterday evening, since we plan to hear from a large number of speakers and want to be sure to hear everyone's comments. As described in the notice, we are limiting speaking times to ensure a productive, efficient, and fair workshop. Panels will be limited to 10 to 20 minutes depending on the specific request. Individual comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. I may need to limit speaking times further if necessary to ensure all speakers are available to speak without going too late into the evening. If you plan to make an individual comment, those comments will be taken after 2 p.m. and possibly later today and on Friday. We have more time for individual oral comments today than Friday, so we encourage commenters today to comment if you have flexibility. We will begin with any opening remarks that my fellow board members would like to make. We will then hear a short presentation from staff describing the format and agenda for the workshop, a brief background on the proposed voluntary agreements and Bay Delta planning processes and next steps. After the staff presentation, we will begin session 3 of the workshop, followed by session 4. Each session will include an overview presentation by voluntary agreement parties on the specific topics for that session, followed by panel presentations and board discussion. Then we will conclude with individual public comments. Additionally, we may be taking comments from elected officials and tribal representatives at any time today to accommodate those schedules. We plan to take a short break in the morning here and another break in the afternoon, and we'll have about a 45-minute lunch break. The State Board will not take any formal action today or during the remaining workshop day tomorrow. Rather, board action will occur at a later notice board meeting. Before the board considers approval of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, there will be additional opportunities for public comment on the specific proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan. The discussions during this workshop will help inform staff's development of draft program of implementation language for Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Staff will provide additional information regarding these next steps in the process during their presentation. The board has made no decision regarding whether to approve the proposed voluntary agreements. We are intently listening today and are very interested in information and constructive input to help the board and its staff in efforts to develop draft possible changes to the Bay Delta Plan, including draft program of implementation text for further public input. Really thank you all for your attentiveness and for joining us today. I appreciate everyone's participation that was here yesterday. The discussion was very productive, and especially in the afternoon, I felt really started to unpack some of the concerns here at the dais, concerns that others may have on the proposal, and here working to continue to sharpen and refine everyone's understanding of how best we manage what is, we know, one of the most complex issues within the state, but certainly one of the most important as well. With that, look over to my fellow board colleagues if they have any comment or reflection from yesterday, and seeing none, would then now turn it over to Diane Riddle in our Division of Water Rights to introduce the staff presentation, or perhaps Sam. Good to see you, Sam.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Sam Bashevkin, and I am an Environmental Program Manager in the Division of Water Rights. With me today from the division are Diane Riddle, Assistant Deputy Director, Nicole Williamson, Environmental Program Manager, and Claudia Buccelli, Environmental Scientist. We also have Tina Leahy with the Office of Chief Counsel. We have additional members of our team attending virtually and in the room today. Next slide. Staff will be providing an abbreviated presentation today and tomorrow to allow as much time as possible for the other presentations and board discussion and to avoid duplication of material presented on April 24th. We'll be providing a high-level overview of some slides that were presented in more detail yesterday. For staff's full presentation, please refer to the recording from April 24th, which will be posted on the board's website as soon as it's available. I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with an overview of the purpose and format of this workshop. Then, I'll give a high-level overview of the current status of the ongoing efforts to update and implement the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary, simply referred to as the Bay Delta Plan. Next, I'll provide a brief background on the proposed voluntary agreements, or VAs for short. Lastly, I'll end the staff presentation with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. This workshop has been structured to allow for a more in-depth discussion of the VAs through topic-specific panel discussions in order to inform next steps in the process. Opportunities for shorter individual comments will also be provided at the end of today and Friday. As noted by the board chair, we have a large number of panels scheduled for the workshop, so please ensure to present your comments as efficiently as possible. Next slide. As described in the March 8 notice, this workshop includes 6 sessions on specific components of the VA proposal. Each session will include an overview presentation from VA parties, public panel presentations on the topics covered in that session, and an opportunity for board member questions and discussion. During each session, the VA parties that are here in person can remain seated after their presentation is complete and during the other panel presentations for that session, so that board members may address VA parties and panel presenters at the same time. Individual comments will be heard this afternoon and tomorrow and are anticipated to occur after 2 p.m. and possibly later. If you would like to make an individual comment, please submit a virtual speaker card, which you can find linked in the workshop notice. We have more time for individual comments today than Friday, so we encourage any individual comments today if you have flexibility. Next slide. This slide identifies the overall agenda for this 3-day workshop that we discussed yesterday. Next slide. This slide identifies yesterday's agenda, covering an overview of the VAs, integration of VA flow and non-flow assets, and flow accounting. Next slide. This slide identifies today's agenda. Following the staff presentation, we'll begin with session 3 and hear an overview presentation from VA parties on non-flow measure accounting. After that, we will hear 2 panel presentations from 1, the California Indian Water Commission, and 2, Defenders of Wildlife. Then we'll move on to session 4, which will include an overview from VA parties on the science plan, followed by 1 panel from Defenders of Wildlife. As mentioned previously, we'll end the day with individual comments. We encourage parties that have individual comments to provide those today, since tomorrow's agenda is very full. Next slide. This slide shows the agenda for tomorrow. I won't go into detail on this slide, which we will do on Friday. Next slide. Now that I've covered the logistics for the workshop, I'd like to provide some context for today by providing a brief overview of the Bay Delta Plan and the ongoing processes to update and implement the plan. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta in part through its Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan identifies 1, beneficial uses of water to be protected in the Bay Delta, 2, water quality objectives to reasonably protect the beneficial uses, 3, a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, and 4, monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of implementation actions. The Bay Delta Plan is being updated and implemented through separate processes. The Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan is specific to the Sacramento River system and includes consideration of Bay Delta Plan amendments to address Sacramento River and Delta East Side tributary inflows and cold water habitat, Delta outflows, and interior Delta flows. The Sacramento Delta update also includes consideration of proposed voluntary agreements for providing flows and restoring habitat. The VA proposal covering the Sacramento River and Delta tributaries is the subject of this workshop. The other 2 processes to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan, the implementation of Lower San Joaquin River, Southern Delta SLINDI updates adopted in 2018, and consideration of the Tuolumne River VA are being considered separately. Next slide. The VAs are being proposed by a group of water users, the secretaries of the California Natural Resources Agency and California Environmental Protection Agency, and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, as a possible alternative means for updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan. The proposed VAs include a combination of flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures on the Sacramento, Feather, American, Yuba, and McCollumney rivers, Puda Creek, and in the Delta. As mentioned previously, the VAs also include a proposal for the Tuolumne River, which is being considered separately. The VAs propose flow and habitat restoration actions that are intended to contribute to achieving a new narrative ecosystem protection objective proposed by the VA parties, as well as the Bay Delta Plan's existing narrative salmon protection objective calling for the doubling of salmon populations, which the VA proposes to contribute to achieving by 2050. The VAs also include proposed governance and science programs to direct flows and habitat restoration, conduct assessments, and develop strategic plans and annual reports. The VAs propose an initial 8-year term that, if approved by the board and shown to be effective, could be extended or modified. If the proposed VAs are not found to be effective through a process laid out in the VA documents, under the VA proposal, a regulatory pathway could apply after the board takes certain steps. The board has not made a decision regarding whether or not to incorporate the proposed VAs into the Bay Delta Plan, and consideration of the VAs will be informed by public input and further review of the draft VA proposal. Next slide. The following 2 slides identify actions that have occurred in the process to consider the proposed VAs in the Sacramento Delta to the Bay Delta Plan. I won't be covering these slides today, but we encourage those who are interested in learning more about the previous actions to refer back to yesterday's staff presentation for additional detail. Next slide. Next slide. This table summarizes the draft VA documents received to date and identifies the overall structure of the VA proposal. These documents were discussed yesterday in the staff presentation and VA parties presentation, so I won't go into detail today. Next slide. All of the draft VA documents submitted by VA parties are available for public review on either the board's website or filed transfer protocol site. To receive the information needed to access the FTP site to review these documents, please send an email to staff at sacdeltacomments at waterboards.ca.gov. Staff are anticipating VA parties to provide additional draft documents at a later date. Any future draft documents will be made publicly available on the board's FTP site once received by the State Water Board. Next slide.
Vice Chair, please.
Could we go back to that slide? On that last point there, we had a number of commenters, and I expect we'll be receiving more comments about frustration of not receiving documents in a timely fashion and being expected to comment. So could you all work with the VA parties to get a little more information on expected timing for the receipt of those documents so that those interested in tracking this process can set some time aside to be able to look for those documents once they're posted?
Yes, we can definitely do that. I do also know that the next product coming from the State Water Board will be the draft program of implementation, and we'll be sure to give the public plenty of time to review those materials before public comments are due, and we have a workshop on it. These other components, we will inquire about the timing of those and make sure that any public comment period provides adequate time in advance for review of those materials to the extent they relate to a public comment process.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Vice Chair. I think part of it as well are the accessibility issues with the documents that are being provided. We're not able to post things onto our website that aren't accessible, and to the extent that we receive documents that don't have that accessibility, it's why everything's up on our FTP site, I believe. And so just would kind of add that as a favor for trying to make sure that this documents can be disseminated and accessed in a way that doesn't require everybody to go to an FTP site, which I like to every now and again, but Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, just to build on that comment from the Vice Chair, I think a number of the documents in here, I'm looking at this list, Science Charter, the Governance Charter, Description of Best Available Science. So a number of these documents are on topics that are coming up here, either today or tomorrow. So I'm just putting a note out there to the VA parties, if they're in a position to speak to the timing and status of some of those documents, that would be helpful as well.
Yeah, I think they can go into more detail, but I believe some of these documents haven't been produced yet because the underlying documents, such as the science plan, are still in draft form, and they're waiting for input from the board before they finalize these other components. But again, I'll let the VA parties speak more to the development of those documents.
Thank you both. Thank you, Ms. Riddle. Sam.
Thank you. Following this workshop, the State Water Board will consider the input received to inform development of draft regulatory language for the program of implementation for draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The public comments on the September 2023 draft staff report and peer review comments on the VA Scientific Basis Report supplement are also being considered in the process to develop draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Staff anticipate releasing potential draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including the program of implementation, for public review and comment this summer or fall. The board will also hold a public workshop to receive input. The input received on the draft Sacramento Delta updates will inform the final staff report and final draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, which are anticipated to be released for public review during the first quarter of 2025. The final draft staff report and final draft plan updates will be brought before the board for consideration at a future meeting as part of a full public process. It is anticipated that the State Water Board may consider adoption of the Sacramento Delta Bay Delta Plan updates during the second quarter of 2025. Next slide. This slide describes the next steps for implementation of the 2018 Lower San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta Slindy updates to the Bay Delta Plan and consideration of the Tuolumne River VA. Again, I won't be covering this slide today to keep the staff presentation as brief as possible. Next slide. This slide includes contact information and resources where you can find additional information on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. Listed here are links to the pages for the proposed VAs, Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, and Bay Delta Watershed Program. If you have questions regarding access to the FDP site or where to find VA-related materials, please contact staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the Bay Delta watershed page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide, and enter your name and email address. Staff are currently working to upload all of the presentation slides from this workshop to the FTP site, and will send an email out to our Bay Delta Notices list once they are available. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. We can now move on to our first session here, which is on non-flow measure accounting, and would welcome up the VA parties that are here looking to present. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. Thanks for joining.
Good morning, Chair Escobar, and thank you, board members, for the opportunity to present the overview for the non-flow measure accounting session. My name is James Newcomb. I'm Acting Deputy Director for Integrated Watershed Management at Department of Water Resources. I'm joined by Dr. Louise Conrad, Lead Scientist for California Department of Water Resources, Brooke Jacobs, who oversees Water Branch for California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Adam Robin, Government Relations Manager for Yuba Water Agency, and Dr. Josh Israel, Manager of Science Division for Bureau of Reclamation. We're here to present to you on accounting for non-flow measures that are a key component of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. On the surface, counting habitat would seem like a simple endeavor, and in a static environment, it is simple. That said, we know that healthy rivers are ones that are dynamic, and that dynamism offers an array of habitats across space and time to benefit the variety of species and the various life stages. The accounting method we share with you today is necessarily layered so that we can make sure we capture the net gains in functional habitat across the range of conditions a healthy river presents. This method is rooted in the best available science and incorporates a robust design review process, and it's adaptable to site-specific locations. And importantly, the method provides clear measurables to hold the program accountable for achieving objectives. The ultimate goal here is an accounting method that supports in delivering the necessary amount of habitat and ensuring that built habitat is delivering the requisite benefits. Next slide, please. So our agenda is organized across the following topics. We're going to start with the non-flow measure accounting and assessments from Brooke Jacobs. She'll also share how Healthy Rivers in the Landscapes program ensures accountability for the non-flow measure commitments. Dr. Louise Conrad is going to walk through the design criteria and how they provide science-based assurances that the habitat will be suitable for native fish. Adam Robin will cover the non-flow measure accounting protocol with an example from the Mokelumne River, and I'll be describing how we intend to reach consistency with the scientific basis report. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Brooke Jacobs, to present on the non-flow measure accounting and assessments.
Good morning, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to reflect back on some portions of the draft strategic plan that was completed in fall 2023 and highlight the process that's established there for the accounting for non-flow measures and also CDFW's role in this process. Next slide, please. So the draft strategic plan describes processes for both accounting and assessments for non-flow habitat measures. Within the strategic plan, there are 3 habitat assessments that operate at different scales. There are accounting assessments that operate early on in the stage of project development and design. suitability assessments, and utilization and biological effectiveness assessments, which come in later post-project implementation. Next slide, please. So this presentation will only focus on habitat accounting. The other assessments are going to be discussed later today in the science presentation. And as a reminder, the purpose of habitat accounting is to ensure that non-flow measures contribute to the program objectives and also to quantify the acres of habitat produced. Next slide, please. Section 3.1.4 of the draft strategic plan describes a process to ensure accountability for these non-flow measure commitments. Next slide. So the draft strategic plan contains design criteria for tributary spawning, rearing, and floodplain projects. Specifically, Table 27 includes water depth, water velocity, substrate, cover, and floodplain function criteria. These are going to be described in more detail by my colleagues a few slides from now. And any project that implements all of the applicable design criteria in Table 27 will be counted towards non-flow measure commitments. Any variances from the design criteria or a tidal wetland or bypass project will be proposed to the Science Committee and finalized according to the design criteria review process described in the strategic plan. After construction is complete, the non-flow measure accounting procedure will count the new or enhanced non-flow habitat consistent with the approved project design criteria toward the appropriate non-flow measure commitments. Next slide, please. The strategic plan lays out a series of steps that are required for this design criteria review process, and I'll just briefly remind you of them now. The first step, a project proponent would prepare a justification of the proposed design criteria with appropriate supporting rationale. Next, the project proponent would take that design criteria to existing early consultation technical forums to reach consensus. CDFW and State Board staff will participate in these technical forums to provide input in an early stage of project development. In some cases, there may not be a technical forum established that would be applicable to a given project. In that case, the project proponent would need to establish a work team or technical advisory group that includes State Board, DFW, National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service staff, and also extend an invitation to all Science Committee members to participate, engage, and provide input. If this technical forum does not reach consensus regarding the design criteria proposed for the project, it would be elevated to the System-Wide Governance Committee and would follow the governance process described for that committee in other presentations. I'm not going to get into the details here. If in the System-Wide Governance Committee following that process there's still non-consensus, it would move back to CDFW and State Board staff, who would have 30 days to agree on design criteria, and those final design criteria may be subject to peer review. Next slide, please. Okay, so projects are expected to engage in early consultation with CDFW on project design, and this is built into the process that I just described. They're expected to refer to established manuals for habitat restoration project design, and projects will also be subject to California Endangered Species Act permits and lake and streambed alteration agreements, in addition, of course, to any other regulatory requirements that might be relevant to that project through other agencies. As a part of this effort, CDFW will apply innovative uses of lake and streambed alteration and California Endangered Species Act authorities using cutting the green tape tools. We have dedicated staff in all 4 of our Central Valley region and headquarters that are assigned to this and will lean in and help move these projects forward. So CDFW is looking forward to engage in this part of the process and help move the habitat projects forward as efficiently as possible. And I'm now going to turn it over to Louise Conrad to discuss those design criteria and reporting.
Thank you. Is this on? Great. Okay. So next slide, please. Okay, so I'd like to discuss how design criteria will provide science-based assurances that habitat will be suitable for native fish. And here we're going to take a second to acknowledge some points that James started making earlier, that fish habitats are complex and dynamic mosaics, and that habitat accounting protocols need to be comprehensive across a suite of different types of habitats that are planned, but also be specific enough to ensure accountability. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the design criteria themselves and go through how this relates to the reporting approach that is planned as part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is a picture that we're hoping demonstrates how complex this may be. So here you're seeing floodplain and seasonal side channel habitat that may be only ephemerally connected to the main channel. These are the very off-channel habitats that science has been telling us for some time is very important for supporting the full life history of fish, some of our native fish. And even though they may not always be connected, and they're going to look different in different years and across different design flows. The parties plan to construct habitats that can achieve these benefits for native fishes across a range of flows. And so our challenge here is to develop an accounting system that is consistent, that supports accountability, but also honors the ecological complexity that we are trying to create. Next slide. So we brought forward the tables themselves from the strategic plan, table 27, which goes over the water depth and provides quantitative ranges that are expected to provide benefits for juvenile salmon based on best available science. So table 27 covers water depth ranges, appropriate water velocity ranges, substrate for spawning habitat, cover for tributary floodplain and in-channel rearing habitat, as well as floodplain function. And there, with floodplain function, we are bringing forward the criteria that are in the scientific basis report supplement, where meaningful event criteria are described for inundation frequency and duration, and the expectation is that these habitats would meet those criteria. Table 28 defines forms of highly suitable cover, ranging from substrate to woody debris and other forms of cover that the science tells us can be suitable for salmon. And there we are looking for highly suitable index values of greater than 0.5, which indicates that salmon are highly likely to use them. Any variances from these design criteria, as Brooke described, or any project that is a tidal wetland or bypass floodplain project will be proposed to the Science Committee and finalized according to the design criteria review process. So there is allowance for variance as needed on a case-specific basis, but the expectation is that the habitat meet criteria in these tables. Next slide, please. So as habitat is constructed, the habitat accounting, the accounting approach that we're describing here would be completed to determine whether the acreage provided is meeting the commitments, and those would be reported out to the board in annual reports, also summarized in triennial synthesis reports. The goal is to provide an accounting process that supports synthesis and collaboration as well as consistency so that as this rolls up into getting to the later years of an 8-year program, we're ready to provide a synthetic report on how this worked and the benefits that were observed. So thank you, and I'm going to now turn it over to Adam Robin to go through some specific examples.
Thank you, Louise, and thank you, board chair, board members, board staff, for the opportunity to be with you today. My name is Adam Robin with Yuba Water Agency. As you've heard, one of the distinguishing features of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program is the commitment of resources, effort, and energy to advance comprehensive, coordinated habitat restoration activities across a broad swath of the Bay Delta watershed. So over the next several minutes, I'll briefly describe the protocol that will be used to quantify the amount of tributary habitat restored under the program and walk through a detailed example of how that protocol can be applied to a specific project. Just like to begin with a brief statement of why these habitat accounting protocols are necessary. The Memorandum of Understanding, the strategic plan, and the implementation and enforcement agreements all define the habitat restoration commitments of the program in terms of acreages of different habitat types. There's a need for a quantitative method to determine whether those habitat restoration commitments are being met over the course of the program. So the tributary habitat accounting protocols that are included in Appendix F of the strategic plan allow for a post-construction accounting of incremental progress toward meeting those acreage-based commitments for each project that's completed. Next slide, please. How do the tributary habitat accounting protocols work to address this need? They produce a project-level accounting of enhanced and restored habitat that quantifies the area of habitat by applying those science-based design criteria across the project site, which enables a determination of where design criteria are met within the project footprint over a range of flows. And the example will provide an illustration of that. As Louise detailed, these criteria include hydraulic conditions like depth and velocity, as well as other relevant non-hydraulic factors such as substrate and cover. This method avoids double counting for the same habitat at the same location across the range of design flows. You'll see in the example that it's a spatially explicit model that's used to determine where habitat's provided, at what flows, and it avoids double counting. Habitat losses are also accounted for in the methodology. You may have, as some projects are implemented, circumstances where a site that met design criteria and suitability criteria pre-project no longer does so because of construction activities, because of hydraulic changes. Those losses are also accounted for in this methodology. So what purposes does the protocol serve? At the project level, it allows us to compare the pre-project to the as-built condition to quantify the amount of acreage that's restored at a given project. But for tributaries, at the tributary scale, it allows for an aggregation of restored habitat across projects over the life of the program, which then results in that single metric, which can be used to assess whether commitments under the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program are being met. Next slide, please. So this is the example on the McCullummy River. I'll work through the application of the protocol here. This is an early implementation project advanced by the East Bay Municipal Utilities District, funded under Proposition 68. This project is located downstream of Comanche Dam on the McCullummy River. And while it includes both spawning and floodplain components, for purposes of today's discussion and due to time constraints, I'll be focusing just on the floodplain element, which is the larger area circled in red. Next slide, please. So under the account, and I'll say Appendix F is the habitat accounting protocols. There's 15 steps for the tributary habitat accounting process. I'm not going to go through each of them, but I'll provide a synthesis of the various steps. Under the accounting protocol, the relevant comparison is between the pre-project and as-built condition of the site in question, analyzed using digital elevation maps, or DEMs. These DEMs, used in combination with other rasters, which are basically map layers that account for cover in the case of floodplain rearing habitat, can be used to analyze whether and to what extent design criteria are being met. These rasters are pixel-based, so if you can make out small pixels on each of that, on those DEMs, each one of those is about 1 meter squared. The pre-project DEM is basically the site map, which is used to inform project design and construction pre-project. Obviously reflects conditions pre-construction. Meanwhile, the as-built DEM reflects conditions post-construction and is used in the analysis of habitat suitability. So the DEMs here show the basic project design, which involved lowering a terraced area of gravel tailings and mining debris produced by historic gold dredging activities. This area provided no floodplain habitat pre-project. The project involved lowering it by up to 10 feet in many places, creating floodplain rearing habitat across the full range of design flows. So analysis of the as-built DEM allows for determination of how much of the final constructed project meets the design criteria, depth, velocity, and cover within the design flow range, which in the case of this project extends from 800 CFS, which is the lowest inundation flow where floodplain activation occurs, through full inundation at approximately 1,500 CFS, with incremental gains in floodplain functionality to 5,000 CFS, which is the maximum controlled release from Comanche Dam. Next slide, please. So this is the next couple steps in the accounting protocol. Hydraulic models are then applied to those DEMs to calculate water depths and velocities within each computational pixel in the project footprint at each modeled flow within the range of design flows. So here at 800 CFS, which is the low range of the design flow criteria, I'm going to be moving from left to right across the slide. We can see in the shaded area, first on the left, the area meets the velocity criteria. Those are the areas that are shown in brown. Then, applying the depth criteria in the center image, you can see the area that meets the suitable depth criteria, shown in yellow or tan, I guess we can call it. And then finally, on the far right, you can see the area where there's overlap between the suitable velocity and depth criteria in blue. So at 800 CFS, the low end of the design flow criteria, only a portion of the habitat at this project site is inundated, and of that portion, only some of that habitat meets both the depth and velocity criteria, with shallow depth being the limiting factor. That shallow depth that doesn't meet the criteria is shown in the brown in the center image. Next slide, please. So moving on through the range of design flows, for this project, the accounting was completed at 7 design flows within the design flow range, and this slide depicts the design criteria at 1400 CFS, which is near where full inundation occurs. You can see here there's a significant expansion of the total area, meeting the velocity and depth criteria at these flows. That's the area in blue on the right. Next slide, please. There's a lot going on here, so I'll take a few minutes here if that's all right. When we analyze the computational pixels at each flow, we can see how much habitat that meets the design criteria are gained at each step. So if you look at the orange chart at the upper right, the incremental suitable habitat gains column shows the unique areas of habitat that meeting the depth and velocity criteria that are incrementally gained over the range of design flows. And as you can see, less suitable habitat was incrementally gained at higher flows. That's a reflection of the smaller incremental gains of habitat at those flows, but not a diminished amount of total inundated area. It's just that depth and water surface elevations increased across the project footprint. The smaller incremental gains also show you the application of the protocol that avoids double counting. There's a lot of area that's inundated, but if something's counted for in an earlier step, it's not counted for in subsequent steps. For projects where losses do occur due to changes in depth and velocity relative to the pre-project condition, those losses would be accounted for here. For this project, however, as I mentioned, it was terrestrial habitat before the project was constructed. It was not inundated, and so losses do not appear here. The end result is that this project resulted in a net enhancement area of 1.15 acres, meeting the design criteria for floodplain rearing habitat within the 1.2 acre footprint. Additionally, you can see the cover raster in the bottom center image. Each one of those dots corresponds with a planting, and hopefully you can make out the key there. Analysis of that raster illustrates that 22% of the enhanced area included cover elements consistent with the relevant design criteria. So for this project, as designed, project habitat suitability increased over the lower portion of the design flow range. At higher flows, hydraulic suitability, depth and velocity, shifted to different areas within the project footprint, with less overall area meeting the depth design criteria as depth and water surface elevation increases across the project. That said, at these higher flows, additional increments of new habitat meeting the design criteria have been created and are accounted for through the protocol. Importantly, these incremental gains in habitat as flows change demonstrate that this project, as designed, as constructed, provides that dynamic mosaic of floodplain rearing habitat needed to support different sizes of fish as the rearing season progresses across a range of flows and across time. Also shown here is the suitable habitat flow relationship for this project. We need to note that these habitat accounting protocols do enable project-specific suitable habitat flow relationships to be developed and advanced through the science program for each project. Next slide, please. I'll just close by noting that the tributary habitat accounting protocols do provide a comprehensive science-based procedure that can be used across tributaries. It produces a metric that can be used to assess whether relevant habitat restoration commitments are being met and captures the benefits of different habitats created and designed to function over ranges of flows. We walked through the example on the McCullummy River. I'll close by noting that that project is already yielding positive results. On the right, you can see some of the preliminary fish use results from that project. And in the next session, you'll hear more about how this project is being monitored and analyzed to assess whether and how it is meeting the utilization criteria examined under the science program. Thank you.
So we're going to close our session with the topic of ensuring that our accounting method is consistent with the scientific basis report supplement. I think what's been presented so far demonstrates our investment and the evolution of the science we're relying on to try to form our program of implementation. As was appropriate, the flow habitat curves that appear in the scientific basis report supplement were generalized tributary scale estimates of expected suitability at different flows. And that approach helped identify potential benefits available within each tributary. That said, designing habitat at site-specific locations, such as the one Adam just described, becomes a forcing function to really invest in more refined hydrologic models. And that's really necessary to make sure that habitat is being designed to be maximized across the range of flows. As part of a consistency assessment, the program feels it's appropriate to be able to refine and update the habitat flow curves to ensure they reflect the additional investments being made into the science, which are going to continue to evolve and grow over time to support better designs and adaptive management. Next slide, please. So really the consistency assessment now shown here, we feel is the missing piece that provides a means for demonstrating consistency with the flow habitat curves in the scientific basis report supplement. Specifically, this process will address the consistency between the habitat flow relationship over a range of flows for built habitat and the habitat flow curves in the scientific basis report supplement. Part of this step involves aggregating the acres of all the projects within a tributary down to a single number to align with the scale of the habitat flow curves in the scientific basis report supplement. And then those consistency assessments will be included in the triennial synthesis reports submitted in years 3 and 6, which are also intended to analyze progress, and those will be submitted to the State Water Board as described in section 9.4 of the VA term sheet. Next slide. Board members, you opened with a request to flag when and where relevant documentation would be provided, and that the documentation that we do have available is provided at the locations identified here, the link here. I'll leave this link up for closing comments. The accounting protocols discussed today allow for a post-construction accounting of incremental progress toward meeting the acreage-based commitments defined in the MOU, the strategic plan, and the implementation and enforcement agreements. A point that I want to reiterate that Adam brought up, as an example, 100 acres of project size doesn't necessarily mean 100 acres of habitat. The only parts of the project that will be counted are the spatially explicit areas that conform to the specified design criteria. In summary, the accounting protocols and assessments provide a robust approach to measuring and assessing habitat additions and their ecological benefits, and they provide a clear metric to determine whether the program has met its non-flow measure commitments. It's a system that supports the building of highly functional habitat in the places and times when the species will benefit the most. This next slide concludes our presentation, and thank you all for your time.
Appreciate the presentation. I have a couple of quick questions. One, when we talk about non-flow measures, we're just talking about habitat, right? The accounting doesn't incorporate anything that's a non-flow measure that isn't habitat at this point? Okay.
Yes.
And yesterday, we had a pretty robust discussion around the flow accounting concerns, interactions around how we might view that. Now, when we think about the flow accounting and the habitat accounting, is there some nexus between them all? Are there assumptions here around the additional wet water that's being put into the system and what habitat is being activated then differently because of those resources? Is there some interplay, or is there a flow accounting and then a habitat accounting, and they kind of exist in two different spaces?
Yeah, great question. So the habitat restoration projects are being designed with consideration for the additional flows succinctly, and I invite any of the board members to elaborate, my team to elaborate if they'd like.
I don't have much to add except for that, yes, the flow measures the habitat measures are considered with the flow that's promised as well. So they are integrated in the planning stage.
I'll just add briefly that the range of design flows used to analyze the projects are one thing. They are consistent with and align with the permitting requirements. So oftentimes permitting requirements and engagement with regulatory agencies like CDFW will involve consultation on what a suitable range of flows is. That's detailed in the habitat accounting protocols. And really these projects are intended as opportunities allow to provide benefits at all flows. So across the range of flows that I described in the presentation.
Yeah, I'm just trying to tease out if there's a very direct connection to the assumptions of the increase of flows on the various tributaries and places and what is being built. Basically, yeah. And so it's sounding like there is, but when you bring up sort of flows being considered during the permitting process, it's not like the permitting process will increase flows or change what the assets are on the flow side. So yeah, just appreciate it. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have questions themselves. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for bearing with me in advance here on my questions. I am, again, trying to understand, and it is that integration of the flow and habitat and also consideration of this 8-year time frame, which sounds like a long time, but I know that when we're looking at habitat restoration projects and everything that's involved in getting from concept to completion to realizing actual benefits of those projects, that's a lot to take on in an 8-year time frame, especially for some of these larger scale projects. But one question I have is, you talked about sort of the consistency evaluation and how the projects will be evaluated for consistency and then taken through that process. I guess this is kind of a what if question, but what if it's not? So what if there's a finding that there's an issue? It's inconsistent. Would the VA parties or whoever that project proponent is then be on the hook to make up for that delta, that inconsistent component of the project?
Thank you for that question. I think regarding process, I'll rely on the rest of the panel here, but I would say that what we probably failed to stress is that part of consistency is making sure that there's an opportunity to inform the assumptions that were made at a more coarse stage of modeling in the scientific basis report supplement. And so I think we feel that as we invest the new modeling that's been developed and compare it and update the flow habitat curves, that we will achieve consistency there. But I'll stop and then.
I'll just build on that briefly. Thank you, James, and thank you for the question. So our proposal is that for assessing accountability and determining whether commitments have been met, then the comparison is with the commitments in the Memorandum of Understanding and in the enforcement agreements that would be part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. You're correct to point out that there could be differences between what's predicted out of the scientific basis report modeling and what's observed. And that's the opportunity, I think, that we have there is that relationship between flow and habitat, as habitat is built, and as we continue to measure the acreage of habitat and build out those hydraulic models, that best available science may be evolving. And that's what James was getting to in that consistency assessment, that flow habitat area is one area where I think even in the peer review of the scientific basis report pointed to maybe opportunities for refining the resolution there. And that's what we hope to do as part of this.
Thanks.
And
Yeah,
anyone to add to that? No? Okay.
Sure. And certainly I'm sitting here trying to understand, again, what it is that we have before us today in the proposal and how that was then evaluated through the scientific basis report process in trying to realize and understand what the benefits of the project would be over the 8-year time frame. So appreciate that clarification. I have one other question, if I could, and that is, again, speaks to the timeline of the projects, and maybe, we had some discussions yesterday about a little bit about off-ramps and flexibility and things as it related to flows. So I kind of have the same question or a similar line of question about habitat. I know a lot of some of the projects are very early on in the concept phase. Maybe they don't have funding procured yet. They don't have permits procured yet. Should we have confidence that all of those projects are going to be completed within the 8-year time frame? And if not, what would happen in that case?
Well, so I think that's what we're acknowledging, I think, collectively, is that habitat restoration is hard. There's a huge process, and I think Director Bonham spoke to that quite well. I appreciated my colleague Brooks' comments about the dedication of staff towards the permitting, and I think as part of the funding plan that Habitat has its own place, and there's a commitment for moving forward with that. What happens if it doesn't occur? Well, then I think that's something that we'd like to discuss, but this is part of the enforcement. My understanding is that this would be part of the accountability process that the board holds.
Board Member McGuire, I'll add that we should absolutely be tracking whether and to what extent commitments are being met as the program progresses. And one of the purposes of that tributary habitat accounting protocol is to provide that incremental snapshot as to what extent commitments are being met. So it's an additive exercise. There's all the reporting requirements so that we can check up on progress over time. And to the extent that there are issues in delivering on the commitments, identify the reasons why and try to remedy with them within the life of the program. I'd also really like to emphasize that parties are not waiting. Across the watershed, parties are investing in and completing early implementation projects. I think you can look to those examples of success as a model of what's possible. These targets are ambitious, but they are, I think, achievable, and the parties that I work with day in and day out on these issues are committed to advancing them.
And if I may just add briefly that within the Integrated Watershed Management Program exists a team of restoration practitioners that have a track record of delivering on much larger, sometimes more complex projects within the Bay Delta footprint. And we aim to leverage that expertise to accelerate delivery of projects under this process as well.
I appreciate that. And like I said, I just, as I'm an engineer, and as I think about these projects and how much is involved in getting them across the finish line, that's where my concerns are founded, right? Is in how do we help ensure that these are delivered if this moves forward as proposed in the time that's committed. So, and really as soon as possible. So I appreciate the commitments on the early implementation actions. That is very helpful in my view. But there's still a lot of work that still needs to happen yet. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that, board member. And if I can build off a little, there are inconsistencies ultimately in the way that the accounting is being proposed here and what was in the strategic plan. And I think it's, that sort of thing that gives some pause as to, is the accounting here matching up with what was in the strategic plan, let alone the scientific basis that we were all here, building and trying to contribute toward. And it just does give some concern. And I don't know if I'd kick it over to perhaps Sam or others that I know have been unpacking the issues a bit, just to ask any questions that you all might have too.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Could we bring the slides up to slide 20, I believe? Yeah, I had a question about this. So if you look at the suitable habitat flow relationship, the graph on the bottom left, it looks like the maximum habitat available at any one flow level is slightly under 1 acre, but the result from the habitat accounting would produce 1.15 acres. I'm wondering if I'd be interested if there's an explanation for that.
Yeah, I'm happy to hop in here, but I would also, if it's appropriate, invite Michelle Workman, who's Manager of Fisheries and Wildlife for East Bay Mud, to provide an additional response.
Thank you for the question, Sam. Yeah, and so I think what Adam was trying to get across is in this accounting, even though we hit a maximum single flow habitat at that 1800, new areas of habitat are being inundated at those higher flows that are different spatially from those first 1 acre habitat. And so if you imagine a habitat over time and fish using that habitat, they're going to move in and out among what is suitable or not suitable and what's fitting for them. And so that extra 0.02, which is, or 0.13 to 0.02, is available to those fish. And so as some of that habitat over deepens, they'll move out into those margin areas where it is suitable. So there is still a habitat accrual that happens. And we aren't planning for single flow design rates through these habitats. I mean, we may have that. And I think this is a good opportunity to address the other question you had about the relationship between flow rates and non-flow measures. For the McCollum specifically, we designed this particular habitat to operate between 800 and 1500 because those flow rates are flow rates where we can use our flow commitment under the VA, under either below normal or above normal year types, to inundate those habitats to meet the meaningful flood event duration criteria. So that's what we designed it to. We didn't design it to 5,000. What we saw when we did this analysis was even when we get to maximum flow from Comanche, we are still able to add some habitat onto that. So I think it opens the door to some of this discussion. I would argue that there's still habitat available, but that habitat changes over time. Within our very strict design flows related to our flow commitment, that's between the 800 and the 1500. And the mismatch in numbers is simply because we have discrete model runs for our HEC-RAS model that don't line up necessarily with our design criteria. So that's why there's no 1500 on the map.
Sam, did you have any follow-up as well?
Yeah, I guess I'd be curious, and thank you for that response. If it's possible to talk, I guess, more generally about how the accounting procedures would ensure that habitat is restored across an appropriate range of flows and that the assumptions in the scientific basis report supplement would materialize.
So the question is, how would we ensure that there's a range of design flows?
It's how the accounting protocols would ensure that the habitat is restored across an appropriate range of flows and that the assumptions in the scientific basis report would materialize.
So the assumptions in the scientific basis report would be assessed and compared with the habitat in that consistency assessment that James was discussing. I want to acknowledge that we understand that that's very important, as this is a scientific basis report, is a keystone document for this process. So that's a really important aspect and is planned as part of this process that we're discussing. For the range of design flows, I think that and whether habitat is restored across this is exactly what we're trying to get to, even with the slide that's up on screen now, is that we're assessing the suitable habitat across a range of flows using a modeling construct.
Okay. Vice Chair.
My question gets back to the earlier discussion about, what if you don't hit the numbers, because of permitting, et cetera. Do you have a plan to include a buffer, an additional amount of acreage, just in case things don't go as planned with the permitting strategy?
I am not aware of a plan for a buffer at this time. That's something we'd be happy to discuss further.
Yeah. I think all of us are aware of projects that have gone well, and then we're aware of projects that haven't in terms of timing. The other question that I have, and this was a really useful presentation, Mr. Robin, looking at slide 20. I think I just need to better understand, is this, with focusing in on incremental habitat losses, so is this a snapshot in time, or this is modeled over a period of time?
And again, we'll defer to Michelle here, but this analysis, the habitat accounting protocol, is utilized post-construction to determine how the as-built compares to the pre-project condition. So it is a snapshot post-construction, and that's where the accounting occurs.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to add to that. This one is a very we tried to make a simplified example so we weren't adding too much complexity, even though we know habitat is very complex. So the reason there's no incremental losses is because there was no wetted habitat at all. This was all very high windrows of gravel tailing piles that never saw water since the 1950s. And so in bringing that down, from a construction perspective, it's all habitat gains from zero. And I think that's the difference between when we're talking about accounting, about whether parties met their commitment to build habitat versus assessing how that habitat is functioning once fish are using the habitat. And I feel like that there's a pretty clear line between those two. And the flow habitat relationship is getting more at how fish are using this. We're using the accounting to say, can we say East Bay Mud met its commitment on the McCalmy River in building habitat that is suitable and functional for fish? And then later down the road, when we look at how this system is operating and we look at this flow habitat relationship from a reach scale, perhaps, how is that actually panning out? What we built what we said we were going to do, but how is that actually playing out for fish? And I do think that opens the door to the conversation. If it's not playing out for fish in the way we envision, then maybe we have more work to do.
Right. And so, and my next question was, what about change in the habitat? Like it's a gravel augmentation project, and now because you had a high flow event, the gravel's moved to a different location. What are you all doing with respect to the accounting? And maybe there's some other adaptive management response that occurs, but what are you doing with respect to the accounting to assess change in the habitat?
So the same process will be used. This whole project did have a gravel restoration feature. We created a new bar of gravel using some of that material that was locked into the banks. And we will assess that change over time of and what was created. But I think for the McCalmy specifically, okay, I can only speak to the McCalmy, we have gravel maintenance as part of our commitment to what we're going to do on that river, and that gravel maintenance is adding enough gravel so that when the river moves it, which is what we want it to do, to be quite honest, that when the river moves that, it's moving, has a continuous source of sediment to move through the system to continue to create its own bars. And so we do expect that. We're going to build some habitat and maybe get credit, but the river's going to build its own habitat and maybe degrade some other habitat. And that's why I think from the assessment part, the reach scale flow habitat will be important to look at, but it's a different issue than accounting for what a party has committed to, permitted, built, and is suitable, because it will change over time.
Board member, I would just add, I mean, obviously agree with all that. One of our earlier slide talked about the 3 assessments, of which this is one. This is the accounting assessment. It's used to determine whether incremental progress is being made towards meeting those acreage-based commitments. Those other 2 assessments, which you'll be hearing about in the next session, can really speak to, I think, project performance over time, the type of response that you're actually seeing. So there's a different role for each of those. I'll also note that, your question about what, for lack of a better description, I'll call O&M needs on a project, project performance over time, it really depends on the project site. And, you're seeing everything from tidal wetlands projects to bypass floodplain projects to work being done in the tributaries. Thinking about the Yuba River, so many of our projects, the fundamental goal is just to restore ecological processes that have been lost due to these impacts of hydraulic mining. So the goal is not to, maintain a feature, it's to let those natural processes have an opportunity to function again and observe how they're changing over time and learn from them.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone, please.
Great, thank you. And I think that this, just reflecting on yesterday and today and tomorrow, it's, there's been so much work that the folks that are, incredibly smart and in the best place to know their operations and individual circumstances are putting in a huge amount of work to figure out how do we make this work, this really challenging problem, and how do we set everything up for success. And I think, at least certainly for me and the public, this is the first time that we're really being able to dig in to understand how you all have been able to put this together. And I understand this is not just an opportunity for us to really dig in and understand it, but also be able to flag things like we already have about, how can we help make it successful? What are things that are concerns that, can be incorporated, addressed as you continue to work through this? So just with that in mind, I really just have two main questions to add. I appreciate the questions that were already asked. So one of the issues in the scientific basis report, again, I really see this as the VA, the entire Healthy Landscapes, I'm not using the right word, but approach is trying to look at, is somewhat of an experiment. And we know, we heard from Defenders of Wildlife too, like habitat programs and projects are vital, they're important, they're going to be beneficial. And what we're trying, one of the issues I was understanding from the peer review feedback we got for the scientific basis report is that, if we're trying to look at population increases here across the population for these species, we can't just be prioritizing local benefits, but also population-wide. And there's a lot of, there's so many needs for habitat projects. So it's like, which one do you choose? And how do we know that the ones that were, are being prioritized and implemented in this program are the ones that are linked to where there's the important, the impacts that we'll see impacts on a population level, not just on a local level. And for those, and the sort of, they're at carrying capacity, and this will be able to make that change, right? To make this program achieve its ultimate goals, not just to have like really good benefits for all the really also needed local benefits. So I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more about that in terms of how you're prioritizing which projects are part of this.
Well, I'll speak to that first, and then maybe others will have something to add, but great question. And my brief response is I'm really looking forward to talking about that more in the science plan session. Okay. Because we do have that exact question in mind, that we do want to know what is happening on the local scale, but we also need to be tracking how those are rolling up and synergizing, hopefully, into a population level response, because that is the goal. So both things are important, and as part of the science plan, we plan to track both. So if it's okay, I'd like to also respond to your first, what you led with, is how can the board be helping, recognizing this is a really challenging process. And I want to just say I really appreciate the active engagement of the board staff so far in coming to what is needed in the strategic plan, what is needed through this process. It's been extremely helpful. And that also, I look forward to this reporting structure. So if you don't mind, if it's possible to bring up that slide, I think it's 13 that shows reporting. If not, that's okay. You can see that there's kind of a tiered structure towards that reporting. And so you can expect to see, and I think Vice Chair had some questions about this, how are we going to know what's happening? And in that accounting process that we're describing, you're going to hear report outs from on an annual basis of what's been constructed and how's that meeting the MOU. Then in a triennial synthesis report, you might hear in the interim years, how has that played out with respect to suitability? Has the gravel moved? What has been done to maintain it? And so there's going to be opportunity to be tracking this as we go along. And I think Adam was talking to that as well, but I just really wanted to emphasize that's really part of the plan. And the board's active engagement and dialogue at workshops like these, I believe that workshops are also a commitment within the MOU. This is our opportunity to be doing this together and to be tracking and holding ourselves accountable, and then really talking about how's this playing out and is it measuring up into a population level scale that we hope to see.
Yeah, and that's super helpful. I'll definitely look forward to the science plan panel. Just on this, the only thing that I think may fit here is you have to decide, it's not just tracking and assessing, you're also deciding what you're prioritizing and to move forward, right? And so is there something you're doing in the initial plan that isn't this assessment or tracking, but is more in the prioritization that can be accounted for, linked to that? And maybe...
Yeah, so that's the part of your question that I don't believe I answered, so thank you for restating it. For the prioritization, I think some of that was discussed yesterday in the integrating flow and non-flow measures, is that there were specific analyses for what are the stressors, what are the needs, what do we need in a specific system, is it spawning habitat, is it rearing habitat, and then let's line up those projects. I believe that the Department of Fish and Wildlife staff, the team that Brooke mentioned, where there's added capacity for the permitting, they're also looking at what do we really need to do to be ready to let a project go moving ahead. And they're taking a proactive approach towards that prioritization, understanding what the needs are going to be, because they're going to be diverse across these different projects that are planned that go from the delta to the headwaters. So.
Thank you, Louise. We are ready to play that role and provide input early on in the process of designing these projects and implementing them and throughout. And I feel like that's going to be very important for guiding the project development as it happens. So I just wanted to highlight that, and we have staff dedicated and ready to do that. So I think that ironically, possibly paradoxically, that additional process should help the efficiency of implementing the projects, because from the very start, we're all going to be sitting down together to evaluate them, discuss them, help them evolve in a way that's positive, and move towards that finish line.
Great. Okay. And then my last question is really maybe could be one that we come back to after the next panel. But I'll just flag certainly habitat restoration is an area where there's been really great models of tribal ecological knowledge, tribal co-management. We've heard about a couple of projects where those are ongoing or being developed with some of the agencies that are part of the VA. And I just, would love to, I don't see any of that called out at this point. And it's an area I'd really like to see some development, because I know that many of the individual agencies are doing that and want to do more of that. And so it'd be, I think, as we're in all of these steps that you laid out, understanding how are we bringing tribal partnerships and co-management models and utilizing tribal ecological knowledge.
Yeah, if it's okay, I feel like I'm jumping at each question, so I hope I'm not taking the stage too much. But that's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it. For the habitat projects, speaking for Department of Water Resources, we hold a consultation process with tribes, local tribes, for each project. And I know that Anesita Agustinez, who's with the Department of Water Resources and the Tribal Policy Office of the Tribal Policy for the department, she will be speaking tomorrow. I know she's here. But that's one of the ways that we will maintain engagement that we do already have, even for some of the early implementation projects. I've been so impressed hearing about the ways that tribes have been engaged in that consultation process, and even seeing their input reflected in the design. So that's one of the ways. Of course, we need to do more than that to engage in Indigenous knowledge. And our hope, as we'll discuss in the next panel, as part of the Science Committee, is to engage that knowledge and even incorporate it into the science plan and how we assess the suitability and biological effectiveness of these projects.
And I would just say, speaking again to the process that I described, those, I think an important part of that are the work teams and technical forums that would be established early on in project development. As I mentioned, those would be including agency staff, but also inviting participation from other members of the Science Committee. And I know the department would welcome the input provided by traditional ecological knowledge. We value that and would appreciate that contribution during the design process, project formulation, and evaluation. So.
I would just add from the back row here that I think some of this is happening on a local tier level, and we're just not hearing about this because we're talking about this really large, complex system. I can speak to the McCollum, and we do have tribal members that attend our McCollum River Technical Advisory Committee meeting and our Partnership Coordinating Committee meetings where we talk about these projects. And give field tours and ask for input from them or what they'd like to see on the project. And so we are working towards that. And I know you guys brought this up yesterday. It's a challenge because we have a number of tribal entities that have some sovereignty within our watershed. Some are very well resourced and they do participate, and some are not very well resourced. And we're still struggling with how do we engage with them without sort of burdening them with a lot of workload that maybe is not their priority, in the watershed. And so we're kind of tiptoeing around the smaller entities and the less resourced entities. But I think if you dig in at the local scale, I think some of these communications are happening. They're just not being sort of advertised.
Thank you, board member. Let's move on now to our next panel. And please do stay, and if you want, you can kind of shift over to the left, and we can now have the California Indian Water Commission come up. Good morning. Thank you so much. I know yesterday, not unlike today a bit, we were running late and ran into scheduling issues, so I really appreciate you all still being here today and being able to provide and engage in the discussion here. Thank you. Yeah. There's a button there at the base to turn on the, yeah. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ada Stevenson. I'm president of the California Indian Water Commission. And I'm beginning, there are three of us on our panel. One will be the Zoom lady. I want to start.
Can you hear me? I'm online. Yeah. I'm here. I'm sorry. I am present. Okay, just in case. Thank you.
That's the third person. I wanted to start out by saying that yesterday we heard a lot of technical information regarding the VA. But I'm just saying for the California Indian Water Commission that we are adamantly opposed on several grounds. First of all, I agree with Mr. Marston saying that, of course, this will probably end up in litigation because we feel it's an infringement on our sovereign right to have access to and to have a viable subsistence ability off the rivers. I was very happy, a step back, I'm very happy to somebody that taught to speak about the Trinity. The Trinity is a big void. I don't think it has been studied enough, but I don't think that the importance that it plays on the other rivers that follow it. I just see that the people of the North that strive off the Trinity have been left out because there's really not been a plan to include them, first of all. Second of all, I think that the tool of consultation is flawed. It has been for many years, and it does not work. It does not work for many, many agencies, and I've been acquainted with many. I've yet to see that work. It's minimal at best, just to include names on a outreach. I think the outreach program for the agencies is also flawed, and it is not successful, and it needs to be retooled. And I would be happy to give instructions how we would like to see that for more involvement in outreach. The California Indian Water Commission would love to do some education and share our points of view, not only with this board, but with all agencies, and also mainly the tribal liaisons. Tribal liaisons are usually not from our communities, therefore they don't know our immediate problems, concerns, and perhaps even resolutions to some of these things. So I believe there's always room to learn for both sides of the table. Those that are giving instructions, we can't not always live in a world that has passed us by almost. So I believe that the VA, by bringing some of these things, they're the only players in my book at this. They have created a plan and feel like it's moving without us. Many of us have not been included. I, for one, would have loved to sit down and say, where's your outreach? Where's the inclusion of tribal communities? And about these communities that are being left out, they're communities of color. They will be the most impacted. For those of us that fish is the number one source, besides acorn, that needs to be on our table year-round. That's what our culture dictates. Without access to good, clean drinking water or water that we use for subsistence, it just can't be that way. To me, to allow this VA to be passed, I think it's a violation of my civil rights as a tribal person. I think it's an infringement on my sovereignty as a tribal person and a tribal leader. I'm an elected official of my tribe, so I speak not only for my tribe, but for traditional people in general, many, many communities through Northern California. And we are all dual citizens. We are all citizens to our tribes first. And we learn the old ways, and that means subsistence. We were very passionate, and our lives depend on tribal beneficial uses. Tribal beneficial uses springs from clean drinking water. Fish need to have cool waters. Without fish, or people say when there are no fish, there's no water, and there's no water, there are no us. Everything stops, our acorn, our harvesting, our medicinal plants. Because we were left out of the formulation of the VA, we feel that our sovereign rights were not addressed, and we're not honored as a people, the first people of California. And by the exclusion of the people of the Trinity, that lies the biggest problem now. They need to have been brought in the beginning and not at the end. To me, this is just window dressing, checking the boxes, because our words, our experiences, and our citizenship as they call it citizen science, have not been included. I am not a scientist where I come and study something for 4 to 6 weeks, go back to my office and write a paper about it so I can be published. We live off the land year round, 365 days a year, unless I'm over here. Then I get lost in your elevators. And the parking is pretty bad. But I am shocked to know that I read and very friendly with Winter's doctrine, and it does say that your tribe does not have to belong on the riverside or our waterway, that you just need to have the water to live a life. What does that life look like? That means that you need a water to maintain your lifestyle and for your family and those that come after you. I think that the VA has done everything in their science to be politically heavy and technical skills but there's no morality. There's no humanity to this, and I don't care how they try to play it. I see nothing about families. I see nothing about communities. All I see is water being poured, and it seems like a plan from a privileged point of view. You don't see common everyday people there. I don't. And the fact that I have to come in here at almost the end of the project, and it sounds like we're forgotten, we're voiceless, we're invisible. We are like from the Trinity. That's how I feel. And I feel that that we need to be more mindful. And although many agencies have put the best foot forward and have tribes that are co-managers that are giving their support, but you see the difference between that and this. Those agencies went out of their way to provide outreach. Those tribal members demanded a place at that table, and they got it. We have not even been notified. I've been fighting these water wars for over 30 years, maybe 40, I don't know, I lost track. But the point is that our world, in the tribal world, when we talk about water, it gets smaller and smaller, drier and more shallow. Fish are dying off in great numbers. And I don't think that the VA plan even counters of how long that journey will be. They talk about 8 years, up to 30 years. How many generations of fish is that? How long will little water warm up and we'll have fish kills? More and more. And it impacts no one more than tribal communities. And I just want to say that if there is a VA agreement or a contract, and we're hoping not, that there should be some kind of a clause, a major clause, under threat of, what do they call that? The threat of consequence. What are the consequences? I have seen none. I have seen none. These are people who are self-monitoring themselves. Who lets a wolf in the chicken pen and let them do whatever they want for as long as they want? And where do the subsidies come from? Taxpayers? I've been paying taxes all my life, and I refuse to pay into this. Why? Because it's for the special people. The division of those that can and cannot provide water is the divide becomes greater and greater every year, every season. We are not bound by a calendar. And I heard so many mentions of the calendar, the fish runs. I live my life by a natural calendar. I know when to fish and to hunt, to go out and gather things because of the change of the seasons. And maybe that's not appropriate, but that's how I was taught. Many of the people that I pray with and worship and we celebrate, I hear none of that here. None of those things come into play. Do you realize how far those of us that need fresh, clean water for ceremony, we have to travel hours out of our way to get fresh stream water, because that's what ceremony dictates. Where will we go next? How far away must we travel to get things at once upon a time was in abundance. We came to the world in abundance, and now we're less than, fighting over a handful of water. That water's not enough for fish, therefore it's not enough for us. If this board passed tribal beneficial uses, this does not even meet their definition of water and subsistence for us. Water is life, and the California Indian Water Commission stands adamantly against this. And we will show up at every meeting, protest as much as we need to. It does not matter, because this is our life, fish is our life, and we have to give voice today for fish. We also have to give a voice to the spirit of water, who cannot speak for itself. And one day we hope to live where water and fish will have the same status as a person. And only then maybe it will get the respect and honor it deserves. I think that tribal beneficial uses, we talked a lot about it throughout the years, and it was passed. But when is it going to be enforced? Is this VA proposal enforceable? And if so, who enforces it and at what cost? 8 years is a long time. I'm thinking of the life of fish. How many generations of fish happen in 30 years? In the meantime, how many generations of young people will live a life that they do now and never know what it is to go out there in the wild, to see that piece of water being man-made, manipulated, rather than it have the peace of the journey of meandering in its natural form. We understand that water is a commodity nowadays, and it's the most expensive thing in the world. But to us, it is not a commodity. It's a living spirit. And in doing so and thinking that way, we believe that there is great prejudice in the VA, in the VA proposal. We believe that leaving out many of the big tribes, not the big tribe, but the people that can give a voice, by leaving that out, we think that is a strategic way to continue the racism and prejudice of people like the panel of the VA. It's ongoing. Racism and prejudiceness is alive and well in California, continues to grow. And many of us that place our thoughts and hopes is on lost trust. It lost trust. Many more than broken promises. The fact that we have to live in 2 or 3 worlds. And the world that is the hardest to fight is this side on the east, on the outside, because there is no honor for fish. There is no respect for water. And the VA has proved that, because unless they have a threat of consequence, who do they answer to? This is supposed to be a public water system. We're part of the public. Are we not part of the system that should have some kind of decision-making part to it? So again, on behalf of the California Water Commission, we represent not only our tribes, but many tribes and many tribal communities, but in particular, our friends and families that are traditional practitioners throughout the state of California, and this weighs heavily on them. So I speak not alone, but I give a voice to them. These are their concerns, and they too are adamant about their opposition to the VA proposal. And thank you, and I'd like to turn it over to Ruthie Maloney.
Thank you, President Stevenson.
Ayukwi. Skuyanakoi. It's good morning. My name is Ruthie Maloney, and I would like to thank the board, the vice chair, and the board members for allowing us to be here today to make some comment on this very important issue. So I am Yurok and Navajo. I come from the villages of Terep, which is on the Klamath River, and Wetchpoose, which is on the Trinity River. So I am from where they confluence. I was born and raised in Hoopa. I've seen the diversion of the Trinity River at 90% in my lifetime. I've seen what has happened to our water. It's made it my life's work. I have, just throughout my life, I work on water issues and advocating for tribal rights. I think it's very important for the State Water Resources Control Board to understand that tribal water rights is a holistic issue. You know, we are not just in one area, land, water, sea, earth, you know. So I really want to make sure that you see that we're all connected. Everything is connected. I work a lot. I'm with the North Coast Native Protectors Tribal Marine Collaborative. I'm the executive director, and I also work a lot with marine protected areas. I'm the co-chair there for Del Norte County, and I've been doing it for about 14 years. So we've been at this since the inception of marine protected areas. Water is all connected. You know, that's why I started with the water from my rivers where I'm at, but it is all connected. So I just would like the state to understand we are first inhabitants of this land, okay? Although we are completely left out of the process. We are not at the table. I don't see tribes here, and I just want you to understand that we do have tribes that are very scientifically, and the flows, the state recognizes the Yurok tribe as being an expert on our water flows and our science. The Hoopa tribe, you did hear from Mike Orchid yesterday. We were unable, I'm bummed I missed it, because I just truly love to hear what he has to say. We're from the same area. He's from my home. You know, and I'm sure he made great points on what he was talking about, but that Trinity River really is the hub of where most of California, agriculture, you know, human beings, we've been exploited up on the North Coast for a long time, and it continues. And that's why I'm here from the North Coast, from Eureka, Hoopa area, because that's the fact is that we are not even at the table here. You know, we're not even thought of, and yet you're taking our resources. You take what we have without even considering who we are. And that was one of the things I wanted to say. Who here has been without water? Because I am also half Navajo, okay? I come from the Bitterwater clan and the Edge of Water clan. And I want you to understand that that's how connected we are to our water, not our resources, because we are that water. That is our spirit. That is who we are as a people. Okay, I don't want to get all upset on this. But anyway, we have also, Native Americans have independent water rights that have never been recognized. Also, I think that you need to, people can do research. You're scientists, you know this. You know, there's a lot of science out there that tribes are doing. You're not hearing of any of it because it's not what the state is trained to look at. Because our traditional ecological knowledge is what the state terms as being, you know, trying to be included into our work. Our traditional ecological knowledge is generations of knowledge. It is not 14, 15 years of school. You know, I don't have the DR after my name, but I have a master's degree. You know, so I think you also, but my elders, my basket weavers, Susan Burdick tweet, that's where I learned the importance, you know, I've always known about water, but the basketry materials, how this connects us to all our things, our medicines, our teas, you know, everything requires clean water. So my master's degree was on to let people know why tribes need clean water. It's called Visionary Policy, the Tribal Water Stories Project. I was awarded at the Department of Water Resources Tribal Water Summit. Ada and I have been working on the Tribal Water Summit from inception again. So we've been at this for years. And so that's why I urge the state employees who are doing the research and who are doing, these reports and things that are submitted to the board, do some research, really dive into the first inhabitants and the tribes who belong here on how we have to have our culture, because again, it's going forth with cultural genocide. And that's what's happening. And when I hear all the stuff from yesterday, because I was in the audience since 11, you know, and we didn't have an opportunity to speak, but really, I would be it's a hard position you have to sit there, because when you look at our water resources and you look at what has happened to Clear Lake, what has happened to my river and our fish kill off because of water flows and because of temperature. And that's not even included in the VA. I don't understand that. Why is water temperature not even included? And honestly, if you would just, the flows and the temperatures, we wouldn't have to have these VA agreements. It seems like the VA agreements are totally for other people. It's for people with money. It's the big business. It is not for the people of California, and it's not for tribes at all. And I'm also very, very concerned that after all these times in working with, you know, OPC, CDFW, everybody's got tribal working groups. Where's your tribal working group on this? The VA doesn't even have a tribal working group, and what I understand is about 2 weeks ago, tribes got sent an email. They're starting to develop one. But why is it 90% done and tribes have not even been at the table? And this is our home. This, you know, you talked about that, how the state of California has the most tribes. We do. But why are we still left out in the conversation? You know, and I just think that it's very difficult. And I apologize. I got to pass off to Catherine Buchanan. Thank you.
Don't apologize in the least. I appreciate it. Ms. Buchanan. Oh, Ms. Buchanan, you should be invited to unmute here. Apologies, we can't hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having this meeting. And the first thing I want to direct, I'm Catherine Buchanan. I am an environmental consultant. I also work for Bear River Band, but I'm not here representing the tribe. I'm here as an environmental consultant because the one thing I do understand is water. And the lady who spoke about consultations, I'm sorry, that was very insulting what she said. I have to address that because consultation, the definition of consultation just means to have a discussion. There is nothing in the consultation process that the state of California has that says that after the consultation, after the initial discussion, that there will be actions that will be made to ensure that cooperative working relationships that are professional will be created between the agencies and the tribes and whatever other organization works with the state on water issues. There is nothing that says that. That is the reason why the consultation process fails. Because once you have had that discussion with us, they go off and they do whatever they want. That's all that it means. That's what consultation means. And that is actually how it is conducted today. It really is. The other thing I would like to address is the water budget. The water budget is inaccurate because the water losses that are not accounted for, that are caused from logging and mining, are not included in the water budget. And there's also consumptive use. Consumptive use by big ag is not accounted for in the water budget. How can a water budget, how can you have accurate, allotments of groundwater when you have no idea of how much big ag, and including Nestle and the other water bottling companies that take our groundwater, there's no accounting for how much they take. Those pumps are not metered. They can take as much as they want. Consumptive use has they have no oversight. Big ag can take as much as they want. They can pull as much groundwater as they want and not be accounted for it during the growing season. And the growing seasons are what? They vary. They're from 4 months to 6 months. And they also are at different times of the year. So there's constant stresses to the groundwater that is not being accounted for. Those are losses. How many trees are clear cut from the forest? The trees are a direct link into the groundwater. Direct link to the groundwater. There's no accounting for how many trees are taken out. There's no accounting for the change of the topography for surface mines, for roads, everything that is paved over or run over consistently with heavy equipment. The ground is so hard now that water cannot infiltrate into the aquifers. That is a water loss. Those are not being accounted for. Nestle, down in San Bernardino, I don't know why this happened. The water board allowed this to happen, but everybody in this room, I believe, is very aware that Nestle had been overdrafting the aquifer by trillions of gallons every single day, more than what their permit allowed, and they were not stopped for decades. The result of that was the trees dried out, which allowed for bark beetle infestation. The trees naturally have a chemical in their bark, in their tissues, that is an effective repellent. It does not permit the bark beetle from boring into the tree. When the trees dried out, the water was not able to carry that chemical throughout the tree, and the bark beetle was able to bore into the tree, which caused the infestation. It took 10 years to do, which is why one of the videos that I saw of the bark beetles flying around in huge thick clouds occurred. So now Nestle is up in, then after that, a huge wildfire occurred in San Bernardino. Our trees are deep rooted. That means that when they are able to survive a drought by tapping into the aquifer. When you get rid of that, of the groundwater by overpumping, the trees no longer have access to the groundwater. And people wonder why that we have these huge wildfire seasons now. It's not just from climate change. This exacerbates climate change. the constant pumping out of groundwater exacerbates climate change. And so San Bernardino caught on fire, burned out the entire forest. Now, my understanding is that Nestle is able to pump out of Shasta. And guess what they found up in Shasta? The bark beetle. So when is this going to stop? That's what I would like to know. Because as far as I'm understanding it, we've had so far 5 towns here in the state of California burn completely down, and nobody is picking up the tab for that. I know the state of California is not refurbishing these people's homes, not building them up. So the VA agreements, the voluntary agreements, like Ada said, that is the fox guarding the hen house. The voluntary agreements are geared towards big ag, big business of taking the water out. They don't have to be accountable for the amount of water that they use. So how can you accurately say that there is enough water in the aquifers to supply to everyone in the region? And there's somebody who was talking about Western science being so great, and they want to have, follow the scientific evidence, right? Okay, if Western science is so great, why there is a river that used to run in Scotts Valley, I understand, but because the groundwater is so beneath the surface of the river, there is no more river, which means no more fish. That was brought about by Western science. The other thing about Western science is that why are our forests burning down with hotter temperatures, and why has our wildfire season increased greatly to be almost year-round? Again, brought upon by Western science.
Thank you.
And this is my last point. This is our second no salmon season. This is brought about by Western conventional university grade science. If Western science is so much better than traditional ecological knowledge that has been here for generations, why are we experiencing these things? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buchanan. President Stevenson, Ms. Maloney, Ms. Buchanan, just want to acknowledge we are all here, I know, grappling with just histories that make it very hard to have trust with government and to have these discussions. And so I just appreciate the frustration and here just want to note that yesterday, Mr. Orcutt, on the Trinity at least, I want to focus quickly. This project is focused on the Bay Delta watershed, and the Trinity is outside of that watershed. But we acknowledge that there can be redirected impacts if, whether it's the voluntary agreements or even the board's own proposals, when it comes to water that's moved out of the Trinity, then into the Bay Delta. And, what I said yesterday after Mr. Orcutt's great comments was my concern and a desire as we develop a program of implementation for the Bay Delta plan, that we make sure we don't have redirected impacts to the Trinity. And knowing that there are real issues down at the Trinity that do need to be unpacked, but we won't necessarily be able to address those within this proceeding. Similarly, tribal beneficial uses as well are being incorporated into the Bay Delta plan. They're part of the proposal that the staff have put forward to strengthen that needed and acknowledged connection between tribal subsistence and to your good point, ultimately, these beneficial uses were the first beneficial uses, and it's a stain on us that it's taken this long to really develop the definitions, let alone proceed on designation of those beneficial uses. We're committed to, as a board, we've articulated, it's part of our strategic plan for this year to ensure that we articulate, one, where the work all is going on at the regional boards for tribal beneficial uses. As I understand right now, the Lahontan region is in the process of designating Mono with those beneficial uses. We'll be the first to really do it. We're years out from it, but it'll be a moment to really have lessons learned to make sure we're connecting with tribal communities up and down the state with our regional boards as to what are the expectations and timelines for tribal beneficial uses. So we're doing our part to try to make sure it's part of the discussion here in the Bay Delta Plan. And outside of this, we have opportunities to make sure we advance it. Additionally, just, on a personal note, I'm very honored to have been able to work with tribes early on in my career and here continuing. As I started as an intern in Senator Boxer, and quickly the tribal portfolio was one of my first issue areas. So hearing Mr. Orcutt's voice yesterday was nice. I appreciate both the challenges around tribal Indian water rights and the opportunity, because it is a way that we can be reconciling. And I think that's what comes to my mind so often is we're in the middle of reconciling what is a broken system, both at the physical landscape level and at the human level as well. And so being able, though, to have worked on the Pechanga Indian Water Rights Settlement, working with the San Luis Rey Band on their Indian Water Rights Settlement, I bring to the board a deep understanding of those issues and commit myself here and the board to continuing to do better. And we only have control over our processes here. We continue to hear the theme of displeasure, certainly with the way that the VAs were developed. We're trying to give it all a fair assessment here before us, but know that I continue to commit myself to making sure that we bridge this relationship, because it is painful. It is hard for you all to come here to have to reshare what is circumstances that I have a lot of respect for. And so just thank you. Thank you for being here, for continuing to provide us with your knowledge, your expertise and leadership, and know that we haven't done 100% here. We aren't fully living up to the relationships that we need to be building, and we'll continue to make sure we build them here.
Thank you. And let us help you build that.
100%. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Appreciate you as well, and look forward to what is going to be further discussion. Importantly here, the board isn't at a decision-making space for another year. And so, we have a lot of process still before us and opportunity to make sure we do right by this. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Buchanan. And again, President Stevenson and Ms. Maloney. Let's go to then hear our final panel, and then we'll take a break, and would like to call up Ashley Overhouse with Defenders of Wildlife. Thank you again. Good to see you. Putting in triple, quadruple time for us here. Thank you.
Of course, it's my pleasure. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo. Morning, or still morning, right? Board members and staff, thanks again for having me. And thank you for this panel. This really helped clear up some confusion for me on this issue of accounting procedures for non-flow measures. I also really appreciated the robust discussion yesterday from the board and staff on the underlying issues and confusion I also had with the flow accounting measures. So I know that is connected to this, as will the science panel later. So thank you. So again, I'm Ashley Overhouse. I'm the Water Policy Advisor with Defenders of Wildlife. And I wanted to caveat, so if we could go back just one slide. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. That these slides were based off of my early impressions and quick review of the materials. And so based on the clarification from both this panel, I would like to just refine my concerns and really try to frame some of these slides as questions. And even if I can't get answers here today from our esteemed panelists, I'm more than happy to put my scribbles that I've written down into writing and then send those if that's helpful, so that we can all get clarification. So on this summary slide, I just outlined some brief concerns that I had, and I'll have questions, and maybe we can help clarify some of them. So overall, the VAs propose to construct around 22,000 acres of new spawning and stream rearing and floodplain habitat, and an additional 5,000 acres around there of tidal wetlands and floodplain habitat in the Delta, according to the draft staff report. And the draft staff report rightly points out that this represents a very small increase in available habitat compared to the status quo. So I specifically cite figure 9.6-1 on pages 74 to 75 in Chapter 9. And we were really grateful for that and mentioned that in our comments on the draft staff report. I acknowledge and I'm really grateful that these projects are happening. They are good and they are needed. I think that our fundamental concern is that this habitat just doesn't make up for the gross lack of flow. I don't need to repeat some of the concerns that I already made yesterday on that point. Next slide, please. I think the first issue that I wanted to talk about was potential double counting of non-flow measures, or specifically habitat restoration, with regards to the early implementation projects. So a little bit different than how the VA panel was referring to double counting. I'm talking about just regulatory double counting, or how these different projects will be going forward under different programs. Next slide, please. So many of these non-flow measures, and rightly so, will hopefully happen under a variety of other different plans and programs. And so I'm hoping that, if possible, if the VA proponents would be able to make a complete list of all the different programs that they're continuing that work under, of where these habitat restoration projects could potentially be classified underneath. We talked about the synergy of different regulatory requirements yesterday briefly, and we heard that a little bit. But a complete list would be helpful for especially organizations like Defenders of Wildlife, because we like to track the importance of these habitat restoration projects, and we do want to make sure that they are moving forward. And so a complete list of these programs, they are referenced on page 56 a little bit of Appendix G1, or the draft strategic plan. So those that are mentioned here on the slide are the NMFS's recovery plan for the Sacramento River, California Natural Resources Agency's Sacramento Valley Salmon Resiliency Strategy, and the Sacramento Valley Salmon Recovery Program. Those are all projects of, or programs that have collaborative, been established, some in 2014 and then others in 2017. Other programs that these projects could be completed under, of course, are the Central Valley Project Improvement Act Habitat Restoration Program, the 2020 Central Valley Joint Venture Implementation Plan, DWR's Tidal Wetlands Enhancement Program, and or the Delta Stewardship Council's Delta Plan. And I know that that was not a robust list, but I am acknowledging all the great work, frankly, that a lot of these VA proponents, especially the agencies, have already established in various different programs and plans. And so really understanding and having a complete list of how those all tie in here would be really helpful. To be more specific to my first point, that this is a very small but needed increase in available habitat compared to the status quo, I want to reference that the 2020 Central Valley Joint Venture Implementation Plan calls for an additional 500,337 acres of habitat area, and 332 acres of that being specifically riparian habitat, which is about 6,000 acres more than the VA alternative is calling for here, even in the wettest years. So I understand those are big numbers. This is a really challenging task, but I just wanted to contextualize that with the need that some of our additional plans in our state have already outlined, especially for a resilient future. Next slide, please. So some of the board staff already asked some of our questions, and so did board members, about some of the inconsistencies that I found here in reviewing the various different documents. So between the scientific basis report supplement versus the draft strategic plan, section 3, versus the new material that was submitted, Appendix F of the non-flow measure accounting, I just had some, frankly, some questions if VA proponents would be willing to give some clarification. So the first is that I wanted to thank the board staff for the question about the consistency of how we can ensure that different habitat is occurring different water year types. And I appreciated the answer. I think that defenders would just be looking for even more detail, if possible, about those assurances, because I also don't have a PhD next to my name, but I did find some of the additional detail, especially in Appendix F, the non-flow measure accounting, to be confusing as to how that actually corresponds with the design criteria that's elaborated in Table 27 of the draft strategic plan. And And then I also wanted to ask more specifically if there was now a different definition of habitat cover. So I know that seems like pretty nuanced, but this is again just because I'm here and able to speak. If they would be willing to just answer if cobble is now included as cover in the definition based on how they reference and define it in Appendix F versus the draft strategic plan. That really does make a difference, for how we're looking at suitability and effectiveness of this habitat. And then the definition of other habitat enhancements. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, for that question earlier about whether this was just talking about accounting for habitat restoration. Some of the actions I would love to know more about how that is going to be accounted here, or if those are included in this accounting protocol. Include, weirs, fish passage improvements, some of those other enhancements to habitat, if those are all inclusive under the definition here of habitat restoration, or even clarifying whether those are all captured here in non-flow accounting. And specifically, I also wanted to ask, page 46 of the draft strategic plan has a table 26, so not 27 as referenced earlier, but it's a system-wide summary of VA non-flow measures. And yesterday we heard that 871 acres total have been done under the early implementation non-flow measures, so 247 acres from 2022 to 2023, and then 130 acres expected for 2024, which is really exciting. In table 26, it totals the number of acres being done for the total period of time for early implementation, so 2018 to 2024, was 4,769. So I just wanted to know where those thousands of other acres, were those already done, from 2018 onwards to 2022, and if they were, if that could be spelled out somewhere clearly by VA proponents, that would be really helpful. Next slide, please. So this brings me to my final point, that page 45 of the draft strategic plan mentions, of course, that all planned projects are subject to the availability of funding at the time of implementation and to the granting of required permits, which is absolutely reasonable to expect. I think the concern that I heard, especially thank you, Board Member McGuire, for asking this, of what are the backstops or assurances if these projects don't happen in the 8-year term. So that was one of my questions associated with this slide. I also would like to reiterate a question asked yesterday, which is if they have a specific timing for when we could see Exhibit E, which is the final funding agreement. I think that that would really help with assurances for funding, and to would hopefully answer my more specific detailed questions of committing $2.5 billion to this process. How much of that is the appropriated state funds? Will any of that be impacted by the freeze that we are now potentially being threatened with at the state level? And if they have any plans with how to deal with that? And then does that include, under that $2.5 billion, the $80 million they're relying on from the CBPIA Restoration Fund, which is already overtaxed and not adequately funded, which is something I understand they can't fix themselves, but it is just something that could be accounted for when we're looking at that larger piece for making sure that these projects are funded and move forward. So I think that that really brings me to my last point, which is I want to again thank the board for this opportunity. It really allowed us an early opportunity to look at some of this information in more detail and hear clarification and questions from frankly really esteemed agency partners and scientists. And I look forward to learning more, and I want to make sure that you know that we will plan on following up with written comments on this as it incorporates into the program of implementation.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Overhouse. Any responses here from panelists? This is a good opportunity for some of this back and forth, and to the extent you feel comfortable responding to some of those questions, I would welcome it, and thank you.
Well, thanks for the opportunity, and thank you for the questions. These are all really good clarifications to make. I am going to say that, though, I don't feel comfortable right now talking to all the numbers questions that you raised. So I'd like to have a pathway through board staff to respond to those questions, if that's okay, at a later time.
Yeah.
I can, you mentioned cobble as an appropriate cover, and yes, that's included in Table 28. So that is being considered right now as part of the design criteria for cover.
Thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues. Question, comment, Vice Chair.
Ms. Overhouse, I just really want to thank you for being so constructive throughout this work, this series of workshops. Your questions are good, and I appreciate that you're committed to following up on those questions, and just want to thank you for being so constructive. I appreciate it.
You're here. Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone.
Agreed. And maybe there's so many great questions there. And I appreciate you can't, there needs to be more engagement for responses. I'm wondering if just a few that I jotted down that you might have easy answers to. And if not, that's fine. But so we've talked about flow accounting and non-flow measures. The question on weirs or fish passage, where is that looked at? If it's not in the non-flow measures, can you just help point us to where that is accounted?
Regarding fish passage, there are hypotheses and predictions and metrics within the draft science plan.
Okay, so that's sort of the area. Okay, great. And then and then the question on the funding plan timing, do we have any sense of that? I assume you can't speak to that at this point.
I can't speak to that at this point, okay. So we'll have to follow up.
Okay, and I guess I'll just second the, because I also had this question on, well, maybe, to what extent are the habitat projects that are being included here already required by or would be otherwise required by other regulatory programs. So that is a different way of double counting, right? I think that was a helpful clarification or additional definition or classification of concerns. So being able to understand to the extent that that is envisioned as counting both here and for other regulatory programs. And then also, for all of those areas, if that's not the case, there's so many plans. And I also am really, I would love a map, right, that just puts it all together and also helps with that connection to all the plans that are out there, because the ones she mentioned are ones on my mind too, of just how does this fit into all these strategies and work that's being developed, so that any help you all can do there, I think, is really helpful. And then I guess just before we're done with this overall topic, I just thought I'd mention, of the many things from the last panel, I just wanted to call out one thing that we didn't get to yesterday, but would like to get more information on, and I'm not sure that it'll come up in the other panels, but was brought up by the last panel, was around groundwater pumping and kind of the interconnected, groundwater connected ecosystems or groundwater dependent ecosystems. And, especially if we're looking at groundwater substitutions. I know that the VA, presentation mentioned and acknowledged that we need to make sure we're controlling for that, but would love to understand more about the accounting when we're talking about that. So that's really more for yesterday's panel, but wanted to respond because we didn't get to hear that panel on that topic yesterday, and it's the same folks. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Much appreciated. I don't know if there was any response to anything further board member Firestone asked for this panel, but it may all be for later clarification. Okay, not seeing any responses. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a break and have a 10-minute break. We'll come back. We'll go into session 4, which will be on the science plan. I'm going to plan to take our lunch a little late at about 12:45, which should get us back on track here and able to start receiving public comment at 1:30 then after that lunch. So just for everyone's planning purposes. So let's go ahead and come back here at 11:25 and we'll continue on. Thank you everyone for a productive session. Thank you. Thank you. All right, everyone. I know we had an extra 5 minutes there. Appreciate everyone's time. Let's move ourselves on to our fourth session here, which is on the science plan. And I believe our panelists may still be in the lobby out. And so we may need to get them back. We'll wait a moment here more, and we'll call folks out from the foyer here. Thanks. Appreciate everyone's patience. Welcome back. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the extended break. And now, as I said, we're ready to get into session 4, which is on the science plan. And so, kick it over to folks. Thank you. Good to see you again,
begin.
Dr. Conrad.
Thank you very much. So let's see. Good morning still. Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. Really a pleasure to be here. We are excited to share our progress towards development of a draft science plan and our continuing work to form a science program for healthy rivers and landscapes. So I'm going to start just by introducing the panel that you have here. You remember me from the last session. I serve as lead scientist for Department of Water Resources, and my name is Louise Conrad. And here with me is, to my left, Pascal Gertler, who is an environmental program manager for healthy rivers and landscapes at Department of Water Resources. And then Brad Cavallo, he is vice president and principal scientist at Kramer Fish Sciences. And then we have Bryson Swart, who is environmental program manager for healthy rivers and landscapes at Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I want to also say Michelle Workman, manager of fisheries and wildlife at East Bay Municipal Utility District. And thank you, Josh Israel, Dr. Josh Israel, for joining us and is available for question and answers as it regards Central Valley Project science activities. Okay, so next slide. So want to just tell you how we decided to divide this hour. We're going to start with an introduction to comprehensive science program and the science committee. We're going to spend the bulk of our time working to address the question of how the science program would support adaptive management and future decision making. Then we would like to address then how the science program supports efficiency and collaboration, which are key principles for us. Then following that, addressing timeliness and transparency. And then Michelle is going to lead us to a close with some remarks on our commitment to a rigorous program to support adaptive management. I want to make one quick comment about document availability, as that came up earlier. On the previous presentation, James Newcomb put up a slide that had a link towards the California Natural Resources Agency's page for the voluntary agreements, and all of the documents have been through accessibility and that have been provided to the board are on that page. So, and then with this respect to the draft science plan, it is draft, and we are working to incorporate input as we go through various outreach engagement processes and through this public process. So we'd really like to have that time to incorporate that input while also minding the needs, the timeline needs for the board for this very important process. Okay, so next slide, please. So I'm going to start with just some overarching purpose statements for the science program. And you can advance this slide so we can see the term sheet language as well. Here I brought forward some of the original language from the term sheet from section 10 and appendix 4, where I think this is really critical and some of the things we really poured over in taking the charge seriously that was before us for the science program. So in a nutshell, the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Program will provide monitoring, research, tracking, and reporting on flow and habitat measures. It is overseen by a science committee that provides cohesion, transparency, and evidence-based recommendations to the Governance Committee for Adaptive Management. And again, that comes from the term sheet. And then in Appendix 4, there's a nod, a very important nod to the key role of monitoring being robust and providing the scientific rationale for continuing the voluntary agreement program beyond year 8, should that be considered. And that it's really important that this monitoring approach not be rote monitoring, but really hypothesis-driven. Next slide. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Bryson to discuss the Science Committee.
Thank you, Louise, and good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Bryson Swart. I'm a environmental program manager with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So I'd like just to start off with talking about the Science Committee representation. So it's the same party representation as the System-Wide Governance Committee, and yesterday we got an overview of the System-Wide Governance Committee. And so essentially this is all the sort of signatory parties to the VA, or to the Healthy River and Landscape Program. But we also wanted to point out we are certainly open to participation of non-signatory entities. So this could be California Native tribes, this could be environmental NGOs, or any other folks with expertise and knowledge of a tributary system or a delta region. And also wanted to point out that as described in the cover memo provided to the board in advance of this workshop, we're working on a charter for the Science Committee as well too. And this charter describes the following 7 guiding participation principles for the science program, and this is going to guide how we organize the presentation today. So if you could please advance. Okay. So you'll see here we've got the 7 participation principles. So we have use of best available science, a forward-looking approach to advanced learning, as well as a safe-to-fail approach. And so just want to reiterate that it's clear our intent is not to fail, but that we're working to advance our management toolbox and learn from what we do so we can improve our management approaches. Following up, efficiency, another principle, collaboration, timeliness, and then transparency and communication. Can you please advance? There we go. So the first 3 principles relate to adaptive management, and so Louise is going to speak to that next. Brad will talk about how the science program will support efficiency and collaboration, and next. And then I'll speak to how the program will achieve timeliness and transparency, and then we'll follow it up with Michelle Workman from East Bay Mud for conclusion. Next, please. All right, so before we get into talking about adaptive management section, I just want to take a minute to talk about the commitment to best available science, just because it's so fundamental to this program and its credibility. So the science program's definition of best available science will be defined in the charter, and we'll look to the science to use the founding principles of relevance, inclusiveness, objectivity, transparency, and peer review. We want to acknowledge that best available science may change over time. It's not static. And as we learn, the best available science will be updated. In addition, there's multiple forms of best available science. This includes peer review articles, other technical reports, and other knowledge sources. It may come in the form of indigenous knowledge, expert opinion, or place-based knowledge. We want to acknowledge that the science program does not have indigenous knowledge reflected yet in its science committee or plan, but our program is seeking this inclusion and beginning that sort of outreach. We believe this is essential for the comprehensive science program, and we'll hear more about these efforts tomorrow at the governance and participation session. And then as far as application of best available science, we plan to apply it to habitat design, implementation of the flow and non-flow measures, to our assessments, as well as to our reports. And with these reports, we will be expecting various recommendations as well too. The Science Committee plans to ensure milestone documents, such as the Ecological Outcomes Report, to be expected before year 7, that will receive independent peer review. And finally, we'll discuss later, we'll adopt best practices for data management and publication. And thank you. So and I'll return it back to Louise to dive into our next session.
Thank you, Bryson. So this question, how will the science program support adaptive management, is admittedly quite broad. So we divided this into several different sections within this question. And we're going to start with this tiered hypothesis structure that's framed within 3 big questions that are articulated in the draft science plan. And we'd like to continue where we left off from the last session on assessing non-flow habitat measures. So focusing on what suitability and utilization assessments look like. And we'd like to look at how we would assess tributary pulse flow assessments and the juvenile salmon response. Then we're going to have a whole section on delta monitoring and research, and we'll conclude this on how this culminates in informing decisions and improving decision-making tools with models. Next slide. Okay, so I want to really emphasize the seriousness with which we know that having questions, clear questions and hypotheses is where adaptive management starts. And I'm bringing forward here a few quotes from peer review of the draft scientific basis report. So this first one is from Dr. Stephen Katz, the formal peer review of the draft scientific basis report that appreciates the safe to fail experimental approach and opportunity for learning. And then alongside that, the abbreviated review that came from the Delta Independent Science Board cautioned, yes, it's great you're learning, but you really need to have your fundamental questions and your hypotheses clearly stated. And we agree. This is essential and a very important starting place. So next slide. So we started with big questions, and I'm going to read these because I do think they are really important to have at the surface of our minds as we move through the rest of the presentation. So the big question number 1, will implementation of individual flow and non-flow measures have the intended physical and biological effects at the site scale? And if not, why not? And number 2, will the combination of flow and non-flow measures within a tributary result in improved tributary level outcomes for native fish? For example, the juvenile life stage of Chinook salmon within a given tributary. And then thirdly, will changes in fish outcomes at the tributary scale result in improved population level outcomes? That implication is more at the system scale in support of the State Water Board's narrative objectives. So with these in mind, let's go to the next slide. And this is how you'll note that those questions really progress from the local site scale to the system scale. And that's how we approached the construction and organization of hypotheses. And this is a schematic from the draft science plan. You'll see on the left, we begin with habitat measures. And here we're not considering explicitly the provision of flow, but inundated habitat and what it does for fisheries. So this, because there are a number of different habitat actions that are proposed as part of the program, is the one that has the most hypotheses with 25 and moves from spawning habitat restoration to tidal wetland restoration in the Delta. And then in this second tier, this is where we begin to look at, well, what would be the responses to flow actions and on the tributary and in the Delta? And then in addition, how would the aggregate of flow and habitat measures, what would we expect to see within the fisheries populations as a response? And then finally, at that system scale, looking at the population level outcomes, this is where we'd start tracking what's happening with the adult population. And these are, again, I think we've said yesterday, this is going to be the hardest one and the one where we have the least time with respect to relative to the life cycle of the fish here. So it's really important to be tracking. But in the meantime, we can be tracking many other measures at those first 2 tiers that can give us indicators of how the system is responding to the actions. I want to emphasize that this is a guiding framework for individual systems and projects. The draft science plan does not try to provide individuals' customized science plans for any individual project or tributary. The expectation is that these systems and projects will come forward with their own science plans that are framed within and responsive to the hypotheses that are stated in the science plan. And then the science committee has an important role of coordinating those science plans, ensuring that there's consistency in data collection and in data reporting, and that's consistent with the transparency principles that Bryson talked about. So each hypothesis in the science plan has specific metrics for evaluation. Again, that's really important for adaptive management. Without knowing what you plan to measure, then you're kind of lost in responding to the questions. You also need to have bases for comparison. What is your measuring stick? And that's different depending on the hypothesis. So for each of these 47 different hypotheses that are in the science plan, there are clear metrics and basis for comparison, as well as covariates that are necessary for robust analysis. At this point, I do want to move on, but sitting through yesterday's proceedings, wanted to take this time to address harmful algal blooms and speak to that momentarily. We did not prepare a slide on that. That is not meant to be dismissive of the importance of that issue, which is very important both ecologically and for our society, particularly in the Delta. But the reason we chose to focus on the fisheries outcomes and questions as they relate to narrative objectives in this presentation. But I want to note that in the draft science plan, harmful algal blooms do have relevant hypotheses in that second tier. And that's because the most relevant action within the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal is the increased outflow in the spring in the Delta, and whether there would be a change in the prevalence or frequency of harmful algal blooms. The hypothesis states that we do not expect there to be a relationship. And that's because the science so far that we are aware of has shown that even for really extreme years, like 2017 and even 2023, there's now documentation that harmful algal blooms will still persist. The organisms are still there, and there's a lot of science that is actively being worked on to understand the interacting factors of flow. It's not to say that flow isn't a factor. It is one of the factors, but it's interacting with water temperature, nutrients, and even the overwintering seed stock that we're understanding now lives in the sediment. And we really appreciate, want to note that the State Water Board is actively investing in research, and we are partnering on getting to understand this better. And as this is a draft science plan, we look forward to advancing the relevant and contemporary uncertainties that we have and evaluating those as part of the program. I want to acknowledge that the monitoring infrastructure stands to expand for harmful algal blooms, and there is even a draft monitoring strategy that we are supporting, drafted by the Delta Science Program. So thank you for that note. It was a sidestep from the slides, but I did want to take a moment on that.
Can I ask
Thank you for that. I think Vice Chair and then Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. And I apologize for interrupting, but yesterday, I believe it was Mr. Nelson that raised the concern about lack of biological goals. And so since you're talking about this in the context of these 45 questions, and that each one embedded within it has metrics, could you respond to, or as you go through, talk about how whether the science program, the intention is to address the issue of targets through the science program, or perhaps there's another construct for that, but just keeping in mind the criticism that was raised yesterday.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I'd actually refer back to yesterday's presentation on integrating flow and non-flow measures, and what was presented was that the expectation is that we are going to be providing habitat to the tune of providing 25% of what is needed based on the modeling construct in the scientific basis report for reaching the doubling goal, 25%. So that's what I would look to as an overall target in the 8-year program that's proposed. What we're looking for is to accomplish provision of that habitat, and then the metrics in the science plan really give tools and a way to measure that. So that would be my response there, is that a metric is not the same as a target, one. So the target is kind of what I just talked about, is that 25% goal, and having the habitat in place to put us on that track. But the metrics are really important so that we have a consistent way to approach each of these hypotheses and what is a relevant metric. And we'd be looking for the change as it's predicted in the science plan.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, and I probably have some more questions later on that. So, but just before you move off from HABs, I think, I also feel like it'd be nice to figure out how we can have more robust discussion, especially with, the environmental justice groups and tribes that are like very focused. This is obviously a very high priority for them, and I know you've been engaging and leading a lot of efforts outside of this as well. So I just want to make sure I understood what you said, which is, what I understood you say is that there is a hypothesis relevant to HABs that would be included in the science program.
Yes, and it is in the draft plan that's available now.
And that would have then metrics for evaluation, a basis for comparison, covariates necessary for robust analysis. That's
included.
Okay, and then what I heard you say is maybe the, can you speak more to the monitoring? Obviously, there's an effort to have we need more comprehensive monitoring and more comprehensive science program in general around HABs throughout the state, particularly in the Delta. As you said, we're investing in science now, but I'm still a little confused on if the monitoring, we're developing a monitoring plan more with this broader group outside of the VA, the VA effort. Will the VA efforts through their science plan be contributing or playing a role in participating in that, whether it's monetarily or actually doing some of the monitoring that is part of that overall monitoring plan that fits into the hypothesis? Or can you just speak a little bit more to how those interconnect?
Yeah, so I think this is a great question. And I'd say generally, yes, we're committed to evaluation of these hypotheses. And what that exactly looks like, honestly, it is going to involve partnership. And I think that even the draft plan really talks about how the importance of really it being a collective effort. There's also acknowledgement that the funding is needed. And this is something that we'll be considering as one of the roles of the science committee, is to make funding recommendations to the governance committee. So we are not a deciding body. The science committee is not. It is crafted as a recommending body. So we would be making recommendations about how to best leverage our science investment. And so that'll be linked to the funding plan. And then there'll be a communication pathway between science committee and governance committee. And we'd be looking at what the best value add is, I guess, when it comes to harmful algal blooms. I think that is there an aspect where it's contributing to a piece of the monitoring that's envisioned, or is it a special study that really should be occurring given certain conditions? Both might really add a lot of value, and that's going to be a dynamic conversation.
Yeah, okay, because I think overall, with the HABs example is a good one for me, one I'm very focused on, but this is probably true for many of these, is understanding, having a little more clarity on where there's new monitoring that's going to be conducted as part of this science program, and then how that is integrated into or leveraging, these system-wide, broader, more comprehensive, coordinated monitoring efforts. And maybe you'll get into that outside of the HABs context, but certainly in the HABs context, it seems like that's one of the things that's been missing is that there have just been these individual efforts and we haven't had this collaborative effort. So now we're developing a big comprehensive plan. But if this program is going to be like kind of on the side in parallel, it seems like it also needs to be more directly contributing and fitting in. And I think that's the intent, but it'd be helpful to, whether it's HABs or these other issues, is understand, what does it mean to sort of leverage or fit in and integrate better than we have collectively as, all of our agencies to have a more integrated monitoring.
Yeah, I think a lot of this culminates in the synthesis task. And I think Brad is going to have some comments about the efficiency and leveraging partnerships so that it isn't a satellite program on the side. That is not where we want to go. We want to be integrated. We want to be leveraging the data platforms that are already available and enhancing them, and getting to a point where we can more rapidly synthesize and access data to address these questions. That is one of the major goals for the Science Committee moving forward, that we need to be able to do this a lot faster. And that's going to rely on open data platforms and skill sets that can tap into that. So there's a lot of great work that's already going, and we see our work as adding to it, but not separately from it.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Appreciate the questions, board member. It's been an incredible priority of mine as well when it comes to our data systems and our decision making, and the foundation of it all being this work, and a concern. Yes, this could be siloed out there because there are discussions I know going on, whether it's the IEP or other forums. The Delta Stewardship Council has a lot of work going on as well, and better synthesizing that across both the federal and the state and local work is going to be really critical if we're going to keep, doing well. So I appreciate the nod that the desire here is to be integrative of all those other efforts. I think as we see, whether it's the regulatory work and requirements there or otherwise, just a real need to collapse all of that better into a better decision-making space for all of us. So really appreciate that, board member, and appreciate the nod to that, Dr. Conrad.
Well, thank you for the questions. So we'll go back to the slides, and we're going to go now into suitability and biological effectiveness assessments. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is a repeat from the last presentation, just pointing to, we talked about accounting as one of the assessments and the initial one for habitat measures. And then here, we'd like to discuss suitability and then utilization. So next slide. Okay, I did not do this with all the hypotheses we plan to speak to, but in this one I did bring forward some of the language from the draft science plan. So a reminder that with the suitability assessment, what we are aiming to do is assess whether water quality conditions are suitable. There are other hypotheses that regard food support for juvenile salmon with respect to habitat measures. So the hypothesis here suggests that and predicts that fish would be using this space, and here is where covariates really become important for the suitability assessment. And the draft science plan identifies water temperature, dissolved oxygen, and flow for this tributary floodplain habitat for juvenile Chinook rearing, using the same example as from the last session on the McCullamy, which is a floodplain project. And I just like to note that this would be compared with nearby reference sites, and the McCullamy team has gauges situated in the project and outside of it in order to measure water temperature and dissolved oxygen across observed flows and seasons. So not at a single point in time or at certain conditions, but across conditions. And that these are planned for measurement through the length of the program. As I mentioned, food web support is another aspect of suitability that's discussed in the science plan, and the team doesn't have that sampling framework right now, but plans to add it as an addition in the future. Next slide. So for utilization and biological effectiveness assessment, I'll go through this quickly because this was referenced in the last one. But here, same hypothesis, but here we're now focused on the metrics, our juvenile salmon densities within the project location. And how do those compare to nearby non-project locations? If this is providing really quality habitat, we'd expect the densities to be increased in this area where there could also be increased food supply. And the McCullum system and team already has a seining and backpack electroshocking monitoring program. As you saw in the previous one, they've already been doing these assessments and plan to be building out this sampling program to include both the invertebrates and more refined information on fish densities. And I want to note that the science plan also calls out that these, for example, these tributary habitat areas might also be inhabited by native non-salmonid fishes. And these sampling programs are an opportunity to track that, as well as addressing questions on growth rate. All of these are expected biological effectiveness metrics, growth rate, and other native fishes. And also calls out that especially for a tributary floodplain project where there is drainage, that we would not expect to see stranding rates that are significant at the population level. So that's all in the science plan. So we can move to the next slide, and we're going to advance to the second tier of hypotheses, which regard flow. And as you are aware, there are, within that flexibility bracket, there are flow measures proposed as part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. And here is where we detail the expected response of juvenile salmon to those pulse flows. And we predict that the outmigration rate would increase, so fish would speed up, this pulse flow would cue their outmigration behavior, and that their survival to the tributary mouth would be increased compared to when a pulse flow isn't being applied. This is based on research. This is just one paper of several that I highlighted here on this slide that juvenile salmon respond to these managed flows. And as the research and science has been progressing, there's been an exciting development of a platform for tracking these tagged fish. And this is called the Central Valley Acoustic Tagging Project. And it is a web-based platform where you can track experimental groups of fish as they move through the system. This work began with the Interagency Telemetry Advisory Group in 2017, which is an example of really excellent multi-agency collaboration to stand up system-wide telemetry receivers that can synergistically be used for multiple experimental groups and then provide an open data platform. So this figure that's on this slide is one that I was able to very quickly produce and find by going to the data platform and looking at 2023 receiver locations. You can see they go up to the upper Sacramento River watershed. And then you can even look at real-time detections, reach-specific survival calculated on the data platform, as well as detection statistics, so probability of even detecting the fish that are tagged. So next slide, please. So this is work that's actively occurring now, even as we speak. So there are Sacramento River, Upper Sacramento is applying pulse flows. And last month, the interagency technical team that's responsible for planning this considered various different pulse flow scenarios and was able to coordinate that with predicted outcomes for juvenile outmigration, as well as cold water pool management for later in the season. So trying to take in the different trade-offs with applying these pulse flows, making a study plan, and then by early April had finalized that plan, which resulted in a plan for 3 pulse flow measures that increased the releases from Shasta Reservoir by 35% during their applications. And now fish were released as before those pulse flows and then during, and are going to be reported out on that web-based platform that I already talked about, and then later in reports later in the year. So this is an example of the practice that is already in place and really could be expanded to learn about these response to pulse flows across the participating tributaries. So it's exciting to see that we already have this opportunity in place and the opportunity to expand. So with that, I'm going to now turn the floor to Pascal so that she can talk about life history diversity.
And good morning. Next slide, please. So diversity is a mechanism for resilience that has been a critical issue in fisheries management, and studies suggest that some aspects of diversity are dependent upon a maintenance of habitats. Therefore, the application of this concept has become increasingly important. The draft science plan predicts that we will increase diversity in juvenile salmon as a result.
Apologies, you might need to be a little closer to your mic.
I was trying not to breathe into it.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay. So the draft science plan, can you hear me now? Lower? The draft science plan predicts that we will see increased diversity in juvenile salmon as a result of providing greater habitat diversity in stream and on floodplains. And this will be expressed as greater variability in the size and time in which juvenile salmon leave their home tributaries. Previous research on the Yolo bypass has shown this increased opportunity in access and rearing to the bypass results in more variable lengths. In this example shown on the slide, we related time-specific size distributions of juvenile salmon to the environmental conditions on the Yolo bypass using 15 years of data. We found that duration of floodplain inundation and the variability in water temperature were two of the most important variables associated with this expression of diversity. Therefore, the enhancement of river floodplain tidal slough complexes and inundation regimes may support resilience of Central Valley Chinook. This type of study can be expanded to the scale of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program and their actions. The tributaries that are part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program already have body size measurements built into their sampling program, so we know it's possible to collect and then synthesize this information. And this picture here is an example of that. It's a field team getting body length measurements on the Yuba River. Next slide, please. I'd now like to transition us to the Delta monitoring and research. As you may be aware, the Delta is a hub for both water temperature, water management, and intensive science and monitoring. It won't be possible to cover all of the existing work that might be leveraged and built upon in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program in this presentation, so we'd like to focus on several aspects that are particularly relevant to the science plan. The existing monitoring network in the Delta, how tidal wetland monitoring and research can be used to understand local scale impacts of tidal wetland restoration proposed as part of the agreements, understanding longfin smelt response to spring outflow, and juvenile salmon survival through the Delta. Given the discussion yesterday, I also want to note that there are many topics regarding the Delta in the draft science plan, and 8 different hypotheses, which I won't be touching on today, including the one about HABs that Louise mentioned in the previous slide. Next slide, please. Okay. As context for those topics, we want to note the extensive and longstanding monitoring network in the Delta, shown here in a figure from the draft science plan. This monitoring network is coordinated through the Interagency Ecological Program, or IEP, and includes multiple surveys, some of which have been in place for multiple decades. I'd also like to note that these surveys were leveraged in the draft scientific basis report supplement, and that many of them are published on open data repositories. The monitoring enterprise as a whole was recently reviewed by the Delta Independent Science Board, which resulted in a comprehensive inventory of surveys and recommendations for regular program review and update to maintain the relevance of the monitoring to management questions. Status and trends of key species, including those focused on in the draft scientific basis report, are published regularly online in a seasonal monitoring report, which is shown on the slide. For all species except for Delta smelt, surveys provide abundance indices rather than estimates of population abundance with calculations of uncertainty. One of the primary monitoring and information gaps identified in the draft science plan recommends the design of population estimates for non-salmon target species in the Delta. This is because population estimates for native species such as longfin and others will be more useful for rigorous analysis and will aid in better understanding relationships with outflow. Developing life cycle models will also improve our capacity for adaptive management. Next slide, please. Delta smelt is one of the species that now has population estimates starting in 2016 when the Enhanced Delta Smelt Monitoring Program, or EDSM, was initiated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This year-round program uses regionally stratified random sampling to develop weekly estimates of Delta smelt abundance and confidence intervals around those estimates. Data are published and population estimates are reported on a near real-time basis on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service website. This is an example of a weekly report from this month showing weekly estimates by region. And then I have an animation if you can advance. Thank you. Developing this survey has had benefits for detecting other species such as juvenile Chinook salmon. This is a recent paper analyzing the increased ability to detect juvenile salmon in the Delta with the existing monitoring and then with and without the catch that's provided by EDSM. The addition of EDSM shows a substantial improvement in detection of juvenile salmon, which is shown by the increase in the blue hues in the bottom of those two results figures, particularly in wet periods and western regions. So this is an example of March 2017, which was a very wet period. This improved our ability to detect juvenile salmon and may have benefits for understanding juvenile salmon habitat use for our science program. It's also an illustration of leveraging an existing monitoring network for a different purpose than its original intention. Next slide. The draft science plan predicts that tidal wetland restoration in the Delta will result in an increase in invertebrate density within the restoration projects, which will then will be reflected in diets of native fish. We further predict that this result will improve growth and condition of native fish, including smelt, salmon, tule perch, and other native minnows such as hitch. The Delta already has a robust sampling program for tidal wetland projects that are completed and planned as part of the Fisheries Restoration Program, which is summarized in this figure from the draft science plan. This program is built on extensive work which developed conceptual models that informed a hypothesis-based monitoring framework and measures water quality, invertebrate food, fish, and vegetation at both project and reference sites. This approach provides a sampling design that can be leveraged for tidal wetland projects constructed for the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program, built out of a consistent database with multiple reference sites for comparison. The draft science plan includes considerable detail on the importance of collecting and analyzing data to fully understand biological effectiveness. Specifically, it recommends that cage studies may be needed to analyze native fish growth rates and the impacts of tidal wetlands. Predation on native fish is also a concern in tidal wetlands, and the draft science plan proposes to investigate whether predation is occurring at a higher rate in tidal wetlands and includes an assessment of environmental factors associated with predation, such as invasive vegetation. Next slide, please. So moving on to longfin smelt, one of the focal species within the Scientific Basis Report supplement and a species of management concern given its listing on the California Endangered Species Act and petition for listing on the U.S. Endangered Species Act. The draft science plan predicts that as a result of increased delta outflow in the spring months from tributary contributions and commitments of reduced exports, larval and juvenile longfin smelt distributions will be more concentrated in downstream rearing areas. As a result of this more seaward distribution, they will be less vulnerable to entrainment in South Delta facilities. It's also important to acknowledge here that we've been doing a lot of learning in recent years about longfin smelt ecology and new questions about the mechanisms behind the relationship between spring outflow and longfin smelt abundance. This new knowledge has suggested, which is shown here, increased longfin use of Suisun and San Francisco Bay as rearing and spawning, and an alternative to the classic model for diversity in this species. An updated conceptual model requires an examination of existing monitoring programs to ensure that we have appropriate coverage and the right studies to examine our management actions. Advance, please. Fortunately for the science program, there is already active work to increase the science on longfin smelt, specifically the longfin smelt science program, which was developed for the State Water Project's 2020 Incidental Take Permit. This includes expanded larval longfin smelt monitoring into downstream areas and improved detection of larval longfin smelt in the South Delta pumping facilities to evaluate the hypothesis of reduced entrainment with the implementation of delta flow actions. Importantly, the longfin smelt science plan includes a multi-agency effort to develop a life cycle model based on this newer understanding, which will be useful for evaluating future management decisions for flow and habitat. Next slide. A final note on the expanded monitoring for longfin smelt. After learning that this species distribution can be in the Bay regions, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife surveys for larval longfin smelt were expanded into San Pablo Bay and the Napa River in 2022 and 2023. As soon as the San Pablo Bay stations were added, which was a wet year, the surveys detected a strong presence of longfin smelt. This survey expansion is part of a larger survey redesign effort to ensure spatial balance and coverage of species distributions in routine monitoring with the intent to leverage improved survey coverage for the development of population estimates with confidence intervals similar to what has been done for delta smelt. I just want to conclude by saying these efforts are poised to be leveraged for our program hypotheses and information needs. And then I would like to thank you and turn it over to Brad Cavallo to talk about survival of salmon in the Delta.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pascal. So actions in the Delta are not just about smelts. They're also intended to benefit juvenile salmon. And regarding the effect of spring outflows and their effect on juvenile salmon, we have a couple of different hypotheses. One is that travel time for juvenile salmonids in the tidal delta will decrease. They'll be able to move through more quickly. And that their survival rate will also improve. In addition, the draft science plan predicts that increased outflows will decrease the proportion of juvenile salmon lost to entrainment in the South Delta. These hypotheses will be evaluated using tagged juvenile salmon, which are already regularly released upstream of the Delta into the Sacramento Basin. As Luis discussed, there is already a network of receivers for detecting these fish and getting data about their movements and survival rates. The two peer-reviewed publications at the bottom of the slide here are just an example of how tagged juvenile salmon have been used previously successfully to answer similar questions. Next slide. So to close our discussion of adaptive management, we want to discuss how new information like that we've been discussing will improve decisions, particularly to emphasize the importance of decision support models. Decision support models are increasingly recognized as a best practice for rigorously evaluating alternative management actions. These models are quantitative and reflect our best scientific information and understanding of factors influencing survival, growth, and reproductive success. Decision support models allow an assessment of population-level responses to flow and habitat actions. They also allow comparison of responses across different restoration actions. These models can also provide an opportunity for interested parties to provide input on the collaborative development of scenarios for testing. Some of you may already be familiar with the Reorienting to Recovery project, which is actively evaluating these kinds of actions through a process of engaging with different groups, developing and evaluating alternative scenarios that can contribute to achieving recovery for Central Valley Chinook salmon. It's important to remember that these models will only be as good as the information we use to construct them. Next. In the schematic of adaptive management, models can be used in the planning stage, but after an action is selected and implemented, it's critical that there be monitoring and research to inform subsequent model refinement. The Central Valley Project Improvement Act has a decision support model that provides a great example. This model includes life stage specific survival rates that change based on available habitat. For example, growth rates change when the modeled population has access to floodplains. Next slide. Getting into a more specific example of how new knowledge will improve our decision support models. We've known for over 2 decades now that juvenile salmon grow faster on floodplains, and this paper from Dr. Ted Summer in 2001 is one of many papers that we have now demonstrating this. And in fact, this enhanced floodplain growth has already been incorporated into several Central Valley salmon life cycle models. However, a key question has been whether these fish that are growing well on floodplains are more likely to survive subsequently and then return as adults. Next slide. The second paper highlights a new tool that's been developed to help meet this challenge and answer this question. Researchers right here in the Central Valley have figured out that the geochemistry of floodplains and other off-channel habitats provide a signature on otoliths, the tiny ear bones of salmon, so that fish rearing in those habitats can later be identified. Next slide. The draft science plan predicts that adult returns of salmon will increase as a result of juvenile salmon rearing on floodplains that are created. This new tool provides a means to test this hypothesis. Importantly, findings from these analyses will be used to update salmon life cycle models and help guide future water and habitat management decisions. Next slide. So floodplain research is an example of new knowledge we're working to apply and incorporate through the science program. We're turning to the adaptive management cycle and the key steps that were discussed earlier. Updating the model, as we plan to do, will lead to better informed decisions, and it's critical that new science be incorporated to ensure the models reflect our latest understanding of species habitat use and relationships with flow. Here we have 3 examples that have been mentioned previously where we expect to improve our understanding and where updated models will be used for predicting and evaluating related management scenarios. First, the one we've already talked about, floodplains and their ability to support increased adult returns. Next, the relationship between native fish species in the delta and tidal wetlands. And this is, though there is some ongoing work that started pretty recently, this is an area of uncertainty that's been acknowledged in the scientific basis draft report supplement. And then thirdly, longfin smelt, their ecology, their spatial distribution. We are expecting to learn more about how outflows affect recruitment and transition between longfin smelt life stages. So this closes our session on adaptive management and decision making, and I'm now going to transition us over to efficiency and collaboration. Next slide. As shown on this map, all the tributaries that are participating in the Healthy River and Landscapes program have existing monitoring directed at fall run Chinook salmon. Generally, there's 2 key components of these monitoring programs. Those are adult abundance, that is how many adult salmon are coming back to the river to spawn, and how many juveniles those spawners produce. In the last 6 months, members of the Science Committee have invested a lot of effort learning about each of these existing monitoring programs. We've been looking at these programs to evaluate how they could help us meet the information needs for the Healthy River and Landscapes program. How could those existing monitoring programs satisfy our needs and where improvements might be needed? So this outreach and collaboration with these existing monitoring programs has included a 1-day workshop with all of those entities, and then a series of follow-up meetings with each entity to discuss what they're doing and discuss voluntary agreement needs. An additional example of efficiency and collaboration that I want to touch on is that the Science Committee has relied heavily on another salmon monitoring and evaluation effort that was recently initiated by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Next. In case you're not already familiar with it, there is an effort to develop a juvenile production estimate for spring run Chinook salmon, often called the spring run JPE. And this began in 2020. The Feather River and the Yuba River are part of this evaluation, but it's largely targeting other non-VA tributaries that are home to spring run Chinook salmon. So this project, the analyses that have been done since it began have definitely been utilized by our group. The statistical analyses that have been conducted as part of the spring run JPE have informed our assessment of our approach to run identification. That is, how and when do we need to distinguish between spring run and fall run? And they have also allowed us to develop robust standards for juvenile production monitoring, which is what I'll talk about next. I'd also add that the Spring Run JP has also done a lot of great work developing tools for data management and analysis, and that's something else we're working in. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, juvenile salmon production estimates and adult abundance estimates are the 2 foundational information needs we have for each tributary. From the outreach that we did, from a review of available scientific guidance, we developed standards for both juvenile and adult monitoring in the tributaries. We developed these recommendations to help ensure that monitoring that's conducted provides data that is adequate for evaluating our hypotheses, but also to provide for consistency across the tributaries that are part of the program. And importantly, we did this by building from existing monitoring, not going out and proposing something new from scratch. For juvenile production monitoring, just to briefly go over this, the standards that we arrived at revolve around a few different issues. First, capture efficiency. Juvenile outmigrants are generally captured with a trap or a net, and so knowing the efficiency of that trap to capture fish that are going by is really important. So we need to have a high enough efficiency and enough efficiency trials to get good juvenile production estimates. Another issue relates to the ability to adequately represent larger juveniles. Sometimes it's often much easier to catch the very small fish, fry, but often more difficult to capture the larger juveniles. And we do have a lot of interest in seeing how our habitat enhancements and flow enhancements are leading to more production of larger juveniles. And then lastly, avoiding consecutive days with no sampling is another key attribute of the minimum standards. Next. For adult abundance monitoring, speaking generally of an overall abundance estimate, how many fish are on the spawning grounds, there's several methods that can be effective, if they're done with an appropriate sampling design. That could be direct counts at a weir or a fish ladder, and also carcass surveys, which are a mark recapture methodology. However, for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, we need to know more than just the number of salmon that were on the spawning grounds. We need to know the composition of adult salmon on the spawning grounds. So, for example, we need to know pretty precisely how many natural origin salmon returned to each tributary, and ideally from each annual cohort. And then further, among those natural origin adult returns, we need to know how many of them use floodplains during their juvenile rearing period. This highlights a key information gap or a challenge. That is that current hatchery practices do not allow hatchery and natural origin salmon to be easily distinguished, which makes it difficult to make precise estimates and account for issues like floodplain rearing. So this is an issue that can introduce some inefficiency or perhaps imprecise estimates of the benefits we're hoping to achieve. Next slide. The purpose of this slide is to acknowledge some of these priority information gaps that we've already touched on. In tributaries, we've identified information needs. That is the standards that I talked about a few minutes ago. But there are definitely some issues that will require further attention. In-river invertebrate production, which is what I like to think of as fish food, is not addressed by existing monitoring, but yet it is something that people are very interested in. So that's a subject that if we want to pursue, we'll need to do some more work on that. And again, this issue of accounting for natural origin salmon is something that we need to resolve. In the Delta, for species like longfin smelt, split tail, and bay shrimp, as was mentioned earlier, there is a need to further assess how we will generate population estimates from existing monitoring and abundance indices. And I'll add too that for longfin smelt, the integration with the life cycle model will be a critical part of that effort. Lastly, though a lot of effort has been dedicated to planning and thinking about data management, data accessibility, analysis, and reporting of data, there's more to be done, particularly with regard to how those specific metrics relevant to the VA will be calculated and reported. So with that, I will pass on to Bryson.
Great, thank you, Brad. So next I'll describe how the science program will achieve timeliness and transparency. And basically we'll be doing this through peer review, data management, and reporting. Next slide, please. And so I'll bring your attention to this figure here on the right. I think we've seen it in some previous sessions, but just kind of how we see this working out, how early on there'll be a data management plan that will be developed by the science committee. And then in year 3, there'll be a triennial synthesis report. And then in year 6, there'll be another triennial synthesis report. And then at the end, starting in year 7, there'll be an ecological outcomes report, that'll essentially go to this year 8 assessment of the program and seeing how it's doing. Next slide, please, or can you advance it? So, the data management plan will say how and where the data will be shared, what the standards for quality assurance are. Next. Triennial synthesis reports will be the results of accounting, suitability, and utilization effectiveness assessments. It'll be the species response to the flow pulses by the system, the trends of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 hypothesis metrics, and recommendations based on early results. Next. And then finally, you have this ecological outcomes report at the end that will be the system-wide synthesis of monitoring and research results for each hypothesis tier, and then recommendations and expectations for continuing the program and the use of decision support models. Next. Okay, next I'll talk about independent scientific review and advice. So as the bullets on the right state, peer review is a quality assurance process, a mechanism for evaluating the merits of scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs, and is the best available tool for identifying and supporting the accumulation of knowledge. The Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Committee is committed to the use of independent evaluation of key products to increase transparency and ensure scientific rigor of the program. Next. So the Science Committee is considering a similar approach to the Delta Stewardship Council's Delta Science program, utilizing both independent scientific review and advice. So in this framework, both reviews and advisors respond to a set of questions and produce a report. So independent scientific review employs independent experts to evaluate completed scientific and technical processes, programs, plans, and products. The Science Committee will seek independent scientific review for the ecological outcomes analysis. Whereas any advice by independent subject matter experts for specific program elements as required, such as the first triennial report, and then this would lead to an improved second triennial synthesis report. Next slide, please. Next, I'll talk about how this program and Science Committee is committed to open science and the FAIR and CARE data principles, and I'll talk a little bit more about those. Next slide, please. So these data management principles are borrowed from the Delta Stewardship Council's Delta Science Plan proposal solicitation process. And I apologize in advance, this slide's a little bit busy, but just kind of wanted to walk through each one of these principles. So, data will be understandable, and data will be interoperable. There'll be a standard data and metadata formats. A quality assurance, quality control procedures will be documented and followed. Open and transparent data and metadata are accessible to the public. Appropriate steps will be taken to protect human subjects' data. And then for this last one, for data based on or incorporating indigenous knowledge, the implementing entity will prepare a data sharing agreement that defines how results and deliverables will be used in alignment with the CARE, which is the collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics data principles, which respects the sovereignty of tribes and does not disclose sensitive or confidential information. So we expect that all the applicable data will be published in public data repositories to support timely annual reporting and transparency. For example, the data management strategy for the spring run Chinook salmon juvenile production estimate that Brad went over. This data management strategy outlines desirable features when selecting data publication portals, which the Science Committee will be incorporating into our best practices. So next, I'll move the presentation over to Michelle Workman of East Bay Mud.
Just note, I really appreciate the incorporation of CARE principles. You have them on the FAIR side, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Well, there, the CARE ones are always not necessarily, so I appreciate that acknowledgement.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to close out our session today by talking about a few topics that I think support our common understanding that a successful science program is going to be the key to evaluating the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program success. And these points are, one, we've developed a rigorous science program to support the overarching program. We're working very hard to leverage existing resources. We know this is a huge resource sink, and we're looking at those existing resources and knowledge and where we need to expand on those, where those knowledge gaps are to make this robust. We want to take a few minutes to acknowledge and incorporate public comment into our documents and into our actions and move forward from that. And lastly, I'll just touch on that. We really think that this is a forward-thinking plan. It has some milestones, and that gives it some teeth and ability to be successful. Next slide. So the Science Committee, through the science planning process, is set up to evaluate the outcomes of the flow and non-flow measures together to inform the State Board's assessment in year 8 of the program, as described in the 2022 MOU and term sheet. We're doing this through an adaptive management approach, testing hypotheses, and applying the results to improve management and regulatory decisions. The science program consists of a collective of tributary and delta-focused monitoring and research programs coordinated to evaluate the outcomes of program implementation, help inform decision-making by the system-wide governance, as well as the tributary and delta governance entities, all with the participation of state board staff and using best available science. Next slide. So the science plan is hypothesis-driven. You've heard a lot about that today. And because we're working at 3 different scales, at the site scale and the tributary scale and the system-wide scale, that requires a lot of coordination. We're being very mindful that there are a lot of great monitoring programs out there, Brad and Pascal talked about, in the tributaries and in the Delta, and we're examining those programs closely and evaluating how existing programs can contribute to our hypothesis testing. We want to leverage those existing resources where we can, expand upon them where we need to in order to meet the program goals. Additionally, each entity's implementation plan does contain a tributary-specific science plan, and I think Louise mentioned that the science plan doesn't dictate what happens in the tributaries, but we are trying to be consistent in how we're evaluating what's happening at the tributary scale, so that as it rolls up into the larger tiers, that it all makes sense. Next slide. So we want to take a few moments to acknowledge and address and incorporate some of these public concerns that we've heard throughout the process. We have heard concerns that waiting 8 years for a decision is too long, and that some of these species just simply can't wait for that time period to see if things are improving. We want to clarify, and we hope some of the discussion today has done that there are multiple decision points along the way to the 8-year synthesis report. The annual reporting at the site scale to address key hypotheses will provide information for the science committee to inform the governance committee and receive input from state board staff. This is all consistent with the Appendix 4 of the term sheet, which describes a hypothesis-driven process with learning and adjusting along the way. I think another example of that is the flow flexibility bracketing of how we're trying to address these interannual variation events and be flexible and make good decisions based on the current conditions. The science plan is designed to assess whether implementation criteria are being met and to evaluate habitat suitability and utilization in a stepwise fashion and incorporate monitoring that is not only high quality, but also consistent and comparable across the landscape. So what happens if we're not trending towards our goals at the 8 years? I think that's a common theme, a common question we've heard. What if we don't build the habitat? What if we're not meeting our goals? And I think the Science Committee is here to inform some decisions in adaptive management along the way and help with that process. So that's how we plan on dealing with that. Next slide. There have been concerns, and I think we have heard those throughout this workshop and will continue to hear about no room for inclusion and that decisions have already been made. We have mentioned and we'll keep mentioning we do welcome inclusion. We know that the incorporation of Indigenous knowledge will only make this program stronger and better meet the definition of best available science. We also know there are many technical experts in the Bay Delta system, and we welcome their input into this process. We have worked to identify a few specific examples where inclusion could happen, and hopefully these bullet points will improve some engagement down the road. So we have the science charter, draft science charter that we all talked about. That's sort of what we based this whole presentation on. But that science charter, we need to update the best available science section by interweaving the Indigenous knowledge with the Western science best practices, and we're going to need the tribal community to help us do that appropriately. We want to incorporate the tribal data sovereignty language into the data management care principles that Bryson just spoke about. For the draft science plan, we can always consider adding new hypotheses based on input from tribes, environmental NGOs, or other technical experts, and also the evaluation of those hypotheses and what metrics might be appropriate. That's all areas that we can have input from other folks. And we can add tribal data to the monitoring synthesis network. The draft strategic plan already includes language about incorporation of Indigenous knowledge as part of the adaptive management program, and it can be improved to include considerations of tribal perspectives in project design and evaluation of non-flow measures. So we're ready to engage. We're looking for the right venue and how to open those doors and how we walk through those doors together to make that happen. We also wanted to acknowledge on this slide some of the information that was put out in a policy paper by the Berkeley Law Review. They highlighted 5 principles that would make a functional voluntary agreement work. And we think we're hitting the marks on their points. We think the enforcement agreements are providing the regulatory foundation that they were looking for. We think that our hypothesis-driven approach is giving us the ability to assess comparable or better outcomes through the science program. The issue of measurable goals and objectives, Louise mentioned what the overarching goal of the program is, but I would argue that within these hypothesis questions are measurable objectives to get us along the way. So are we increasing density of fish on floodplains? That's measurable. Are we increasing primary and secondary productivity? That's measurable. All of those hypotheses have measurable objectives that are going to help us see how we're moving towards reaching those goals. And we do acknowledge, we are providing robust and transparent accountability mechanisms. I think through this workshop, I think this has been very helpful for us and hopefully for everyone else. We've provided more documentation and given described better the multiple reporting mechanisms leading to the 8-year culmination of the program. We do want to acknowledge that we think our best available science definition can only be made better by the incorporation of Indigenous knowledge. So we feel like we have that one on a gray a little bit because we really want to put that in there to really make it all it can be. And we've also heard in public comment that the program and our commitments are generally not supported by science. It's not a very specific comment, but just that there is no science. So I'm hoping that this discussion today has helped you all learn that we are basing this program on science. We do have good science to back us up. Next slide. And lastly, just thinking about this plan as a forward-thinking plan with milestones and enforcement. Obviously the term voluntary agreements has been misconstrued along the way to mean there's no structure or accountability in the program. I think this is a misnomer. The program is clearly defined. You all heard about this week detailed flow accounting, detailed non-flow accounting, and there's a system set up for reporting that includes state board staff input. And finally, there are enforcement agreements to ensure that the program participants are meeting their commitments under the program. So we just want to end by highlighting that we see this system effort as different than past Bay Delta collaborative efforts. Because we have defined goals and objectives, we just mentioned, we have a discrete timeline, and there's a regulatory backstop. We think these elements combined will help the Science Committee in guiding the system-wide governance and the program to success. Next slide. And we just want to thank you all again, Chair Esquivel and board members, for taking the time to hear our presentation today and to organize this entire workshop, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks. I appreciate this panel. The assets on the table when it comes to the flow that's being proposed, the habitat, all that is important, but really the science and the governance is so critical and foundational to that entire discussion anyway. I think I said in December here at the public hearing around and workshop around the supplemental environmental document, the staff report, that we can't afford ourselves to kind of repeat the sins of the past, right? And you look at CalFed, you look at a very similar discussion to what we're having now and excitement about synthesizing something greater. And after that time, we didn't find ourselves in a better place to better understand the system, to better be making decisions. And so just can't emphasize enough how important this aspect of it all is. Whenever a future board contemplates whatever actions that we end up taking here, it needs to be in a better place to be able to be making calls around these issues, as opposed to the confusion, frankly, that I think a lot of people feel as to how effective have our actions been, where are we moving the system toward, and how are we better synthesizing across it. So I appreciate it. You know, the notes on enforceability and the feelings around that, I'll save for session 6, where we'll really dive deep further into, you know, what is the enforceability of the work. But when it comes to the science plan itself, I guess just my one question for now would be, who is on the science committee? I don't think we saw a breakdown of who has developed all this on and is a member of the committee currently, and how that's anticipated to be structured.
I can address that question, and thank you for your comments as well. The Science Committee is composed of the organizational structure. Organizations involved mirror what's on the Governance Committee. So I think there was a slide yesterday that discussed that. So it is the signatory parties. There is also the inclusion of the Water Forum as well, representing the American River, which I don't believe is a signatory, but participates. And again, I want to emphasize Bryson's point that we, in our draft charter, we are emphasizing that signatory status does not required for participation.
And in participation, I guess, is it a voting structure on the committee? Is it by consensus? What, as folks are contemplating and potentially contributing and potentially not signatories, what is their status, I guess, in kind of how they would be incorporated into the committee?
So that's a great question. I think we haven't been taking votes exactly. It's been really collaborative discussion. And I think it's a consensus seeking group. And we even, like in the status of the Water Forum, not a signatory, but really active participant. Our expectations with the Science Committee really are that it is a working committee. This is so much work that we're talking about doing here. And we really need the participation, active participation, and bringing forth knowledge relevant to the system. So that's really what we're looking for. And then we have, I should mention, the great support of independent facilitation with Compass. So that is extremely helpful in guiding the discussion, and we're trying to continue in that way of using collaborative discussion and have it be a consensus seeking and allow all opportunity for input and document review with ample time as we complete these milestone reports that are proposed.
I appreciate that. I know that certainly there are existing still yet groups like CSAMP and CAMP, and what comes to mind again is, I think in the same vein, this is supposed to be a collaborative space to try to do this work. It's a lot harder ultimately, and you need that buy-in, I know, and appreciate the thought that's been given to the structure, and is why I have these questions around it, so thanks.
Yeah, it makes sense. Michelle, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, just from an operations perspective of the group, because we're all scientists and you guys saw the really wide range of science that we're trying to deal with. A lot of the times the group acts as developing subgroups to work with subject matter experts on very discrete topics. And I think that's another really important way. So folks have really strong feelings about HABs or indigenous knowledge or, tidal wetlands. There's niches for that subject matter expert to contribute to pieces of the science that will then get pulled into the larger group as a whole and get incorporated.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And hearing this for the first time, that there's like substructures and such, where can someone go to know when the next meeting is to engage? I guess where's the front door?
So we're still developing the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes page that's from California Natural Resources Agency. So that's where the place I direct people to go now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Vice Chair.
This is really terrific, and it's just exciting to see how well thought out the key questions. Of course, we're just getting a piece of this. I know it's much more detailed than what you're providing us with here today. Looking for how to integrate this with the other components, and I'm just going to pose a question, and maybe if you could walk through how you would see the Science Committee interacting with the Governance Committee, with the regulator, our staff, on a challenge, because I think that this is set up with a structure that could take us to answers rather than looking at science reports, which is what we usually hear, maybe about this system, another system. This is very targeted. And so I think we want to be able to receive answers at the end of the day. But getting back to some of the questions that were posed yesterday regarding outflow in particular, what if the outflow doesn't materialize and you've got this great structure all set up for questions related to outflow and metrics? How would you see the science committee or a subcommittee that's working on specifically on the questions you've posed on outflow to interact with, whether it's the governance committee, with us, depending on how, you know, that issue gets resolved, whether it's through a 1707 petition or something else? How would you see the interaction with these other components so that we don't wait till the end for scientists to do what they oftentimes do, and that is say, we don't know the answer to the question, we need more information?
Thanks for that question. I can take I just want to offer that anyone else on the panel, would you like to speak to that? No? Okay. I'll go ahead. So with respect to the structure, it's a great question. There is overlap in membership between the Science Committee and the Governance Committee. So that's one thing I'd point to first, that it's not two separate conversations all the time. So, and we're clear that the Science Committee is a recommending body. So we do look to the Governance Committee to help us when we are at an impasse. Let's say there's a challenge or there's a disagreement. We do look to the Governance Committee as an elevation body. So that's one thing I'd say. And then with respect to a challenge, I find myself going to the habitat measure example. So in the draft strategic plan, there's space for there perhaps not being agreement on what an appropriate design is. And in that case, there's an elevation pathway to the Governance Committee. And then if there's no agreement there, then we are going to go to peer review. So at some point, you start to tap into external expertise. And we acknowledge that on the Science Committee, we might not have all the expertise we'd like to have for a given topic. And that's another case where we'd like to have the space to bring in external expertise in an impartial way. So that's my brief answer. I'm not sure if I've covered all of your question. Are you still left with some other?
Yeah, you have what you have regarding the construct, but I'm picturing, you know, the scientist that's in the lab and they don't get the chemical that they need to put into the beaker. And in this case, if outflow doesn't materialize because of some challenge outside your control, then how will you access these different components so that you know you have a role in the correction so that you get the information, you get the outflow does in this case, you can play a role in the materialization of outflow so that you can continue with your experiment instead of us taking it through to the end and hearing from you when in an annual report it didn't materialize, so we weren't able to conduct the experiment. That's what we don't want to have happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so looking for what can the Science Committee do to tee up those challenges and play a role in it early on in the process and help guide us through, us collectively through that challenge.
Yeah, another great question. I think that what our job as a Science Committee is to be proactively identifying the elements we need in order to do rigorous analysis. So that is our job, and as a recommending body, we can say, this is what we're going to need to address this question that is fundamental to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. We can't make the water happen. That's not the job of the Science Committee, but we can be very proactive in identifying where there are going to be gaps in our reporting ability down the road if we don't deliver on certain commitments, including outflow.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire. And I'll just note on time, we are butting up against a late lunch, and we have one more commenter here, but the discussion here at the dais is important, but just for what it's worth. Board Member McGuire.
I will truncate my question
Thank you.
appropriately. I'll do my best. So I'm very excited about this. I think there's a lot of really good thinking behind the science program, and it's also overwhelming because it's such a huge watershed, and because there's so many folks involved, and because there's so much science and monitoring and work that you appropriately discussed working to leverage and build upon, and that all strikes me as totally appropriate. And something we don't want to be overly redundant here with limited resources. I appreciate that. At the same time, I feel like there's a need for kind of a stable set of science that's happening, a stable set of questions, and I think it's the hypotheses that you're evaluating, you're monitoring and evaluating, so that by year 8 or whenever the ecological outcomes report process starts, because I know that doesn't happen overnight either, that the work has to be compiled and assessed and then reported on. And so I guess my question is, how do we get to that moment? How do we get to, and is there an approach to get to kind of that stable set of hypotheses, or are you or is the science program envision, because my understanding is it can evolve over time. I guess that's what I'm reacting to, the adaptive management piece, that you might get new information, it might raise new questions, and then, it's a little unclear to me if that happens, how we would keep this kind of stable evaluation process of the outcomes that we're all looking for. And so maybe a response to that, and then are you intending to evaluate all of the hypotheses that are included in the science program that have been proposed? I mean, that might be helpful to understand too, or do you feel like there may be a need to prioritize or select certain ones given different constraints?
So there may be, this is a lot, the 47 different hypotheses, it's a lot, so I'm going to acknowledge that. And I am very interested in expanding on hypotheses as they relate particularly to Indigenous knowledge. So I want to just put that out there, that when we come to revisions, that's one of the things that I know our team collectively is very interested in. So that's where I see the most change occurring. And I think we're learning a lot presently with harmful algal blooms as well. So that could be another area. But I see that the set that we have now as being relatively stable. I don't think we're looking at huge change. And again, I'm not taking a vote on the science committee. This is me talking. But I think we've done a really diligent job of looking at what the science is telling us and then leaning into where there are uncertainties. And that's what we're supposed to do with adaptive management, is lean into where the uncertainty is and try to address those questions. So I guess let me stop there. Is there another second part that I'm missing? Because I think I am missing something. But
I guess yes, that's helpful to hear. I guess related to that would be: do you feel like there's a commitment to evaluate all of the hypotheses, the 47 hypotheses?
Right. I think that resources are going to be limited. They're not unlimited. That's another way of saying it. And time is going to be breathing down our neck through the whole thing. So there may be a need to invest disproportionately in some hypotheses. In these early stages, where, as Brad talked about, we've really been trying to lean into, let's get the tributary juvenile production estimates squared. So, and build on existing work with the spring run juvenile production estimate. So that's where we've been going first, and I think our next task is to go to the Delta and maybe particularly tidal wetlands and some of the other uncertainties we talked about. So yes, I think there's a need to, I don't like to say the word prioritize here, because these are all really important. So it's not that they are differential in priority, but there may be differential investment as it relates to what we need to stand up first in order to be ready for that ecological outcomes report in year 6, 7, and 8.
I'd just add too that the point of having hypotheses is that they're formalized and documented. In a lot of research, sometimes we write hypotheses to get proposal funded, and then by the time it's written up, those kind of disappear. That's not going to happen with this process. every hypothesis is going to be evaluated and we're going to report on it unless there's some change, before we say go. But, and that's my expectation. And I think we need, others that are watching this to keep us honest about it. Like, what happened to that hypothesis?
I would just add some comments from a tributary perspective. 47, we are not going to be looking at 47 hypotheses within the McCallum River, and that's strictly because some of them aren't relevant to the work we're doing, the habitat we're creating, the populations of fish we have. So some of them, just to think about what your expectations are, they will all be addressed in some way, but they will be consistent across the board, but that doesn't mean that every tributary or every entity will need to be evaluating every single hypothesis in the suite to make it a full product.
Thank you, Board Member, for those succinct comments. Board Member Firestone.
If I can be as succinct. I do have 3 questions, so I'm going to try and be succinct with them. The first one, I think I can be really succinct. My understanding of what you all said on peer review is that the only thing that's going to be formally peer reviewed is the environmental outcomes report, but that you'll seek advice from other experts throughout the process and design. And you mentioned, if there's disagreements and there may get to a point we have to do a formal peer review, but in terms of the triennial synthesis reports, that there's not a formal peer review, and that it's really the ecological outcomes report that has a formal peer review. Did I understand that right?
Thanks for the opportunity to clarify. Yes, we are saying that the ecological outcomes report would be peer reviewed. We are open to feedback on the amount of peer review that's infused into the program.
Okay.
With respect to that. Other products.
Great. I think in general, having whether it's peer review and also just sort of broader public review from experts and thinking about how we use existing science groups. Okay, and then my other question is, this is kind of these are big ones, but I don't know that this is probably more of a flag, but if we go to slide, I wrote it down. Your big questions. So slide 8, I think. What we're doing here is this is an 8-year voluntary effort that's kind of an experiment. Can we achieve the outcomes we're all trying to achieve? Can we achieve the objectives that we're trying to achieve with these flow and non-flow measures? And so your 47 hypotheses are a lot at getting at helping us understand and flesh out that learning from that experiment and success. We're doing we've done a draft scientific basis report. We have gotten some peer review on that. We're going to be finalizing that. It does seem like we need some overarching. I have a hard time understanding how we could not have biological goals for that are linked to the scientific basis report. So it's linked to the kind of the big hypothesis really is the scientific basis report is that this will work, right? And so it seems like we need to have overarching biological goals that are safe, like in terms of the first 8 years you're not going to achieve necessarily. I mean, you want to tailor. You need to break them down into timeframes for 8 years. But I guess we are adopting something that is broader. And we need to understand, is something working, and being able to break down what does success look like, and is it working, and be able to assess against that. It seems like we would need that, and that then these hypotheses help kind of, I don't know that they're nesting within that, but they're very much linked directly with that, so that we can see, this is how we're setting ourselves up for success for achieving the outcomes that we're trying to do here. And this first 8 years are not going to get us all the way there. You're looking at, this is the salmon doubling is over 30 years, right? But I do think there's a difference between, the accounting of, did we do what we say we're going to do, and what you're sort of on the hook for from that perspective. And then separately, is this program working as we, as we hypothesized, basically, and I'm going to say use the scientific basis report as like our basis for making that hypothesis that this would work. So I guess it seems to me that this science plan needs to be integrated with that, and it's not necessarily the VA's job to do this bigger assessment, but it does seem like it can't be separate, and that we, when we're adopting a program of implementation, need to have that, and then the science program needs to be consistent with that. I guess I'm interested if other board members also feel differently on that, and I think I'm really just trying to understand big picture how this helps us get to that goal, beyond just like, well, we tried this program design, it didn't totally work for a particular restoration project. Like, we need that too. That's great. But this sort of bigger population level hypothesis.
So no other comments from board members? Just wanted to honor that. No.
I'll reserve my comments for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So generally, my takeaway from your question is, how does this relate to the scientific basis report? How are we marrying or integrating our science program with the predictions from the scientific basis report? And is that an accurate reflection?
Yeah,
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that's a yes, and I think and having biological goals related to that that sort of nest together.
Yeah. So as I said earlier, I see the scientific basis report analysis as playing out, if you build the promised habitat, how close to that 25% of the doubling goal, or the capacity for reaching that 25% of the doubling goal are you getting? And so I think that is addressed through the accounting process, and the science plan dives deeper, is what I think, in terms of what we expect and what metrics should we be tracking in order to look at that population level outcome. So we go into, and Brad talked about the need to really have robust estimates of juveniles as they leave their home tributaries. We really need to have that. We really need to know, is that number increasing? Is the number of juvenile fish that you get out of every female adult salmon increasing? That's the measure of productivity within a tributary. That's not something that the scientific basis report points to explicitly, but it is a metric that we need in order to respond to the prediction that's in the scientific basis report. Anything to add from others?
Well, I was going to add too that there's multiple lines of evidence that are kind of going to be coming in over time. So some of the actions, like if we're doing a flow pulse in a tributary to improve outmigrant survival, we're going to know how well that worked pretty quickly. Same with habitat enhancement and other actions. So if we're seeing success on the smaller scale, we would then expect to see success on the larger scale too of a population response. But that may be hard to see by year 7. So if we're seeing success on the small scale, that gives us hope that is having the effect we want. If we can't succeed on the small scale, and then we come back and we're waving our arms about the population level response, something's wrong.
Appreciate that and appreciate the questions, board member. For me, it is here the challenge a bit is that the science program that you're developing is tightly associated with the assets and the habitat and evaluating the impact of the voluntary agreement proposal. And it is nested in this larger space. And it's that kind of bigger picture that I know for myself and I think this board, we're continuing trying to make sure we're understanding. And here, I think for me, it's appropriately gauging my expectations for what the science program is intended to do, which is associated more with the voluntary agreements and its assets as opposed to that holistic system approach that we're all moving toward. And so I think for me, it does emphasize that the work that you're doing, what you're contributing to, it nests in that larger discussion. And I think that's where, when we look at the program implementation, the draft language, and what the board will put out, it can be helpful that, those expectations perhaps from this board, or what we're looking for, that isn't just around that first 8 years of what could be a longer term engagement with the agreements and the assessment, is, we can put some of those expectations within the program implementation for the Bay Delta Plan generally and not feel that it all has to be answered within the context of your program. And that there's continuity between all of that therein, and the importance of that. So it isn't siloed, it isn't just so focused on just those assets, but hopefully helps rise all boats, if you will, in this decision-making space that is incredibly complex, but we need to get better at that complexity. Looking to fellow
My last question, and this could be, you can say, let's talk about this tomorrow in one of the future ones. But I think what if there needs to be more flows because it's not, and you see that, or the flows aren't materializing, or they're not making it out. But, they're materializing at one point in the system, but they're not the outflow isn't materializing. Or, I guess this is adaptive management, but adaptive management means you adapt and change your management. And so it's not just you change your models for assessing it, which was very helpful, but you're changing your actions. And so, how, again, you can you can suggest that this be discussed tomorrow, but the commitment is we're best science, adaptive management. How does that feedback result in changes, and what if it needs more water?
Well, I think there's a commitment within that ecological outcomes report that there need to be recommendations for continuing beyond year 8. And so that could look like more habitat, it could look like more water. It needs to be science and evidence-based, which is one of the points of the science plan. And so it could be within that recommendation space of that report. That's one of the reasons why I think it's very important that report receive peer review, external peer review, because these are difficult recommendations to make. They matter, and there's going to be a lot of eyes on them.
I would say we also have some smaller knobs to turn in that direction. So we have this flow flexibility bracket. And I think, speaking as a tributary representative, I think I know what my tributary needs and when. But if it comes down to it, the system isn't getting what it wants at the right time. And, I need to turn my flow flexibility bracket to a different edge to meet the system needs better. And that, so I think there's some smaller knobs to turn around along the way if we're not seeing results in in the first few years, to try to hone in that flow flexibility piece before we just say it's not enough water altogether.
Yep. I wanted to add to that too, that, we need more water, more flow for whatever particular action is something we need to be open to, but we also need to be open to the possibility that the flow isn't doing what we thought it was going to do and we should do something else with it. So we need to make space for both of those.
Thank you, board member. Appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'll just try and be quick because I know we have to get moving here, but I think that's really key for, you don't want to see a yellow light, you want to see a green light. And so it strikes me that the relationship between science, governance, the individual tributaries, you're going to want to use whatever tools you have as these experiments progress. I think we need to better understand where there would be flexibility, and then, where there wouldn't be, some large amount of water, some commitment that, is just more than what you can make, for us to just better understand sort of the dividing line there. And then I'll just kind of chime in here. I think, maybe we can chat more tomorrow as we close out, but I just want to put it out there for thought. I keep hearkening back to, just how involved it is to get specific on metrics if we don't really know. And so I like that you've got and it's been helpful because I think I better understand the program. I like that you've got, this target of 25% of doubling. And it's going to be important for us to see how, likely it is that you're going to achieve that progress. So I think in these reports, we're going to need to hear back in these annual reports. I look back to the independent or the Delta Science, one of the evaluations back when Cliff Daum was involved, really kind of criticizing on a short program, you're not going to be able to see a big population biological response, but you need to see improvement, and that improvement can build. So, what can you ensure us in these reports back so that we can better gauge whether or not that improvement is occurring as you obtain more specific information relative to these projects to help us to better understand what could that improvement look like. I'm not one for, at this early stage, getting real specific on biological goals, because I think it's going to just drag this whole process down. It's going to take a lot longer to formulate those. So I am comfortable with the construct, but I think we need to have a better idea of what that could look like so that it's not just this vague statement of improved conditions.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I maybe this is a good time for me to say something that's on my mind and responsive to Chair Esquivel had some good questions about how this might relate to or be different than other collaborative science efforts. And so your points are well taken, and I am thinking that one of the things we need to do as we go to revise the science plan is provide more detail on what would be contained in the reports. And so we'll take that and come forward with some ideas and provide that as we get to revisions. The other thing is that reporting piece is so crucial, and one of the things that I do think distinguishes this effort from other collaborative science venues. So, Chair Esquivel, you mentioned Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Program, or CSAMP, which has been in existence for now over 10 years, and is self-stated as an adaptive management forum. This is now, that's a voluntary forum, and one of the things that I am excited about with respect to this is that it's going to be occurring in the regulatory space, which is going to mean that that reporting is required. And that we're trying really our hardest here to integrate adaptive management into the reporting structure. That is an incredible improvement and way to, if you will, hardwire the learning into what we're trying to do in the regulated space. That's a true build on our ability to, and as a collective group, as regulated entities and as regulation entities, you're contributing then to that knowledge building. And we need to develop reports that are going to work for your process. And so that's, just wanted to offer that's one thing that I think is different and that I think we have a lot of opportunity.
Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Conrad. I really appreciate those comments and the heavy lift that you've continued to have here in this discussion. It's really appreciated. Looking to my colleagues, and I know we still need to hear from Defenders of Wildlife and Ashley Overhouse. Let's take a lunch, though, so that we can kind of re-energize ourselves. We'll come back hear from Ashley, and then move to public comment. And looking forward to making sure we have ample time and get to that. So let's take a 45-ish minute lunch and go ahead and come back at 2 o'clock. And just thank everyone for all the discussion here so far. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're at 2:05. Really appreciate, hope everyone had a good lunch, appreciate the discussion so far. And we are still on session 4, which is on the science plan. We have one more panel, may have additional discussion, and then we will get into individual public comments. And noting it's about 2 o'clock now, so hoping to get there before here around 2:30 likely. But we'll provide space and time and just appreciate everyone's flexibility on that. Ms. Overhouse, good to see you again. And thank you again for continuing to be here and contributing so well to the discussion. Thank you.
My pleasure. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members, and staff. Again, I'm Ashley Overhouse. I'm the Water Policy Advisor at Defenders of Wildlife. And thank you for the opportunity to once again respond to this particular session on the science plan. I do have to once give the caveat that I do not have a PhD next to my name. And we did have originally colleagues that were hoping to be here today in my place that have talked about this particular issue, both in terms of the proposed assets on the table, as Chair Esquivel framed it, I really liked that, as well as the process into the science plan. So I am going to have one slide that'll summarize some of the articulated previous concerns that we've articulated either in writing or in presentations. And then I once again have questions that I took down while I was listening to the VA panel, and I hope that that will help with both my understanding and learning, as well as hope to inform this process. And I'm happy to type up those questions as I offered previously and send them in whatever way is helpful with communication. Next slide, please. So as I said before, I think that these 3 bullets, while very high level, articulate and summarize the concerns that Defenders has signed on to with our colleagues, San Francisco Baykeeper, the Bay Institute, and sometimes the Nature Conservancy in previous either written comments or in verbal forums here. I didn't link to the YouTube hearing this time like I did in previous presentations, but you already experienced that recording in person, and I'm happy to give that link to anyone who needs it in the future. So I also want to reference particularly a science panel that happened in January of last year as well, which I found very informative. That's not necessarily directly, of course, on the science plan, but was on the draft scientific basis report supplement, which of course I liked that framing of that this is nested in. So I hope to reference that as it helps inform our process moving forward. I also wanted to acknowledge the flags that some of the board members made yesterday of issues you wanted to hear more about, either from VA proponents or us in terms of our concerns. So specifically, Board Member McGuire, you wanted to hear about drought impacts, drought planning, and what happens in multiple critical dry years. Some of our comments on the draft staff report, starting on page 116, yes, it's a 150-page comment letter, but starting on page 16, it does start to talk about those, and I'm happy to elaborate on that particular point in our future comments on the program of implementation, because that is a concern of ours as well. And then I also wanted to respond to Vice Chair Diadamo's flag that you wanted to see specifically the references from that chart in Mr. Nelson's introductory overview panel. And those references and citations, I looked them up last night, are also in our comments, but I'm happy to pull them out for you and make sure that those are given to you after this workshop, of course. So I will proceed then with my questions, and these are scribbles, so as I struggle to read my handwriting, please be patient with me here. So I think the first question I had for the panel that was up here before was how much water will be made available in critically dry years to meaningfully inundate habitat restoration. I just would love a brief answer to that, a summary, a clear one, because I think there's partial answers in various different documents. And then how, I guess, if there's going to be a future presentation that'll address elaborating specific science to support the specified flow regimes specifically. For example, why they're proposing 2,000 acre feet on the Sacramento in critically dry years. So the rationale behind that, and then the rationale behind other proposals, like there's only 3 to 6 years of flows on the American, right? I just would love to tease that out a little bit more if possible. And then I also wanted to stress on behalf of my colleagues that how important the State Water Board is as an agency and one of the only that has the authority to mandate temperature protections for fall run Chinook. So while I acknowledge and I'm engaged in the process to rewrite the Endangered Species Act biological opinions on the Central Valley Project and State Water Project, they will not be including specific temperature protections for fall run Chinook. So as my colleague mentioned yesterday in the presentation, that situation for that particular species is pretty dire. And so I wanted to stress that, that is one of the important things and duties that we look forward to the board being able to do in this process. And so the lack of temperature requirements in this process is something that's just particularly concerning to us. So if we could have VA proponents even explain a little bit more about how the VA alternative or VA proposal wants to address or incorporate temperature protections in the future, that would be something of interest to defenders specifically. And then I also wanted to ask how VA proponents are accounting or planning to take into effect new drought plans in the future, specifically, for example, the South of Delta Drought Resiliency Framework. That MOU was signed on March 21st, and that involves Friant and a couple of the other VA proponents, and just understanding how that overlays here, especially with the membership of the Science Committee that we was talked about earlier and the signatories of the VAs, right? So I think that there is hopefully some information sharing that'll happen there, but we would just love to hear how that will be informed or at least crosswalked. And then I would love to hear how the VA proponents are considering or assuming the application of temporary urgency change petitions or temporary urgency change orders. Those are an often occurrence, unfortunately, in drought years. And so I think that that's something that I'd love to hear more explanation on. And then last but certainly not least, I wanted to just acknowledge and appreciate the intentions that were expressed on the VA panel to incorporate public comment and input. That is nice to hear, frankly, and really welcome. And I did appreciate the board discussion that happened afterwards. And I want to also appreciate their attempt to address some of our previously articulated concerns in their PowerPoint presentation. And I can't give you a response to whether they fully addressed our concerns without talking to my colleagues. So I again wanted to close by promising that I want to address that in further discussion, whether it's in a verbal forum or at least at a bare minimum in written comments for the program of implementation. And apologies that I cannot adequately address that in real time here is beyond my expertise. I would like to cede the rest of my time, if possible, to my colleague Regina Chicazola with Save California Salmon. They did not get an opportunity to present yesterday, and so I think hopefully to remain still on time, but give this opportunity to her to speak.
Yeah, of course, that's more than fair, and good to see you, Ms. Chicazola. Apologies, need to turn on.
Hi, thank you. And I do have some notes on the science presentations this morning too that I will add into our presentation. And our presentation was really focused on flow needs and habitat needs of salmon and where we are right now. So I feel like it does fit into this panel space. Before I wanted to start, though, I just wanted to do a quick overview of some of our thoughts on the science plan, or at least what we've seen today. I also need to confer with our colleagues before, of course, I can do complete comments, being that we do have a native board that is, and many of them are from this watershed. And so we need to run any formal comments by them, of course. But I just wanted to say, we work on issues, I'm Regina Chicazola with Save California Salmon. I do not have a PhD, but I have been working on water quality issues and water quality as it relates to salmon, and things such as toxic algae blooms for 25 years. Much of that time has been spent interacting with this board. So, and I have met with several leaders in their fields that do have PhDs to discuss the voluntary agreements and some of the needs that they see beforehand. And I also wanted to bring that Save California Salmon as an indigenous-led environmental organization does look at the watershed as whole watersheds, and wanted to bring up that seeing the demise of certain species of salmon almost completely while this process has been ongoing has been really rough for our membership and people, specifically with the spring salmon, which we will hit on in our presentation. But while this process has been happening and we've been involved in this process, we've seen over a 90% decrease in the spring salmon numbers. And a lot of the decreases are from watersheds where voluntary agreements have not worked. And I also wanted to say that the relation between flow and temperature cannot be overstated. As you guys are very aware, I work in the Scott and Shasta River. And so looking at how the curtailments and flow plans have worked out in those different watersheds, and of course, they are very different watersheds, and we discuss that all the time, but there was local cooperative solutions that didn't work in one watershed, and actually serious flow requirements in one watershed, and one saw fish spawning and rebounding almost immediately, and one did not. And the one that did not was the one where the local cooperative solutions didn't work. And I don't believe that local cooperative solutions and voluntary agreements can't work, but I believe there needs to be a regulatory backstop, there needs to be enforcement, there needs to be metering, and we need to make sure that they are working. We cannot just say, come together in a room, try to figure it out. That's why the TMDLs in many of these watersheds related to temperature have not worked, and it's why we're looking at a 90% decrease in one of the most important salmon species to Native people in the state of California. And I think to understand how important that is, the first species that people have to eat after a hard winter is eels, lamprey eels, and then spring salmon. So it's a first run. It's so important, and flows impact them in such a critical way, and it's not always what you think, right? Spring salmon need to be able to move upriver early. So they need those flows the times of the years we're discussing, late winter, late spring, early spring, because if they don't move up early, not only do they have the issues of temperatures and everything else every other salmon has, but then they have interbreeding. And the way that we've bifurcated our rivers into different sections where diversions come out and the river is used to move water around has made it so that we have inbreeding between fall run, who comes too early because of the triggers they get, and spring run. And that is one of the biggest issues to the survival of the species is interbreeding. So I just feel like it's important to say, like, not only are flows and wet habitat and these restoration sites having wet habitat important, but timing is critically important. And that's why I feel like updates to the Bay Delta Plan are also critically important, because the timing that's so important to certain species of salmon are exactly the times that we're not making sure they have water. And with that, I have lots of other things to say and notes, but I'll go into the presentation because I don't want to take up too much time. So first of all, we have to, of course, bring up that, we are in a state of, not a state of emergency, but we're about, the salmon, I consider it a salmon emergency. Fishing is shut down for the second year in a row. This is both true in the Klamath range and the Sacramento range for commercial fishing. Recreational fishing will be shut down too. And I know this is a science panel, but I just feel like it's so important to say, I get a lot of questions. Why does salmon matter? And one, it's an indicator for all people. If the rivers are too polluted for salmon, then they're going to be too polluted for our drinking water too soon. And the same issues that cause salmon to die are the same issues that cause toxic algae blooms in a lot of situations. Warm water, heavy nutrients, pollution, and flow can help with all of those things. So anyway, I wanted to bring that up. And also, the level of decreases are dramatic, and it really impacts not only our economy, but every part of our way of life within rural communities in California that are not agriculture dependent, that are recreation and salmon dependent. When people don't have food, it leads to so many issues. And this is the science plan presentation. I've brought this stuff up, so we can move on to that. But I just wanted to root this presentation in the fact that this is a disaster we're going into, and it's a disaster that was created partially because of the inaction of this board. And I don't want to be mean and call you guys out or anything, because it's not even just you guys. It's obviously the Bureau of Reclamation and a lot of different factors in play, drought, climate change. But we haven't been making sure that we are protecting these fish. And even when we do have good science plans in place, we're not making sure that we're protecting carryover storage so that water is available to be released when we need it. So with that, you can go to the next slide. So I just wanted to just bring this chart up to show, we are actually looking at extinction for several of these runs of salmon. And I just think it's really important that we look at urgency because we're looking at long-term plans and long-term studies, and they are critically important. But we've seen from a lot of former studies that if you provide the flows that are needed in the right times of year, that we will be able to at least hang on to these species while we figure out how to recover them. And what we want is a harvestable surplus of salmon, not just the doubling goal, but enough salmon for tribes and fishermen to be able to eat. And also, any doubling goal should be based on the numbers of fish we had before this crisis happened, not from the 90% loss for spring run and 60% loss or whatever it is for fall run. And I also wanted to say that specifically when it comes to voluntary agreements without backstops, I think that the letter that this board got from Cal Fish and Wildlife Service showing how voluntary actions during curtailments alone have led to really incredibly low salmon numbers of spring salmon in Mill Creek, Deer Creek, and Antelope Creek, 9 fish, 23 fish. I mean, this is a run that was the only recovering run of spring salmon in the state of California just 5 years ago. And that's the time frame we've been looking at with this planning. And the reason why, and it's been studied a lot, is insufficient flows. They actually can't even get up the creeks to be able to spawn, despite the temperature issues and everything like that. And it's led to, real fish kills. So I'm trying to go quickly so we can go to the next one. So this just goes through the numbers we've lost while we're looking at voluntary agreements. And like I said, we're not necessarily opposed to reaching hard flow targets through voluntary action. But without the hard flow targets, what we'll have is extinction. And that also what we'll have is no drinking water supply for downriver people. So with that, we can go to the next slide. This just goes further into the failures of the voluntary agreements that are in these creeks. And the reason we felt like we had to bring this up is because these are some of the same creeks we're covering in this situation. So we know that voluntary agreements with these people have failed. And, we've also seen the cheating that has happened in the Scott River under certain voluntary or local cooperative solutions where farmers say that they use 3 times as much water as they actually do. So then they can actually show they're having savings. And that's been really well documented that under curtailments, more water was used in one of the years of the local cooperative solutions in the Scott River. So like I said, you just need to have regulatory backstops, enforcement, and proof. So with that, if we can move on to the next slide. So as I mentioned before, what's really important for salmon too, and I think this board probably knows it, but not the public doesn't in the way I've seen it, is that the in-stream flows need to happen at the right times of year. And what I'm seeing is where we're finding the threats to in-stream flows are actually in the times of year the salmon need the fish need the water the most. Late winter, early spring, and fall. So those are the times when there's out-migration and adults coming back. For springers, it's a little bit of a different life cycle, but they need to be able to get up in the spring. So I just feel like it's really important when you look at this, flow targets for different times of year, not just like baseline flows. Baseline flows are killing our fish. You can't mainline a river system. And that, even like certain points a year, having too much flow in the summer is bad for fish. It could be anyway. So it's just really important to look at the details of these plans. And with that, if you can move to the next slide. Oh, good. We got through it. And I have 1 minute to go because I have a couple more points. One thing I wanted to mention is I feel like the reason how we got here was too much wiggle room. And I feel like the voluntary agreements, if that's how we're going to go, which I don't agree with, I think we should pass phase 2 of the Bay Delta plan and work out the voluntary agreements afterwards because timing is so critical at this point. And the voluntary agreements aren't finished yet. You know, there needs to be public input, there needs to be tribal input, but for now, the fish need water, you know, and so we need water to stop toxic algae blooms. But with all this wiggle room, you know, in the Trump water plan and biological opinion, which this is based on, what we've seen is a lot of temporary urgency petitions. We've seen no protection for carryover storage. This is a huge issue on the Trinity River, and it will be an issue here too if we don't start looking at it with climate change. But you could have the best science plan in the world, but ag gets their water when ag gets their water. You know, the allocations happen. And so if you don't have protections for those carryover storage, and this is one of the things that happened at Butte Creek, you don't have enough water to release when the fish really need it. So you can't do adaptive management if you don't have a baseline of water to use for it. So yeah, with that, I'll try to finish up. It's my time. But I thank you for listening to me today. And I know you guys take this issue and this crisis we're dealing with really seriously. And so part of me talking during the science plan was just to be like, this is urgent. You know, we're supposed to have a doubling goal and we're looking at 60 to 90% decreases. And it's because of the actions that we've taken. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and don't feel too pressed on time. You know, this is a space for us to be having these conversations, and ultimately just do really appreciate your continued contributions to the discussions here across the watersheds. Chickazola, it means a lot. Appreciate the participation here.
Oh yeah, I had one point I didn't, since you said it's not pressing.
Yeah, please.
I had one point that I forgot to mention is that when there were curtailments on the Shasta River for temperature, they actually met their temperature TMDL for the first time since it's existed. And it's been in 20 years, I think. So I just really think the interplay between flow and temperature really needs to be considered.
I appreciate that. I also agree that we're going to need to be hearing a bit more about what the interplay is here. I know for folks yesterday when we asked these questions, it was really kind of pivoted to the biological opinions and feeling that temperature is going to be best addressed in some of the work that is being done there. But I think it is such an important component of this project that we do need more discussion around just the interplay across it. So appreciate that. And here, the memorandum of understanding that was signed around the voluntary agreements says the board will develop a backstop, will have, here a more full regulatory program around it. So it is the intention, as I understand here amongst us all, that be the case. And it was good to hear from Director Namath yesterday and Director Bonham reaffirming that the Bay Delta plan needs to proceed. It is the backstop, and it is in a potential and that the consideration of the voluntary agreements contributes to. So I appreciate those points. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any question here further for this panel and discussion around the science plan. And seeing none right now, appreciate the comments. And what we'll do now is move into individual comments and have still further discussion around all of this. So just thank you. And
if I might, I just wanted to state really quickly, because I forgot that, a biological opinion is a plan to keep salmon from extinction or a species from extinction. It doesn't deal with management of the whole watershed, and it doesn't deal with the public trust or tribal trust responsibilities in the way that are needed to. So it's like, and the interference in scientific meddling that can happen in a biological opinion process when presidents change is something we all see. So I just want to say the board hopefully has a responsibility to go beyond that, go beyond just a, basic extinction plan, not quite extinction plan.
I appreciate that. And, I think my comment yesterday was that the Endangered Species Act is certainly important and it's there, but it's an emergency room approach to the extinction crisis, and the real benefit and potential of this discussion around Port Cologne and the larger authorities that the state has is to be more encompassing and holistic across that, and see it as certainly important regulatory work that needs to be consistent across it, but doesn't replace the Bay Delta plan and its work. So thank you for those comments. Okay, let's move to our individual commenters. I've sorted here for myself our commenters by the days that they had preference to speak, and I believe it's still in kind of just order of folks as they first requested, and so I'll try to do that. I'll note that I don't think everyone that is here on this list right now is either within the room or on the platform, so I will call out some names that at least I'm seeing here, and if folks are not called or otherwise toward the end, just raise a hand. So let's go ahead and start. And first, I have here in person the Mayor of Suisun City, Alma Hernandez. Mayor Hernandez, thank you. And looking to the clerk just to make sure, and if there are any other electeds here in the room or on the platform, either raise your hands or please do make yourself known here, but I'll try to look through and make sure we don't have any others. Mayor Hernandez, good to see you. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. You may need to turn it on. It might still be cold.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Greetings, Chair Esquivel and the State of Water Resource Control Board. My name is Alma Hernandez. I am the Mayor of the City of Suisun City and board member of Suisun Solano Water Authority and Solano County Water Agency. Suisun, named by the Susunis of the Southern Patwin tribe, means west wind and is located in Solano County next to the Suisun Marsh, the largest contiguous marshland west of the Mississippi. The Bay Delta Plan's mandates for unimpaired flows could significantly reduce the availability of water for Solano County and Suisun City, leading to water supply disruptions for agricultural, industrial, and residential purposes. This can have severe economic impacts on local communities that depend on a consistent and reliable water supply. Today, I am here to speak in support of voluntary agreements like the Puda Creek Accord, which has been in place for 24 years in Solano County, and why they are a better alternative than the Bay Delta Plan. Voluntary agreements like the Puda Creek Accord promotes collaboration among stakeholders, including water agencies, environmental groups, and local communities. The Puda Creek Accord has allowed for customized approaches to unimpaired flows and has successfully helped with restoration efforts of salmon. The flexibility of voluntary agreements allows for adaptive management practices that can be adjusted based on real-time data and changing conditions. Innovative conservation measures include habitat restoration, groundwater recharge, and water recycling initiatives, all of which contribute to a more resilient water supply system. The Puda Creek Accord has provided Solano County and cities greater control and accountability over our water management decisions regarding unimpaired flows. This local accountability ensures that stakeholders are actively engaged in the process and can address challenges in a timely and responsive manner. Voluntary agreements focus on long-term sustainability with a holistic approach that leads to more durable solutions that benefit both current and future generations. In conclusion, the Puda Creek Accord and voluntary agreements offer numerous advantages over the Bay Delta Plan concerning unimpaired flows, including tailored solutions, stakeholder collaboration, flexibility, innovative conservation measures, local control and accountability, and long-term sustainability. Embracing these agreements reflects Solano County and Suisun City's commitment to responsible water management practices that prioritize environmental conservation and community well-being. Currently, the Bay Delta Plan proposes to reduce Suisun City's allocations from 1,600 acre-feet down to 400 acre-feet. That would be absolutely devastating to my city. Currently, I negotiated or supported negotiations for almost half a year just for an additional 5 acre-feet so that we could bring in opportunities for development to provide local jobs and local contributions to our local economy, a small city with limited resources facing a future fiscal cliff. So that is my story that I wanted to contribute to your conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate those contributions and being here with us. I know you are dealing with a lot, not just on water issues, and so your time here is really appreciated. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Christopher Kroll, who will be followed by Stephen Pang, Cecile Willie, and then Diana Suarez. And Mr. Kroll is joining us virtually, I believe, here.
Hello? Hi, I think I'm unmuted now.
Great.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a citizen here who lives at the bottom, lives near San Francisco Bay, so I'm at the bottom of the Bay Delta system, and I have been participating in some of your meetings remotely from the Bay Area, and I just wanted to call in to urge the board to say no to the voluntary agreement process. From what I have seen, though again I do not have a PhD in my name after my name either, but it seems very clear that the science says that our rivers and streams need more flow. That is very clear, and the voluntary agreements will not get us there. Science tells us they need more flow, and the voluntary agreements that are currently in place, from what I'm seeing, from what I've heard, they are not working. And the water board, you all really have to move quickly to implement the much needed increases in water flows. That is the only way to save our rivers and streams. So please pass phase 2 of the Bay Delta plan. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Kroll. I appreciate your participation here with us and following along this project. Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Stephen Pang, be followed by Casile Willie, Diana Suarez, and then Carrie Keaton.
Thank you, Chair.
If it's green, you should be good.
Okay.
All right.
Good. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and good afternoon, board members. My name is Stephen Pang, and I'm a regulatory advocate with the Association of California Water Agencies. ACWA represents more than 470 public water providers that collectively deliver about 90% of the water in California for domestic, agricultural, and industrial uses. I first just wanted to appreciate the difficult decision before you. Like all things Bay Delta related, this is an incredibly complex issue, and I really appreciate you taking the time to meet with us for this workshop and listen, learn, and better understand the proposal that's before you. I also wanted to thank State Water Board staff. This phase 2 update has been an enormous lift, and I realize that we would not be where we are today without their hard work. So the Bay Delta plan update is something that ACWA has been following closely engaged on, both phase 1 and phase 2. Like I said, this is tough work, but it's work worth doing. And, we're committed to seeing this through to the end. To that end, ACWA supports the agreements because they represent the most holistic and comprehensive solution for managing the Delta. They align with the state's water resilience portfolio. They align with the co-equal goals. They would restore habitat and help native species recover. They, at the same time, they would provide water supply reliability for 27 million people and 3 million acres of farmland. And I really just want to kind of hammer home that habitat piece because I think it's such a critical component for this. And I would refer to Mr. Rabdo's presentation yesterday on Poudre Creek. I thought was really excellent, and it wasn't until the Poudre Creek parties started implementing habitat improvements that they really started to see the native species recover. Habitat improvements in addition to flow. They started to see the native species recover, and they started to see salmon come back, which I think is what we all want. But the agreements are really so much more than just a habitat and flow program, right? They include collaboration from Red Bluff to the Mexico border. They have inclusive governance. They have a robust science and adaptive management program, which we heard a lot about this morning before lunch. In addition, I heard a lot of comments yesterday from all parties involved that we need to do something now, and the agreements would do that. The agreement parties would be ready to implement as early as next year. And I think the enthusiasm that we heard from the panel, I think it was the integration of VA flows and non-flow measures panel, that they want to do something. They were incredibly enthusiastic. They want to enact change. So I think if I could just leave you with one takeaway from my comments, it would be that the agreements provide the most benefits with the fewest impacts to our beneficial uses of water. So to close, I would just ask that the State Water Board identify the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes as the pathway forward for updating the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta plan. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you as well, Mr. Pang. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Casile Willie, followed by Diana Suarez, Carrie Keaton, and then Andrea Abergel.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good to see you all. So Willie, I am the staff attorney with Save California Salmon. My comments today are sort of mixed topic, primarily responses to prior conversations that have happened at the workshop so far. Firstly, I'd like to address some concerns I have over timing and delay of the Bay Delta Plan. As you all know, the Bay Delta Plan has taken many 2 years to come to this where we are today, and we really want to encourage an effective and holistic plan to come through sooner rather than later. And so adding these voluntary agreements has seemingly slowed down the process in our eyes. And while 90% complete, it seems like throughout this workshop, more and more questions have come up, keep being raised, and it's been mentioned several times that there are areas that require more thorough discussion and research that needs to be added. Specifically the integration of traditional ecological knowledge and involvement of tribal communities, which, as you know, requires sensitivity and consultation, requires plenty of time. So I doubt that's something that can be added fairly quickly. And as my colleague Regina mentioned earlier, we're also in the midst of a salmon crisis, and having more time to see how the salmon populations will respond in the coming years to the closures the last 2 years is critical. And implementing these voluntary agreements now before seeing how they might recover could be severely detrimental to salmon in California. And so with all of that, it may be time to consider pushing the VAs up to the next update or to another time, maybe a partial update later on, just to allow for a more complete proposal and allow the Bay Delta Plan to move forward now rather than later with a more, just so that it happens more quickly, just an idea. Next, I'd sort of like to ask for a request for clarification. The terms for what we're discussing today go between a voluntary agreement and the agreements to support Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program. And I think at the beginning of discussions, I think it would be helpful just to clarify that those are the same things that we're talking about. I think for the public that has been following the process, to have this new term introduced is a bit confusing. I know panelists and board members have mixed up the title and don't even have that down yet. So making that a little bit more consistent would be appreciated. Next, yesterday at the overview presentation for the voluntary agreements, one of the bullets listed a commitment to integration of tribal ecological knowledge, and I just want to flag that TEK stands for traditional ecological knowledge, sometimes tribal traditional ecological knowledge, but I just want to flag if that's really going to be integrated into the voluntary agreements, then it should be integrated in the correct terms. Next, there was a discussion on the participation with the program of implementation draft, and a 30-day comment period was suggested, but I would note that that's often a very short time period for people, especially if it's an extensive document. So I'd ask the board staff to consider extending that to the longest comment period possible, 45 days, 60 days, something a little bit more manageable for tribes and NGOs who don't have the staff or resources to get to that right away, would be greatly appreciated. And lastly, for the science plan, they mentioned welcome inclusion in their efforts to provide integration of indigenous knowledge, and I want to emphasize that proponents need to be making that effort. It's hard for tribes, it's hard for environmental justice communities, it's hard for small NGOs to always reach out and follow all these different meetings and notices and things like that. So it's really an effort that needs to be happen by the VA proponents. And with that, I'll close my comments, and I will see you all tomorrow at another panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willie. I really appreciate those additive comments and the continued great contribution to this discussion and discourse. It means a lot, the participation, the continued leadership. Thank you. And look forward to the further panel tomorrow. And on the public comment period, just yes, 30 days is too short. I think in this we'll try to do 45 at the least and 60 maybe, but I think look to Ms. Riddle on what that does with our expectations.
Yeah, I think what I was trying to say yesterday, that we would provide at least 30 days in advance before a workshop if the request is, and then written comments being due after that. If the request is for 45 days before the workshop, I think we can also work with that as well. But generally, we provide some time after workshops for written comments, and that would be the plan here as well.
Yeah, that's appreciated. Both notification with enough time for participation within the next workshop and at least then 30 or 45 days, but then also public comment period that can match some of that. So thank you. I really appreciate that, Ms. Mitchell. Next, I'd like to call up Diana Suarez, be followed by Carrie Keaton, Andrea Abergel, and then Jimmy Nentis.
Thank you. Hi, I am Diana Suarez from Earth Justice Ministries, speaking for Bear River, a tributary to the Feather River. The destruction of the Bear River watershed began with the 1849 gold rush. The Bear River Canal was built in 1852 along with the onset of hydraulic mining. Van Giesen Dam created Combi Reservoir in 1928, and Camp Far West Dam was built in 1963, and Rollins Reservoir Dam was built in 1965, further diverting in-stream flow and diminishing fishery habitat on Bear River. This is the devastation that must be acknowledged, reversed, restored, and compensated. The imminent total decline of the native fishery seems to have changed some minds toward restoration of some rivers, but our Bear River has been mostly overlooked. This brings me to the so-called, quote, Healthy Rivers Voluntary Agreements. Nevada Irrigation District proposes to take Bear River water during peak and pulse flows when the dams spill. This is water essential to the functional flows for the floodplains, emerging wetlands, and riparian wildlife habitat that is the Bear River living ecosystem. This is the water that connects the Bear River surface water to the groundwater. NID proposes to take this water that they cannot store, that is not theirs, and use the 1852 Bear River Canal to again diminish Bear River, sending this water into Auburn Ravine, a conveyance that NID uses for selling water. NID says that this approach is supported by the Secretaries of California's EPA and Natural Resources Agency, the directors of DWR and Fish and Wildlife. NID and others are resisting restoration of the Bear River. They say it is because, quote, Bear River doesn't have good fish habitat. They are the ones who destroyed the habitat by building 3 dams. This is excruciatingly familiar from the history of genocide and ecocide that has been the norm here for our Bear River. A path toward healing would be to prioritize the Bear River watershed for restoration, declare Bear River fully allocated all year, and require restorative, unimpaired in-stream flows along with functional flows. And most importantly, any water sent down the Bear River system for Delta water quality must flow down Bear River, not around it in canals. The priority for water in a functioning ecosystem is in the river. No voluntary agreement is acceptable that does not repair and restore what has been taken away. Please oppose any voluntary agreements that are not based on traditional ecological knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suarez. Appreciate your participation and contributions to the discussion today. Thank you for joining us here. Next, I'd like to call up Carrie Keaton, followed by Andrea Abergel, and then Jimmy Netnis.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Carrie Keaton. I'm the General Manager for Solano Irrigation District. I'm also the General Manager for the Suisun-Solano Water Authority. Thank you today for holding these workshops. They're very informative. Our agency, under contract with Solano County Water Agency, we operate Lake Berryessa. Lake Berryessa provides water for the city of Suisun City, Vacaville, Fairfield, Benicia, and Vallejo. It's about 400,000 people. Also, for agriculture, up to about 55,000 acres in Solano County. Solano project has proved to be an incredibly successful project over the years. It relies on rainfall and not snowpack, and we take a modest amount out of the reservoir every year. The stability has led the cities and the county to establish a goal of 39,000 housing units from 2010 to 2030, so a 20-year period, to help the state with housing needs. Also provides about $407,000 a year in revenue to help as the largest economic sector in Solano County, and provides stability for the cities to focus on very tough issues, DEI issues, financial issues, and homeless challenges faced by many California cities. For these reasons and more, I only have 3 minutes, so I could go on. We're very supportive of entering into an agreement in support of healthy rivers and landscapes. Also for us on Lake Berryessa, the alternative is pretty, what we consider harsh. Under the 55% unimpaired flow in the staff report, there's a proposal to take 75% of the Solano project water for other uses not in Solano County. Further on top of that, there's a requirement to maintain 1 million acre feet of carryover in Lake Berryessa. So the only volume we have to use is 25% of what's left, which is 600,000 acre feet when it's absolutely full. And already of that volume, 100,000 acre feet a year goes to evaporation, losses in stream flow, requirements, and also seepage into the ground. If you add in unimpaired flow, you add in the storage requirements, and then changing hydrologic cycles from year to year, anything other than a perfect water year, you don't have the water you need just for the people in the county, let alone agriculture. For example, City of Suisun City gets all their water from the Solano project. Just 2 years ago, 2022, we were under the million acre foot threshold. Under that requirement, the city for the whole year would have gotten 0 water allocation, and there's no other source for them. So it's a pretty dramatic impact on Solano County. I could go on, but I'll stop there because you're busy today, and I do appreciate and thank you for holding these workshops. I also want to thank the governor for his support of these discussions and workshops. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. And if there were further points you wanted to make, don't feel too pressed by the time clock. I think looking at the number of commenters we have for today, we won't be going late. So feel free if there is a couple other things. This is that opportunity. So
actually, I'll spare you because there's 5 other speakers from Solano County.
Okay, fair
who will be
enough.
happy to make those for me.
That's appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Keaton. True.
I also
Really.
wanted to offer to meet with Solano County about these statistics. We've heard them cited to a reporter recently as well, and I think that the information that's in the draft staff report is being perhaps not correctly interpreted. So we're happy to sit down and meet with Solano and discuss these numbers, or any other parties that are interested in discussing the analyses that are included in the draft staff report.
I appreciate that, Ms. Riddle. As Mr. Keaton was going through some of those stats, my question was going to be, is that our staff understanding of the impacts? And I think there is an opportunity to better bridge that because, again, the board will be adopting a backstop. There is going to be a regulatory approach here that's part of this discussion, and want to make sure we sharpen all of our collective understanding both across the VAs and the program implementation and the board's plan, so as to be able to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So I appreciate that, and do welcome folks to come in the door, especially the larger concerns here. Those are very concerning numbers. We want to understand and make sure we're seeing the same system, same impacts, same discussion. So thank you for that, Ms. Riddle. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Abergel, be followed by Jimmy Netness, and then Michael Hadley.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm on the road today, so I'm sorry I can't turn on my camera, but I appreciate having the opportunity to provide a few comments. The manager of water policy at the California Municipal Utilities Association. I just wanted to pop on to support the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements. CMUA submitted some comments to that extent during your last public comment for these, and just wanted to reiterate that we fully support the agreements because they include the following: minimal environmental effects and significant benefits throughout California. They include a comprehensive portfolio of actions in river reaches from ridgetop to river mouth, designed to reactivate the landscape scale patterns of biophysical habitat conditions that robust, resilient populations of salmon and other fish, bird, and wildlife populations depend on. We support the commitment to over $2.5 billion in funding that support the robust science program and construction of new habitat. They include actions throughout the state that are designed to restore the ecosystem function while concurrently helping secure water supplies for communities, farms, other fish and wildlife, recreation, and hydropower. They include partnerships and collaboration with state, federal, and local water agencies. They have an inclusive governance that will address changing climate conditions, support research, improve management actions for native fish, and welcomes the participation of tribes and environmental organizations. Really, their collaborative and adaptive management of flow and non-flow measures through structured decision-making that is informed by the latest science. So, significant work has been done since the draft staff report was released last fall that further advances the ability to implement these agreements immediately. That work includes detail enforcement and accounting provisions for flow and habitat. So I just wanted to reiterate CMUA support for the agreements and appreciate that you all have been having this 3-day workshop. It is very important to keep these discussions ongoing and to learn from one another. I've been listening yesterday and today, and we'll plan to listen tomorrow. And I've learned a lot hearing from the speakers today. So thank you again for the opportunity to provide these comments.
And thank you for those comments. Appreciate the participation here, Ms. Abergel. Next, I'd like to call up Jimmy Netness, be followed by Michael Hadley, and then Ava Salins.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and board members. I'm Jimmy Netness, General Manager of the Modesto Irrigation District, and it's my pleasure to be before you today to offer comments on behalf of the Tuolumne River parties. MID is a major water right holder on the Tuolumne River, and with our partners, the Turlock Irrigation District and the City and County of San Francisco, we're proud to be a part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program being submitted to you for consideration. As you've seen so far, and will become very clear by the end of this workshop, the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program is a comprehensive, statewide package of flow, non-flow, funding, science, and governance commitments from every river and major tributary in the Bay Delta watershed. While this workshop is focused on the contributions and commitments of the parties from the Sacramento, Feather, Yuba, American, and McCollum and Puta Creek watersheds, the Tuolumne parties have been and remain deeply engaged in the Healthy Rivers and Landscape process. We're committed to the program's bottom-up, science-driven, and collaborative approach bolstered by real, verifiable, enforceable flow, habitat, and funding commitments that will ensure the future health of the Bay Delta watershed's native and salmonoid fisheries. We're excited to appear before you at a future workshop where the details of the Tuolumne River portion of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program can be explained and discussed in detail. We'll continue to demonstrate the Tuolumne River portion is a result of extensive collaboration with state agencies, the Department of Water Resources and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and is founded on the best available Tuolumne-specific science. Without getting into the details, the Tuolumne River portion of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program can be summarized as more water, more habitat, more fish, self-funded, and ready to get started. Consistent with both our commitment and building off of Director Bonham's opening remarks yesterday regarding the early implementation of habitat restoration projects, the Tuolumne parties are days away from awarding a contract for the Tuolumne River main stem channel restoration upstream of Old LaGrange Bridge project. This project is nearly $10 million in construction costs and seeks to restore approximately 7.5 acres of main stem habitat. Further, The Tuolumne parties have teamed up with the river partners in Applied River Sciences to design and implement a collaborative, holistic habitat restoration program along the Tuolumne River to improve the health and long-term recovery of the fishery and local communities it serves. This is an $80 million commitment. We appreciate the time the State Water Board and your staff have dedicated to the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes through these workshops, as well as the continuing support of Governor Newsom's administration. Again, we look forward to a future workshop dedicated to the Tuolumne River and are excited to further unpacking the Tuolumne River portion of the healthy rivers and landscapes. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments, and we look forward to working with everyone going forward. The collaboration across the Tuolumne River parties, state agencies, as well as several other organizations is something to be proud of. We firmly believe that we can do more together. Thank you again.
Thank you for your time and contributions here, Mr. Netness. It's appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Hadley. I don't see Ava Salins on the platform, and so then next would be Dr. Stephen White.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Michael Hadley, and I'm the Government Relations Officer for Western Municipal Water District. Western Water is a public agency located in western Riverside County that covers approximately 527 square miles and serves about 1 million people either directly or through our retail agencies within our region. We're a member of the Metropolitan Water District and are proud to say that over the last 15 years, our water supply in our region has gone from 100% reliant on imported water supplies to only 60%, which is a huge deal for us. And we're proud to say that through brackish desalination, recycled water, and groundwater replenishment projects, we're able to bring that number down, and we'll continue to bring down that number. But Western is calling in today because we're in support of the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes, and request that it be selected for the proposed Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. Other options have the potential to significantly and negatively affect a critical water supply for us. Like I said earlier, while we moved off a lot of our water off of imported water, we still continue to invest in local projects. Our naturally arid climate and extremely unpredictable weather patterns makes imported water supplies a must-have in our water supply portfolio and will also ensure reliability. The cost of imported water for our region, when compared to other sources, still remains one of the most affordable sources of water for us. To ensure that that level of affordability for our customers, not just in our region, but in all of Southern California, we have to gradually reduce our demand on imported water. But a sudden loss of this water will dramatically impact all of our customers across our service area and all across Southern California. Riverside County, as you likely know, is one of the fastest growing counties in the country, but we must have the water supply to meet those needs. I know in our region, we talk a lot about housing and the need for meeting that state's housing goals. And without a reliable supply of water, that just won't be able to happen. And so we are in support of this agreement because we feel it strongly aligns with the ability to manage water during our unpredictable weather futures, and are in strong support of that. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the governor for his leadership on this issue and for the team there who's been working tirelessly on these efforts to make this happen. Collaboration negotiations obviously take time, but for the long term, it's going to be worth it. To avoid having to make these difficult choices in the future, it's Western's perspective that we must invest as a state in an all-of-the-above approach to water supply. We must change our perspective from one of managing for scarcity to one of managing for abundance. Partnerships between state and local agencies to make significant investments in storage, conveyance, desalination, stormwater capture, groundwater recharge, and other types of projects will result in an increased water supply, and maybe us not having to go down roads like this to negotiate over scarcity. We all want to see a healthy, vibrant ecosystem all across California, and the agreements are the best way to ensure that for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley. Appreciate your contributions here and being part of our discussion. Again, I believe Ava Salins isn't on the platform. For anyone that was looking to speak today, didn't make it, aren't on the platform, we will be able to take you tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be even tighter than today has been, but we'll be here until we hear everyone's voices. So just thank you. Next, I'd like to go to Dr. Stephen White, be followed by Heinrich Albert, and then Peter Dreckmeyer.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Good to hear you.
Hi, my name is Stephen White. I'm a professor emeritus at the Department of Biological Sciences at San Jose State University. First of all, I wanted to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to speak. I understand time is short. I'll try to make this as brief as possible. First off, my first point is that, as stated on page 9.5 of the voluntary agreements, the VA seek to create habitat to support approximately 25% of the offspring in the salmon doubling population goals. First off, creating habitat for 25% of a population doubling that's already decimated and nearly extinct is a fairly low bar to set. More importantly, creating a non-flow habitat that might support salmon spawning and rearing in no way ensures that salmon will actually utilize it, let alone abundantly generate viable offspring within it. As stated in page 5.3 of Chapter 5, Appendix G2, they state, researchers have not yet developed quantitative relationships between fish populations and many types of habitat restoration, including floodplain habitat and tidal wetland habitat. Many uncertainties remain in how effective increases in flow and non-flow habitat will be in restoring fish populations. In short, not even highly trained researchers know how effective such non-flow habitat will be. Finally, calculations for how much non-flow habitat will be needed to support 25% of the offspring of the salmon are based on very debatable assumptions. The territory size requirement for individual fry rearing, for example, can vary significantly. The value used by the VA calculations is about 0.05 meters squared, which is at the lowest end of the area range. There's a reference, which I've read, the Keeley and McPhail paper in 1998, found that the territory size varied more than tenfold, ranging from 0.03 to 0.4 square meters for individual juvenile trout. In other words, the VA uses a territory size requirement value about 8 times smaller than the upper end of the size range. This is important because the territory size requirement is used to calculate the required habitat size. So there are other variables as well. There's the salmon mortality variable, the egg to fry survival variable, and if you figure in all these variables, there are underestimates that really, I think, draw into question the idea of a valid calculation of habitat size that they need. I suggest they recalculate using a value near the upper end of the territory size requirement, since larger juveniles tend to occupy more area and larger, more robust juveniles may have a greater increased likelihood of survival. At the very least, they should recalculate this using the median territory size. That's the first point. The second point is that, as it's stated on page 9.1 of Chapter 9, the VA seek to substitute an inflow objective of 55% of unimpaired flow with an adaptive range of flows between 45 and 65% of the unimpaired flow. Okay, basically then the voluntary agreements would allow a decrease in flow, and they would seek to mitigate that by creating non-flow habitat. But as cited on page 6-2 of Appendix G2, they state, it is important to know that flows and water quality parameters, such as the temperature, must be sufficient for the benefits of restoration to be realized. Now, I don't think people are arguing that creating non-flow habitat would be not beneficial. I think they think would be beneficial. It's just that it can't take the place of higher flows. In fact, claims that non-flow habitat creation can substitute for increased flows are really largely speculative. As shown on table 2-1 of page 2-1 of chapter 2, the authors of the draft report hypothesize, and this the column heading is hypothesized habitat restoration benefit. They hypothesize that restoration increases habitat quantity and quality, and they only do that in the presence of higher flows. The VAs can cite no evidence that more non-flow habitat can substitute for higher river flows because no such scientific evidence exists. Okay. The third point I'd like to bring up is this point which has been mentioned, so I'll just hit another point about it, is harmful algal blooms. The Delta suffers from these. They're an obvious threat to humans and other animal life in the Delta ecosystem. These habitats are a recurrent problem with inadequate freshwater flows into the Delta during the summer months, giving rise to stagnant water and high water temperatures, both of which influence HABs. I draw attention to only one point here. Within the VA documents, the HABs are mentioned only in passing. And even then, the reference is to flow increases during the spring months, okay? That's in page 185, Appendix C of Table 1. It states, flow increases during the spring months will result in reduced pathogen density in the water column. Unfortunately, harmful algal blooms are more of a problem in the summer months. Again, as stated on page 9-8 of the voluntary agreements, flow assets would be additive and would generally be provided in January through June. So, for clarification, summer starts in late June. So basically, again, this is spring flows. No one denies that increased freshwater flows in the Delta during the spring months would be beneficial. No one's saying that. It is equally undeniable, however, that the Bay Delta requires greater freshwater flows during the summer months as well, when the HABs are more problematic. The fourth point is nowhere, this has been brought up before, so I'll be brief. Nowhere in the voluntary agreements is there any regulation of water, any discussion of regulation of water temperatures within the very broad geographic area of those covered by those agreements. There is no mention of minimal cold water reservoir storage requirements, which should be there. There's no mention of cold water trigger temperatures, which should be there. There's no mention of under what conditions such water releases would be mandated, and nor is there any discussion of the effects that such mandated water releases would have on flows proposed by the VAs. All of those things should be addressed, and they aren't. Fifth point, just going quickly, the proposed VAs anticipate that this is in section 9.3.4.3 of chapter 9 of the staff report. The proposed VAs anticipate that approximately $925 million will be made available for water purchases, with approximately $708 million provided by public funding from the state and the federal governments. So how the VA parties are claiming this program is self-sufficient is, I think, needs to be explained. In fact, if you read through everything, they request $290 per acre foot of water with 10,000 acre feet provided for during flow 1 sources and 10,000 acre feet for flow 4 sources. Well, 10,000 acre feet is almost $3 million, and that's going to be $3 million per year for 8 years. In addition, they demand $15 million for groundwater investments and $40 million for SWRCB enhancements. That's a lot of money. It certainly isn't free. The VA parties basically are going to put this debt on the taxpayers of California and the taxpayers of the entire country. I think they should pay that money. We're in the midst of a $38 to $68 billion California debt. We've already burdened the taxpayer with lots of debt for water projects they never got a chance to vote on, which shall not be named, I guess. But the idea is that we can't take on more of this debt, and they should take it. The other point is that here it says on page 9.5 to 9.6, implementation of non-flow restoration actions will be considered as contributing towards implementation of the narrative salmon objective and narrative viability objective. Well, basically, that means they want the taxpayers and the state to foot the bill for the work they've done already. There's a cogent argument against this slippery slope kind of idea. The VA projects have been done many years prior to the water board consideration of the VA proposals. And they want that to satisfy requirements for a future is yet unadopted proposal that we're considering now. That's basically a kind of a retroactive acceptance. I urge the state not to go down a retroactive acceptance hole, because it just opens you up for lawsuits forever for any action, with air quotes around action. That's not a very good move. Finally, the idea that there, I'll blurt it out. There's the Delta project and the Sites project, and I know that they're not supposed to be named. But they are going to affect these projects. They are going to affect the BA water flows as well, and they need to be considered. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. I appreciate your contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up Heinrich Albert, be followed by, I'm not seeing Peter Dreckmeyer on the platform, so we followed by Morgan Snyder, and then Alex Rabideau.
So for over a decade, for many years, the Water Board's own science reports have made clear that flows, temperature, and other water quality conditions in the delta and tributaries are inadequate to protect fish and other wildlife. Protecting this environment is a beneficial use and needs to be prioritized. Today, you've been considering voluntary agreements, or perhaps with a different name, but still voluntary agreements as an alternative to the Bay Delta Plan, which has been adopted for what we used to call Phase 1 and has been proposed for what we used to call Phase 2. So those proposals are pretty modest. They specify delta inflows that are well below the levels required if we were to create optimal conditions for fish. And it allows that modest flow level to be reduced still further if we find that environmental conditions improve significantly. So I understand that the board is charged with balancing the needs of the environment with the needs of agriculture, industry, and residential use. But to adopt the proposed and I think wholly inadequate voluntary agreements, or to continue to delay in hopes that those VAs will be modified to target some semblance of environmental improvement, would not be balancing, would not be a compromise. Furthermore, as you know, the state is advancing some massive infrastructure projects that, if built, would have very large effects on delta inflows and the delta environment. You really need to act with all deliberate speed so that these multi-billion taxpayer dollar proposals can be evaluated under the rules that will exist if and when they become operational. Continuing with what I think are hollow promises of the VAs, or under any other name, would be really an abdication of your responsibility as the water board, your responsibility to protect our waters as a public trust resource and the environment that some of us depend on for our livelihoods and many more depend on for sport, recreation, and the enjoyment of our beautiful state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albert. Appreciate the comments and contributions here to the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer, be followed by Morgan Snyder, and then Alex Rabideau.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, directors, and staff. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer, and I serve as Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. The Delta Reform Act was passed in 2009. Here we are 15 years later. The salmon fishing season has been closed for the second year in a row, and we're talking about an 8-year VA package. So what happens in 8 years? Will we face another 15 years of delay on a real solution? The VAs are being sold as a compromise, but they're really just a sellout. Checklists by themselves don't deliver results. If the promise of producing more fish with less water doesn't materialize, we all lose. Success should be measured by results, not just commitments. The Bay Delta Plan is already a compromise. The 2010 flow criteria report determined the Sacramento River Basin and Delta need 75% of unimpaired flow, but the SAC recommendation is just 55%. One of the best things about the Bay Delta Plan is its adaptive management component. If biological goals are being met, the percentage of unimpaired flow requirement could decrease. If they're not being met, the percentage of unimpaired flow could be increased. That's a great incentive for the water agencies to implement habitat restoration projects that will actually work. It's a lot easier to measure whether projects worked than whether they might work. About a decade ago, the South San Joaquin Irrigation District implemented a pressurized water pilot project to enable more efficient delivery of irrigation water on about 3,000 acres. And the results were a 30% decrease in water and energy use and a 30% increase in crop yield. The district then looked at expanding the project. They found that full implementation on their 56,000 acres would conserve up to 73,000 acre feet of water per year. Instead of subsidizing habitat restoration projects, which the water agencies should have implemented long ago on their own dime to meet the requirements of Fish and Game Code 5973, why not help fund agricultural water delivery improvements? That would free up the water our rivers and delta desperately need. And why not impose a water export fee on luxury crops that are shipped overseas to help and use that funding to help irrigation improvements? It's simply unconscionable to allow California's public trust water to be co-opted by agribusiness to benefit a few at the expense of the rest of us. We've already squandered much of our children's natural resource inheritance and are now putting them in debt. Let's not increase the debt service we pass on to future generations. This is a legacy issue. Please don't set us up for failure. Do the right thing and end the VA process before it delays a true solution even longer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Appreciate the comments and contributions to this discussion, this project, and continued work. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Morgan Snyder, be followed by Alex Rabideau, be followed then by Patrick Koppel. Snyder.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. My name is Morgan Snyder, and I am a climate water advocate for the Delta. I'm here today to comment on the proposed voluntary agreement for the Bay Delta. The Bay Delta estuary is considered the nation's sixth biodiversity hotspot, home to 500 endemic fish and wildlife species. Among these are migratory and endangered fish species, including the Chinook salmon and the Delta smelt. The voluntary agreements that are being discussed here today would further threaten these critical habitats and species that are already struggling in the face of climate change and poor water. Freshwater flow is absolutely essential to the survival of fish and wildlife. Flows promised under the VAs are inadequate to support native fish and are essentially identical to current standards that are obviously inadequate given the current state of the estuary. We're already seeing the closure of the salmon fishery for the second year in a row. Let's not further endanger these communities. I would also like to point out that the partner strategy that was brought up earlier in the science panel is implemented in a separate entity from the voluntary. Furthermore, these voluntary agreements are the result of an exclusionary process consisting of backroom dealings that excluded important parties that rely on the water system within the Bay Delta, including tribes, environmental justice communities, and environmental and fishing groups. These voluntary agreements serve only to set back the implementation of the Bay Delta, phase one of which still has not been fully implemented. The voluntary agreements would be a step backward. There is a better way to move this plan forward, engaging all interested and affected parties and leveraging science to inform our policy. On behalf of the state of Delta, I implore you to vote against these voluntary agreements for the sake of our estuary and the species that call it home, for the sake of our communities, for equity and justice. Please vote for the communities and the environment by voting no on these. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for yours as well, and for the participation here, Ms. Snyder. It's much appreciated. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Alex Rabideau, be followed by Patrick Koppel, and then Michael Ross and Thomas Stokely.
Well, good afternoon, Water Board members. My name is Alex Rabideau, Assistant General Manager, with the Solano County Water Agency. As shared, our agency is a wholesale agency. We're comprised of the 7 Solano cities in Solano County, as well as 3 irrigation reclamation districts within Solano County. We're also the staff lead on SIGMA. So with the Solano Sub-Basin, one of the groundwater basins that's sustainable, that just got passed by DWR back in January. Solano County is unique in such that we have both, core diverse urban cities. As you heard from Mayor Hernandez and others, we have about 400,000 residents in Solano County. So we're an urban city or urban county, but also with pretty core agricultural grain belts and buffers between our cities, which is pretty unique. Our region is also home to the Travis Air Force Base, which is the largest military Air Force base here in California. It's also the largest single employer in Solano County. Our region's investment, this is really Solano County taxpayers have invested in local supplies, this being Puda Creek, the Delta, and groundwater, really to, again, help sustain our community, particularly during periods of drought. And that's certainly where Solano has been able to really benefit. Solano County is also the most affordable Bay Area county. Again, people work in the Bay, other parts of the Bay, and often come to Solano to live as being, again, one of the more affordable places. One of the challenges, and I think this was shared, and certainly, again, if we've got it wrong, we certainly really want to work with state board staff to make sure we do understand correctly. But under the unimpaired flow scenario, it's pretty dramatic in the sense of what we would lose with our most reliable water supply. It's something that, again, would place building moratoriums, particularly on our large urban cities, which rely on Solano Project water, and really we'd have the inability to meet affordable housing or just housing in general and economic turmoil in our county. It's something that, again, as water managers, as people in our community, it's something we're very concerned about. And certainly, again, if we got it wrong, we'd really want to make sure, again, we're working with state board staff to make sure what our understanding is indeed the same. Nevertheless, the one, certainly don't want to paint a draconian picture. I think, efforts in Lower Puda Creek are sort of a good example. And I know we've shared this a little bit here, but going back in the early 1990s, again, one of the droughts now, probably three or four droughts ago, Puda Creek went dry, and the parties in Yolo County, UC Davis, the City of Davis, Puda Creek Council, sued the Solano water supply agencies to say, hey, this is not working, this is not enough water. For 9 years, our agencies between Solano and Yolo litigated, and spent that time litigating, and at some point realized litigation, the attorneys are the only ones benefiting. Let's come to the table and figure this out. And so in 2000, both the parties, the 3 parties in Yolo County, the water supply agencies in Solano, reached a settlement that was very specific. It set flow targets, baseline flow targets, fall and spring post-flow targets for native fish species. And this wasn't just for salmon. This is actually really specific for native fish species on Puda Creek. 9 years later, after that litigation, the City of Davis, one of the same agencies that had sued the Solano County Water Agency, awarded us the Environmental Recognition Award. And again, I think really the story is to really say, again, collaboration is really important. Again, at one point we were being sued. 9 years later, we're all in the same room working together. And really, again, in 2014, again, shared this here, we finally had salmon begin to return to Puda Creek. And that was after almost a decade of habitat improvements that were actually done by the water agency. Some of it was state granted, some of it was funded by Solano County taxpayers. To date now, since 2014, almost every year we've had reliable salmon returns on Lower Puda Creek. 2 weeks ago, we met with UC Davis as our second annual Puda Creek Data Summit. And historically, we now have, according to UC Davis, more salmon returning in Puda Creek than historically was there. It's important to recognize Puda Creek is a very different system. It's a colder system than it was historically. But again, that's pretty exciting. And I think it's really the power of collaboration, of really, again, combining environmental needs, water supply needs, and really, again, on a mission to working together here. Certainly the one thing I'd certainly want to say, Puda Creek is pretty small. We represent only about 1% of the Sac River watershed. So we're really proud, but we're sort of the little train that could, if you will. Certainly there's more to go. We're excited. There's areas that we heard of things that we can do better, and we're excited to embark and continue on that. In closing, I'd really like to thank and recognize Governor Newsom for his leadership and support of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program and the Solano community. Based on our experience, our commitment that we've had for the last 24 years, we really think again that this program builds upon the success of the Poudre Creek Accord. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Abadou. Next, I'd like to call up Patrick Koppel, be followed by Michael Ross, Tom Stokely, and then Bart Broom.
Good afternoon. Am I coming through okay?
You are. Good afternoon. Good to hear you. And
great, thank you. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Patrick Koppel. I'm the Executive Director of the Tuolumne River Trust. It's no secret that our Central Valley rivers, the Delta, and the vast array of fish and wildlife that depend on it are on the brink of disaster. The salmon season has been closed again, and we're seeing extremely poor escapement numbers in most Central Valley rivers. Delta smelt are nearly extinct. Sturgeon, a grand fish of the Delta and Central Valley rivers, are declining. The VA signatories assert that physical habitat can replace water flows, and I can tell you that on the Tuolumne, we've been down this road before, and so it's not going to work. In 1995, the local irrigation districts, fish agencies, and conservation groups, including DRT, signed a settlement agreement related to the Don Pedro hydropower license, which provided very minor flow increases and a commitment to complete 10 habitat restoration projects. What's happened since then? Salmon populations continue to decline to the point where today, instead of over 100,000 salmon that the Tuolumne historically supported, we often only see a few hundred to maybe a few thousand fish. The Tuolumne 1995 VA did not work. But this isn't just about fish, this is about people and about a legacy of dams, diversions, water withdrawals, in short, resource extraction that began with the gold rush and continues today. Throughout this 175-year history, the people who've relied on these rivers, native peoples, have been excluded from decisions about how to manage them. And these VAs represent a continuation of that terrible legacy. They are explicitly exclusionary. There has been no participation from tribal members, nor from fishing groups or environmental groups. The board should meaningfully engage the tribes and make sure that any improved plan meets tribal needs and protects tribal uses of water. The VA strategy is to see how efficiently we can use environmental water, or more to the point, how little water can we leave in the river and try to improve fish populations. And yet I hear no consideration about how we can improve ag and urban water efficiency to support a healthy ag economy while also a thriving fish population. There are tools to do this, but there aren't any discussion or presentations about it. One example is closed and pressurized water supply pipelines, which have been shown to be much more effective and efficient at delivering water and even increasing productivity and profits. There are improvements to floodwater capture and groundwater recharge and banking, and other opportunities to keep our economies healthy, drinking water delivered, and our rivers and fish populations healthy. But the focus always seems to come back to using as little water as possible for fish, and we know it won't work. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Koppel. Appreciate the comments and engagement here. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Ross, be followed by Thomas Stokely, Bart Broom, and then Dante Nomalini.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Michael Ross, and I'm assuming I'm being heard right now.
You are. Good afternoon.
I was able to listen today in this workshop since the beginning, and I thank the board for holding these workshops and actively listening to the public on both sides. Thank you for that time and effort. I live in Western Placer County, and I'm a professional resource water engineer, and have been doing work in water resources for over 30 years. The last two panel speakers that we had before public individual comment, and also Mr. Albert, said much of my perspective. So I can probably make things a little bit shorter if you recall some of the points they made. I'll start by saying that rivers I know have PhDs. The rivers have PhDs in providing life in and of nature, including human life, and that and that we are, in my understanding, place-based, time-dependent, dynamic life forms and givers, and live with a right to that flow at the right temperature at all times to flourish and support life for a bright future now. So, as many of the speakers already pointed out, the rivers and we all need flow, and we need it at the right time, at the right temperature, and at all times to flourish on this life, on this planet. So we're caught between the structure and the system that really we have the planners and users of water that are the signees of the Healthy River and Landscape Program, and then we have the regulatory body that we proposed, that we developed ourselves through the Clean Water Act, that supervises us and regulates us on the way in which we use the water. And the Healthy River and Landscape Program seems to be blurring that regulatory function that the Water Board, as trustee of the public resource, is supposed to be implementing. And so on one side, we have the users and planners for municipal, domestic supply, agricultural supply, and industrial process supply, and those other human-centric specific beneficial uses. And on the other side, we have the Water Board and other entities that want, mitigation of aquatic organisms, rare and threatened endangered species, and other beneficial water uses that these other planners and users of water are not interested, and they're not ranking them the same as the Water Board. And so once the whole 55% unimpaired flow criteria is being accomplished, then the Water Board and then the other agencies can bring forward the principles of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program to then ask for reallocation of that unimpaired water that can be shown through the principles of precautionary principle approach. They can use the Water Board can use the precautionary principle approach to actually then let people, let agencies prove that the unimpaired flow can be diminished and there would be no detrimental harm to the fish or wildlife. And so you need to step back and not allow this type of VA agreements to be the lead regulatory action that then you're going to depend on for restoration. It's just not going to happen. You need to use this type of science-based management actions, dynamic management actions, to actually look at how 55% unimpaired flows are actually improving or not improving at any one place and at any one time. So I'll just leave my comments to that. And thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Ross. Appreciate you tracking and being a participant here within our discussion. It's appreciated. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Thomas Stokely. We follow up Bart Broom, Dante Nomalini, and then Scott Artis. Okay, thank you, Clerk. Next, we'll go to Bart Broom, and then Dante Nomalini, and then Scott Artis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Bart Broom, representing the Santa Clara Valley Water District, also known as Valley Water. Thank you for this workshop and for the great care you're taking with the difficult decisions before you. Valley Water is the regional water supply and groundwater sustainability agency for the 2 million people of Santa Clara County. We also provide water for agriculture and thousands of job-creating Silicon Valley businesses. Santa Clara County imports half of its water through 3 imported water systems: the State Water Project, the Central Valley Project, and San Francisco's Hetch Hetchy system. Our water supply will be reduced by both phase 1 and phase 2 implementations of the water quality control plan. Valley Water is investing billions of dollars to shore up our local supply. We have invested heavily in conservation. In the last 20 years, Valley Water supported a 25% increase in our population with an 8% decrease in our total water use. Our $2.3 billion Anderson Dam project will restore a water supply capacity large enough to supply 1 million people for a year. We are actively pursuing a $1.2 billion potable reuse project because we need the water. As you consider the water quality control plan, we must express our concern about significantly reducing our imported water supply. We fear it could force our region back into groundwater overdraft and subsidence. The draft staff report estimates that supplies for the San Francisco Bay region would be reduced by 10 to 22% in an average year. However, a 2021 Lawrence Berkeley study found that there will be low to no snow periods lasting an average of 5 to 10 years by the 2040s and 2050s. How long will extended droughts last before intensified storms get us to the average precipitation? And will we be able to capture, convey, and store those flows in time to replenish our groundwater? If we don't make it, subsidence returns and Silicon Valley sinks. I'm here to add our voice in support of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. This program is a watershed-wide coordination effort with potential for holistic collaboration among diverse parties. The level of commitment from all the parties involved really must be commended, and especially Governor Newsom. The program provides enhanced flows, science-based management, habitat restoration, floodplain activation, fish passage projects, and the funding to get all that done. It includes traceable ecosystem water for most water year types while keeping the export limits that are already in place. Valley Water supports the comprehensive approach of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program because it balances all those beneficial uses. We thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Broom. Next, I'd like to call up Dante Nomalini, followed by Scott Artis, and then Greg Zlotnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Dante Nomalini. I'm the manager and co-counsel for the Central Delta Water Agency. I assume you can hear me.
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for
All
joining
right.
us.
Well, thank you very much. First, I'd like to speak to the sovereignty of water that was addressed, I think, compassionately on behalf of Indian tribes. In California, we have water subject to the public trust, and of course, expenditure of public funds is also subject to the public trust. You people, as political representatives and officials, are the trustees for the public trust. And under the case law, the Mona Lake litigation, it is clear that the public trust is not altered by subsequent legislative or administrative action. So you people individually have the responsibility to do the right thing with regard to the public trust. Now, in terms of what we're dealing with here, we have a major crisis. The major crisis was the introduction of the use of emergency authority to introduce temporary urgency changes with regard to the water quality control plan. The reason given at the time was related to maintenance of cold water for fish. Cold water for fish in the Sacramento River. The water quality standards, of course, do not have specifics or did not have specifics with regard to whole water in the Upper Sacramento. The biological opinion did not provide specifics, and therefore the operations allowed the projects to export water, reducing carryover storage to the point that they could not meet water quality standards in the second or third year of the drought. Now, the projects that we have that are driving California water are the Central Valley Project of the federal government and the State Water Project. Both of those projects were designed to meet the firm water expectations in a reoccurrence of the 1928 through 1934 drought, 6 years. They were designed for that purpose. They moved forward with the expectation of carrying that design to fruition. They planned on 5 million acre feet coming from development in the north coast of California by the year 2000 as necessary for them to fulfill their obligations. Their obligations included salinity control for the Delta. It included priority for the areas of origin, both the present and future needs. And of course, the next thing was their duty to their contractors with the expectation of receiving water. Now, it was recognized that at times the system would produce water that would be surplus, not firm water, but beyond firm water that could be used. And that was used with some precaution in the early stages of the projects. They did not want infirm water to develop permanent supply demand. And as time went on, the Department of Water Resources, the Bureau of Reclamation, liberalized the commitment of water to the point that we now have residential development in the desert, permanent crops on arid and desert lands that need firm supply. The recent study, or the best one I could find in 2008 by the Bureau of Reclamation, indicated that by the year 2030 development, we were going to need 4.9 million acre feet in an average year and 6.2 million acre feet in a dry year. Those are huge shortages to produce in a firm manner. So I think this hearing is good, and I appreciate you people doing it, has brought forth some clear indication that fish need not only habitat, but they need water quality, and they need temperature. Those are the things that are lacking in many respects in our water quality control plan. Now, you understand, and I think I do, the politics of water in California. A deal was made associated with the biological opinion for long-term operation of the projects that the fishery interest would get habitat in exchange for leaving them alone with the bad, imperfect water supply. Now we realize, and you did too, that we needed flow. And you've attempted by creating a required allocation from each watershed, which we understand is not necessarily what's best for fish. We ought to be seeing what the fish production is, not the acreage of habitat and not the volume of water. It's the combination of these things in particular locations that make a difference. And I think this hearing has helped to make that clear, and the science looks like it's headed in the right direction. I am very concerned about the idea of using public dollars to come in and foster some of the claimed process for getting additional water. What really piqued my interest was the thought that export reduction, projected export reduction in the project would be compensated in some way from the public taxpayers. The state water project was supposed to be completely funded by the contractors. The federal project is supposed to be separately funded by the federal government. Money is set aside in particular for doubling the salmon population. Now we're going to talk about what kind of projected delivery of water was expected from the project that would then be compensated by the taxpayers. Are they going to get paid for projecting illegal deliveries of water that were delivered while they were violating water quality standards, or while they claimed they were exempt from standards because of the temporary urgency changes? I would say, please, take your responsibility seriously. Straighten this thing out. The project should come forward and tell you what their ability is to meet even the D1641 water quality standards if we have a reoccurrence of the dry period of 1928 through 34. And the more recent one, they did the same thing. It was 1987 through 92. They didn't reduce deliveries in the first 3 years, and we ended up with a crisis thereafter. We need to have some clarity as to what our ability is. We have no objection to surplus water going to help people in other parts of the state. We expect the promises to be honored with regard to the priorities, and we believe they should develop the water. Now, it's very difficult. If you can't develop the water, you have to reduce the demand. So anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity for comment. And this is a very complicated matter, not only physically, financially, but politically. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Namalini. Appreciate continued leadership and engagement in what it continues, as we know, to be, as you said, a very complicated matter. But appreciate your words and appreciate your time here. Next, I'd like to call up Scott Artis, be followed by Greg Zlotnick, Ellen Weir, and then Angelina Cook.
Great. Thank you, members of the board. I'm Scott Artis from Golden State Salmon Association. The voluntary agreement proposal, purportedly crafted to address the critical issues surrounding water management in the Bay Delta region, fails to deliver the comprehensive solutions needed to safeguard our rivers, salmon, and other fish, and ensure equitable access to clean water resources for all of California's stakeholders. The VA's failed to establish concrete standards for adequate water flows and temperatures essential for salmon survival. It threatens to decimate not only these iconic species, but also the livelihoods of countless individuals who depend on them. Salmon are not just a vital component of California's ecosystems, they are a cultural and economic cornerstone, sustaining indigenous communities, as we've heard, and supporting what could be a thriving fishing industry, coastal towns, and inland river cities. We're now headed into year 2 of a salmon fishing season closure. The proposed agreements fall short in addressing the root causes of the ecological crisis facing this Bay Delta region and its rivers. It fails to adequately address unsustainable water extraction and reduced flows, which continue to drive the decline of native species and degrade water quality. Without these concrete measures and enforcement to address these underlying issues of fish, adequate water flows, and temperatures, it will be nothing more than a mask that simply covers up the systemic challenges at hand, ones that are failing people and wildlife at the moment. We can't afford to leave the fate of our water resources in the hands of entities whose primary concern may not be the long-term health of our ecosystems or the well-being of our diverse communities. Moreover, the proposed agreement has lacked transparency and meaningful public input. The negotiations have largely taken place without stakeholder input, shutting out those voices of communities, environmental organizations, fishing, tribal, and other stakeholders will be directly impacted by its implementation. So I respectfully request the Water Board to not sideline the very people who will bear the brunt of the consequences of a plan that ignores the very elements that ensure healthy rivers and salmon populations. So board members, it is imperative that the Water Board demand better, a plan that prioritizes environmental sustainability, equitable access to clean water, healthy salmon runs, and robust stakeholder engagement before the bulk of the decisions have already been made and laid in stone. So thank you for your time and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for your time as well and appreciate the comments. Thank you, Mr. Artis. I believe Greg Zlotnick is not on the platform, so next will be Ellen Weir, then we'll go to Angelina Cook, Cheyenne Salata, and then Molly Colton.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Ellen Weir on behalf of Grassland Water District. My comments are about how the Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal relates to the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, or CVPIA. The CVPIA is a fish and wildlife restoration program that's been around for more than 30 years. It has accomplished a lot, improvements in water supply, infrastructure, and habitat for the Central Valley, including in the Grassland Resource Conservation District and 18 other refuges throughout the Central Valley. So we're kind of focused on how that program relates to this proposal and the proposal to bring even more resources and new governance to help achieve longstanding ecological restoration goals in the valley. I have 3 points on the topic: water, money, and enforcement. As it relates to water, the Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal will include refuges as covered parties under the Bureau's water rights, but it doesn't propose to rely on refuge assets, including our really important water supplies. So in our view, that's a showing of good faith by the proponents that they're trying to avoid redirected impacts on refuges. And for practical purposes for us, the Bureau of Reclamation has kind of looked at the modeling for the VA proposal and confirmed that they will be able to meet the refuge water supply needs even in dry years. So even in difficult year types, we're pretty assured that the water supplies under the proposal will not have redirected impacts. The second is money. So the Bureau of Reclamation is proposing to put $10 million on the table from the CVPIA Restoration Fund to meet the goals of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal. We believe it's possible and likely that Reclamation can meet that goal, but we wanted to emphasize that Reclamation is really extending itself financially under this proposal. So we'll continue to work closely with Reclamation to make sure there be no adverse financial impacts on the refuge program. The third is enforcement. And so I just want to emphasize we're very grateful that in the staff report, the draft staff report in sections 5 and 7.6, it reiterates what the board has said previously, which is that the water quality control plan update will include provisions or mitigation measures to avoid redirected impacts on terrestrial and aquatic refuge habitats. By ensuring adequate water supplies for refuges, which includes CVPIA level 2 at the times when we need that water supply and CVPIA incremental level 4. Acknowledging the value of the successful refuge program in the plan update and the water supply goals of that program, I think really strengthens the connection between the federal CVPIA and the state water quality control plan. This presents a significant opportunity for the board to build a bridge between the federal regulatory and the state. And I think by bridging those two, it will help secure a healthy future for California on the state's own terms. So I wanted to just emphasize that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weir. I appreciate those comments and agree there's a real opportunity to bridge across all of this various functioning and work and laws. And so thank you for that. Next, I'd like to call up Angelina Cook, be followed by Cheyenne Salata, and then Molly Colton. And I believe here our last commenter, and anyone in the room or on the platform, please raise your hand and indicate, but Barbara Wolk, I believe, will be our last individual commenter today. Ms. Cook.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for holding these discussions to learn more about the incredible challenges facing California's water. My name is Angelina Cook. I work with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and I have been working on improving sustainable water management at the base of Mount Shasta for about 20 years. I have also been tracking Klamath Dam removal and follow-up efforts to ensure sufficient flows in the Shasta and Scott rivers to improve chances that dam removal will actually result in salmon recovery. After listening to multiple presentations and comments, it is clear to see that the conditions that would be necessary for voluntary agreements to meet the task at hand simply do not exist. Specifically, the conditions I'm referring to include in-stream flow requirements, objective monitoring of diversions and groundwater pumping, and effective enforcement of environmental quality laws at the local level. Until and unless these conditions are addressed and funded in a meaningful way, the Water Board cannot continue to rely upon laissez-faire approaches to so-called sustainable water management, such as are embodied in the voluntary agreements. I've also observed in presentations yesterday and today that supporters of voluntary agreements seem to be the ones who are enjoying outsized monetary benefits from California's overallocated, overly complicated, and underregulated water system. It also seems clear that that proponents are vastly underestimating the devastating economic, cultural, and ecological consequences of salmon extinction. This is a keystone species whose demise foreshadows the demise of an untold number of other species and vulnerable communities down the road. As you've been reminded many times already, this issue is not new, and voluntary efforts to achieve water quality goals have proven insufficient time and time again. Political reticence to adjust 20th century water use to 21st century conditions is the reason that salmon, extreme drought, and water crises continues to threaten our natural-born rights to clean water and a healthy environment. Everyone listening knows that water distribution in California is not equitable, use is not sustainable, and regulatory enforcement ensuring supply reliability for human and natural communities now and down the road are not sufficient. Please take this opportunity to learn from mistakes of the past and adopt clear, enforceable regulations to protect the public trust and move California water in the direction of equity and resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Cook. Appreciate those comments for contributing here today. Next, I'd like to call up Cheyenne Salata, be followed by Molly Colton, Barbara Wolk, and then our final commenter, as I understand it, Scott Jenkins.
Hello, are you able to hear me all right?
We are. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. I am Cheyenne Salata, a climate water advocate from Restore the Delta. I'm here today to comment on the proposed voluntary agreements for the Bay Delta Plan. The voluntary agreements should not be considered because they do not provide adequate in-stream flows and would lead to further critical estuary degradation. Low freshwater flows promote the facilitation of harmful algal blooms, impair fish habitat and population, put communities at risk, and are ultimately detrimental to the quality of our watersheds and to the communities that surround it. This poses a health threat to humans as well as the environment. Problems such as HABs that result from lack of adequate stream flow are persistent, costly to repair, and are hard to manage once they've occurred. They significantly degrade the quality of water that we rely on. It is more efficient to prevent problems than to fix them in watersheds. Providing adequate stream flows is a necessary measure in prevention. Low stream flows are contributing to the decline in native fish population and will result in an even larger decline of important species such as Chinook. Voluntary agreements lack scientific support and therefore should not be considered in the update to the Bay Delta Plan. Ensuring healthy stream flow requirements are implemented is crucial to our communities and ensuring the proper management of our estuaries. In addition, voluntary agreements exclude tribes, environmental justice communities, and environmental and fishing groups, and instead focus on special interests. This is not an aspect that ensures the progression towards restoration and does not include groups that play a vital role in our estuaries. When considering the negative impacts towards our communities, resources, and environment, it is evident that voluntary agreements should not be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Molly Colton.
Hello and good afternoon, board members. My name is Molly Colton. I'm commenting today as a private citizen who cares about our collective environment and river systems, unaffiliated with any other titles or positions I may hold. I first want to thank everyone for their presentations today. They have been excellent. I've been listening to these presentations today and yesterday, and it is obvious that the people and organizations who stand to benefit, probably monetarily, from the voluntary agreements are in support of this exclusionary process because it benefits them. It does not benefit the environment, the fish, the people of California, and California tribal groups. The proprietors of the voluntary agreements are greenwashing the VAs by calling them the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program, but we won't be fooled. Habitat restoration is not a substitute for science-based flow standards. Habitat restoration means nothing if all the fish in the river and the delta are dead. These policies have had disastrous consequences. Last year, for the 6th year in a row, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife found no native delta smelt in the annual trawl survey. This year, for the 2nd year in a row and the 4th time in California history, the commercial and recreational salmon fishing industry has closed. This has real-life impacts on people's lives and livelihoods, affecting thousands of jobs in a time of an economic crisis, as well as the rights of California tribal groups to access and perform sacred cultural practices. I'm sure the State Water Board works very hard, but from where I'm sitting, it looks like the State Water Board doesn't want to do its job of implementing and enforcing the Bay Delta Plan to protect our water systems, and instead outsource this work to people and agencies who stand to benefit from taking as much water out of the system as possible. As one of the previous panelists said yesterday, you wouldn't have a fox guard the hen house. So please don't feed the foxes. Listen to what regular members of the public are saying today. The voluntary agreements are exclusionary and inadequate and are not a viable alternative to the science-based flow standards and protections of the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you for allowing the time for folks to comment today.
Thank you for those comments and participating here, Ms. Colton. I appreciate here the contributions to the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Barbara Wolk and be followed by our final commenter. And again, please do wave your hands about both on the platform and here if you intend to comment. And we haven't called you. The final commenter will be Scott Jenkins. Ms. Wolk.
Hello, just making sure you can hear me.
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm commenting as a private citizen as well. Just wanted to say that the Water Board should not consider the voluntary agreement proposal as a valid alternative to updating the Bay Delta Plan. VAs are not scientifically backed and fail to provide adequate freshwater flows to improve conditions for fish, water quality, and public health. The voluntary agreements were negotiated through an exclusionary process and have done nothing but stall the board's process to update the Bay Delta Plan. The VAs were negotiated between water agencies in the state without input from tribes, delta communities, or environmental or fishing groups. The deal has been driven by special interests, and the Water Board should not legitimize it. The voluntary agreements are not based on the best available science. Fish need water to survive. Native fish need more flows than are available under existing regulations. The voluntary agreements attempt to substitute non-flow habitat in place of the recommended increase in in-stream flows. Claims that non-flow habitat can substitute for flows are not supported by the best available science. The board should move forward with the Bay Delta Plan update process without the VAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolk. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up and our last commenter, Scott Jenkins. Oh, Mr. Jenkins dropped off. We'll be chatting here a bit. Mr. Jenkins, if you rejoin, glad to take your comment then. That brings us to the end of both the panels and public comment for today. Just have to, again, thank everyone. Today has been a productive discussion. It's been good to unpack here the science plan and further discussion around the habitat and be able to provide hear questions from the dais and be able to engage in, again, a project that we're still a year out from a decision on, and so now is the time for meaningful engagement, and the engagement has been incredibly meaningful these last 2 days, and so I just want to thank everyone for that. Tomorrow, we have both the session 5, which will be on governance and participation, and session 6, which is on enforceability, accountability, transparency, and implementation. Those will be very critical discussions. I can see already that the first session will actually last more than half the day. We have a lot of speakers who are looking to engage, and so just note as well, I think we have at this point about 30 individual commenters. Those, if everything goes according to our schedule, which I imagine will go past, but we would start somewhere around 3:30 tomorrow on those individual comments. It may not be until 4 or so, because there are a lot of panels that we will be getting through, and I know a lot of discussion that will follow on from those points and panels. And so just trying to set folks up well for tomorrow's discussion, looking to fellow board colleagues if they have anything at this hour of the day to either reflect on, ask questions. Glad to make sure we have time here. We're still an hour out before the 5 o'clock hour when we thought we might be getting out. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I was going to hold off until tomorrow, but in light of the fact that we have kind of a packed agenda for tomorrow, I'll just give a few, early thoughts here about this. First of all, I just want to take this opportunity to thank staff. You've been at this for years, and it is rather evident in the presentations that there's been good communication, and with the VA parties in particular. I think we still have a ways to go on tribal outreach and others that are uncomfortable. And that's the whole point of this, to hear from folks about how we can move forward in such a way. It'd be great to get total consensus. That's never going to happen in Bay Delta. But I just want to acknowledge all the really good work that you've been doing, and can just really see the change in tone from 2018. We have folks coming here really being quite constructive, despite really strong passion. The emotional level is at a minimum, and people are really trying to be thoughtful in their comments. And I think a lot of that has to do with the really good tone that you've set. Want to acknowledge that the VA parties, despite some shortcomings, I think you all have tried to do that as well. I'm looking at you, Ms. Pierre, because I know you've been really involved, through the process. I do want to just flag a couple of areas, for me. This has been a really useful last couple of days. I've taken a ton of notes, and it just seems to me that where I've had questions, we're in process of getting the answers, whether it's through just preliminary responses. I know there's more work to do on finalizing the documents, and we'll be having some additional briefings. But do want to just call out that I think that despite really good efforts, there still needs to be a way to kind of tell this story and make things a little more clear. The discussion that we had yesterday about the reference conditions, the baseline, and just the confusion around that. I think that a little more time spent on simplifying it, and like we were saying, kind of common terminology that folks can understand. I think that would be helpful. More information on when documents are likely to come out, recognizing that I think the VA parties are trying to take the comment from today, but as soon as you're able to get that information out, I think it would be really helpful. And then I continue to be concerned about protection of the flows, and so want to hear more about thoughts and tools that could be used. And then also integration. We've been going back and forth on some discussions about the BIOP and critically dry years and other tools that might be out there. But again, anything that can be done to kind of better tell that story. This isn't the only game in town. And so just trying to, looking for communication tools that can help to tie all that together because there are legitimate concerns, about critically dry years and temperature and other components that maybe could be included, but if not through this process, how to better explain. It's not like we don't care about those other areas. And so really leaning on the VA parties to help better explain that. And then I do want to just signal at this early stage that I am more hopeful than I ever have been on the way to describe and better understand flow and non-flow and the opportunity that we may have as a board to consider this. And so I really am interested in seeing, what more could be done as we move forward with the next stage, whether that's through program of implementation or other documents to begin to kind of hone in and take the information we have from the VA parties and improve upon it, stitch things together. And I'm looking forward to hearing, whether it's tomorrow through some closing thoughts moving forward and certainly in future briefings on how, the pivot points for us as a board should we choose to move forward with the VA package. And I definitely am interested as one board member in seeing how that can be done.
Thank you for all that, Vice Chair, and echo your thanks here to our folks in the program, the VA parties, all tribes, everyone that's really contributed to this space and this discussion. This is a unique opportunity when it comes to really being able to listen to one another and create a space where we can actually have a discourse that starts to bridge what is, as you noted and as we lived and recall, a time in 2018 that was far more contentious around some of the lack of ability to see the same system. And we have a lot to go, and I know that particularly on the tribal components, there's a deficit still there, but I'm hopeful that we can continue to bridge. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Also just want to, thank everyone. These past 2 days have been very informative, and I'm really looking forward to session 6 tomorrow, the enforcement accountability, transparency, and implementation. Also have been taking lots of notes. 47 hypotheses, that's a lot. And asking some just really big questions. And, and I just was following along with just, then under those, there's goals and, there's additional questions, but just really just within that. And I'm hoping that as we get towards the implementation and better understanding and through the day tomorrow, and perhaps as we get further through this process, just really understanding, I think, in some places there are, there are some numbers that can be pointed to or some actual, I'm going to call them more solid goals that you can point to say, hey, here is what we're looking for. And I'm also looking at just kind of I'm going to call it the evolution circle of, you're planning, implementing, you're evaluating and learning. But so when you're evaluating and learning and deciding, how to adjust, where are those triggers? What is being adjusted? And so something that can be pointed to say, hey, this needs to be adjusted. And so really looking for, what are those? And because just sitting here and just, the public, and when I think about transparency, and I think as, us, the State Water Board and our staff, as we're implementing this, I, trying to grab onto something that says, okay, this is truly working. This is not. But, I too am very hopeful as I'm looking through this. There's some great questions being asked. Looking towards that balance of the flows, temperature, water quality, putting everything together, and really looking for a process that can be, I'm going to call it just a living process where you can adjust through it. Sounds promising. It's just, where do you turn those knobs? And I just want to feel more comfortable of, understanding that component. So I was really going to wait till tomorrow, but we had a little time today, so I just wanted to flag it for today. And when, keep listening and taking notes here through tomorrow. And, I know I'll learn a lot more tomorrow. And again, just really thankful for everyone and their comments. And also, looking forward to just more collaboration, especially with tribes and bringing in additional knowledge and really understanding. Because I think, there too, it's, I can't remember somewhere here in my notes, the number of projects that are already laid out. And so if you already have a project that's laid out, how can someone contribute to a project if it's already laid out? So just really understanding that big picture and where can those knobs and that additional input can happen and how do those knobs get turned. And thank you.
Thank you for that, Board Member. Others? Board Member McGuire.
Yes, I'll just echo all the thanks for all the great input, the really fantastic panels on all sides from the VA parties, from Ms. Overhouse, who I think has single-handedly led many panels, but also all of the other folks who have participated today and yesterday. It's been very educational for me. In fact, I have a lot of notes as well, and I was making a list of many of the questions that I had coming into this, and unfortunately, I'm in a position where I still have a lot of questions, and that's just the reality of it. This is an incredibly complicated proposal. It's an incredibly complicated watershed, so this is not an easy task that we have here. And so I'm not prepared at the moment to go over all this, but what I want to emphasize, and something that I'm going to be listening for tomorrow, is some thought about the what ifs. And that is, what if we are in that yellow or red light process that's envisioned and proposed in the voluntary agreement step? We talked today about the ecological outcomes report and what that might look like and how that might help inform that decision-making process. But I think key to all that is what does that look like as the board's working on its program of implementation and thinking about the fact that there's an acknowledgement that this is going to be a dual process, potentially. There would be a voluntary agreement approach. There would be a regulatory backstop. How would that regulatory backstop be triggered? What does that look like? What does that process look like? And I appreciate that the voluntary agreement parties did provide a proposed draft program of implementation, and I'm sure that will help inform and educate some of the thinking. But since tomorrow the discussion will be talking about governance, and we'll be talking about enforcement and accountability, to me, as the regulator here sitting at this table, that's the cornerstone of enforcement and accountability from our seat, is looking at the backstop and what that means, and asking myself, is that meaningful and appropriate given the circumstances and all the dynamics, all the stakeholders, all the different moving parts here in this really, really challenging space. So I just want to put that out there for any thoughts tomorrow as the presenters are sharing their ideas about how this might come together.
Appreciate that, Board Member. We are at a place where it's not an either or, and so the and how they integrate is going to be important as we really discuss this, so I appreciate that. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. Let's see. Also, I think thank you to everyone for so far, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow and the days to come after that. Maybe I'll start overall with, I think for me, the way I'm looking at this is sort of for me personally, my lens, I'm looking at three main themes. The first is, are we setting up a credible chance of success for this 8-year period that's being put forward with this proposal? Can we credibly say, this could work? If, we have, are we setting that up for success if we're considering that and putting that forward as part of our program of implementation? And so I think that have a lot of thoughts on that, and maybe I'll reflect on a few based on just the last 2 days. The second is just how are we setting up a framework for success after those 8 years? And that goes some of what has already been discussed and that we'll discuss tomorrow, but really is the overall framework and program of implementation also gets to many of the things we talked about in terms of drought and temperature and the sort of overall framework, thinking about our the basin plan goals here. And then the third bucket for me is around racial equity priorities. And so, big priorities for me are, how we're addressing tribal beneficial uses, a comprehensive HABs program that doesn't live solely in the Bay Delta Plan, but also is that the work here around flows is part of that comprehensive program. And I think there's a lot more to talk there about that than we've been able to so far. And then on, I think very clearly there's been a real breakdown in trust and meaningful engagement, frankly, both within our agencies and the VA parties, I think on all sides, and we're all doing work to try to improve that. And I can say, certainly at the state board, I know we're in the process of that. But I really welcome and also want to recognize the offers that were shared today and yesterday on tribal groups like the Tribal Indian Water Commission and others to help design a really more effective cooperative working relationship. And that's going to take a lot of investment. And I know we're putting in a lot of investment on that, but I think it's not just words, it's a lot of time and work to do that, and also power sharing. And I think that's going to be really challenging. So look forward to more talk on that tomorrow. I guess I did, so those are sort of overarching themes. I did want to just hit a few things from reflections over the last of the things that we've covered so far. There's a lot to balance here, in that the VAs have to have a real program that's fleshed out and ready to go to be considered, and also don't want to have it fully cooked where you aren't able to get feedback and adjust, and so you're balancing that tension. And I think it's going to be really important for us as the State Water Board to take a little more clear, to provide some more clear guideposts and structure for what we need to see in our program of implementation. If we're having a VA component of that isn't just putting all of that on VA parties to write up the entire thing. I think we need to be taking more, a little more ownership in writing out what we need to see, and learning from the work or building on the work that VA parties have done and fleshing out what will work, but also being able to provide some more clarity on what we need to be able to administer and enforce this our role in this program, and what expectations are. And I also feel like we need to be learning from, and this probably will come up tomorrow too, but I think to that point within our program of implementation, learn from many of the efforts that have been done around voluntary agreements throughout not just the Bay Delta watershed, but many other watersheds. And I thought the UC Berkeley sort of outline of, guidelines for successful VAs is helpful for that. I think we have to be able to have clear, on accounting, we have to be able to have clear in-stream flow numbers that we can administer and enforce. And I'm having trouble seeing pathways to be able to do that, but I think there's, even, so in other words, we're talking about a staff recommendation, but even with the VAs, there is a flow. I think we need to be able to articulate it and have it live in a way where we can recognize the flow commitments within, maybe it's an in-stream flow structure or accounting. And I'd just like to understand more how we can do that so that we can administer and enforce and protect those flows. The amounts are far lower in terms of those commitments because of all of the optimization and non-flow assets. But there's, from an accounting perspective, I that's sort of where my head is after the last day is that we need to be able to articulate that in a program of implementation. And we need to ensure that if we're taking this, if we're taking forward this kind of experiment of, optimization here for a VA alternative, then we need to make sure that it's doing what, especially all the peer reviewers and all of the scientific basis reports said was necessary to have a chance of success. And so that goes into a lot of the accounting. And I think everyone's on the same page on that, but it seems like there's still some more work. And I think that's something where we could provide maybe some more ideas on what we would need to see to do that. And then I think on the science program, I do think we need, maybe whether it's formal biological goals, we need to have some kind of goals, results, outcomes that inform the science program priorities and hypotheses priorities. I think it needs to be nested within the overall program results. Again, in order to set us up for clarity on whether something is meeting the needs and expectations of the overall the overall program of implementation, the overall basin plan objective. And I think we need to provide some more guidance on what's in the reports, what we feel like needs to be publicly reviewed or peer reviewed. I think we need to provide some more expectations on transparency and engagement and co-management and design, participation in science committee. Not to get into the weeds of exactly how the science committee and everything is structured, but I think some high-level expectations and principles we do need to be able to articulate. And again, I think that we are on the same page as what was articulated here, but I think we need to be able to articulate that in terms of expectations within the program of implementation. Okay, and then last, I think for me, just reflecting on the science piece, since that was today, is certainly for HABs, but I think also overall for the monitoring around for the monitoring programs around results overall, you know, not all science is going to be conducted in this VA science program. There's, you know, obviously so much science going on in the Bay Delta region and so many science agencies and efforts. For HABs, I just think, I just want to reiterate super clearly, I think we need to have the VA science program be part of and participating within a Delta HAB science program in a coordinated way. And that needs to be fleshed out through this. I don't think that's only on VA parties, but I think there's needs to be a commitment that they'll participate within that broader one. And participation may mean funding, and overall participation doesn't mean, again, it's all on the backs of VA parties, but I think it does include them as part of the effort. And then I think that will be true for sort of overall coordinated monitoring as well. My hope with this is that, you know, it's probably a impossible dream, but I do think that to the extent we can use this effort to come out in a place with a better coordinated science and monitoring program around the Bay Delta work, you know, the more that will be set up for success, not just for those 8 years, but for the years after 8 years. And, you know, it would, going through this process and continuing to make those same kind of mistakes that I think we've done in terms of how uncoordinated and piecemeal some of the science has been, despite many years of efforts to try and make it coordinated, I think would, you know, do a real disservice to all the time that's gone into this. So I really have learned so much. I have a very full brain after just these 2 days, and I'm really looking forward to hearing more tomorrow. I think tomorrow there's some really challenging issues that I look forward to hearing folks wrestle with.
Thank you, board member. Yes, tomorrow will be another full day, and really looking forward to the extension of this whole discourse. Not sure if our folks have any response, or if others want to respond to anything they heard here. Thank you, Ms. Pierre.
I don't have anything prepared. No, I am. I don't have anything prepared to say, so I just, I did want to just speak from my heart and just say, first of all, there has been just incredible dialogue here. And I think we've been, you know, hungry, thirsty to have these dialogues. We've been, you know, somewhat insular in trying to develop these materials. State board staff has been incredible in guiding us and providing that support and directing us to where they think you all need to be. But I think it is great to have this dialogue with you, to hear from the public. It has been incredibly constructive. We don't have answers for everything we're hearing, but that's okay. You know, this was a snapshot in where we are at this moment. And this was the point of the workshop, in part, was to collect that information. And I think we have a lot to think about and a lot to do. I also think we have thought about some of the questions that you've asked, and I think we're trying to figure out how to integrate that back in, given the schedule and who's on the panels at different times. So I just want to thank you all for this super constructive last 2 days, and recognizing tomorrow is the third day, and it'll be even probably more intense given the bulk of the material. But since I have a few minutes before 5 o'clock, I did want to offer that as it relates to protection of flows, we do see this as an absolute partnership with the state board. And I think we are ready to engage in that dialogue of what that means. And I don't know that it's specific to the VA. I think this is a current issue, and it's a future issue no matter what we do in the system. And so I think it's really rolling our sleeves up and figuring out how do we protect whatever flows are going to be made available to the environment. And, you know, that's a question before the board under your authority, but we have a lot of environmental water that will ultimately come into the system through Prop 1 and through the voluntary agreement, through the state's purchase program. So it's a big question that I think, we're ready to sit down and talk with you about. And I just wanted to flag that we don't have the answer, but that to us is a partnership. I think on the tribal engagement, I've said this many times before you, when you know better, you do better. And I think that's where we're at right now. And I think we're trying. It's been great to be here in person. We've actually got to meet people and have dialogue and exchange information and phone numbers. And we just need to keep doing more of that. But it's not a quick process. It's a commitment, and it's relationship building, and it's repair of, hundreds of years of damage. And, we are committed to that. And I think we're also looking for input from the board and from tribal representatives to help us figure out how to do that effectively. I mean, from where I sit, I didn't even know who to reach out to even invite them to the table. And I'm learning, and we are learning. And, I just want to emphasize our openness, and it's sincere, and want to keep emphasizing that. Overall, this program is really trying to balance what we know will be uncertainties that we need to respond to with the certainty you need to make a decision. So it's really hard, right? We're trying to figure out how do we propose something that there's, a certainty. And I think, Laurel, you said, setting up a credible chance of success, and we need to have information to do that. But then we also want to make sure that we have some elbow room here to make some adjustments. And what are those pivot points? And that's really kind of the balance we're trying to strike in the flow accounting, the habitat accounting, the default operations, the completion of the documents versus making sure there's space for, additional input. So that, I think you guys have really touched on through the, these closing comments where we're at. And I hope that as we proceed, we don't lock ourselves in because of our own nervousness about what may be in the future, and instead kind of dive, all in together. We're jumping in together, holding hands. And I think, there was a mention of safe to fail, and we've used that term and to our detriment at times. But what we mean is, can we all collectively take some chances? Can we all collectively learn together? Can we move into this space and create a governance structure, which you'll hear a lot about tomorrow, that finally provides a forum in this system to have the kind of dialogue that is often very constrained in our system, that really doesn't allow us to fully explore opportunities, constraints, and trade-offs in a way that we're going to have to do in order to manage in climate change, whether it's a water quality control plan or a biological opinion or anything else we do in this system. I feel like we are not well prepared because we haven't set the table here, and in large part, that's what we mean to do. So I think that's the tussle that we're grappling with, and I think all of the input provided by you and the public is really helpful to think about, what are those boundaries, where can we go to create that space, but also the certainty that you and the public need to move forward. So thank you again. See you tomorrow.
Thank you as well. All right, well, that concludes here our day 2. And again, just a lot of appreciation to everyone, and looking forward to our reconvening tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. For our final day. And so everyone rest up, have a great evening, be safe, be well, and we'll see you. We are in recess until tomorrow at 9.